What's up, nerds? Sorry we're late, but we are getting started. Welcome to the show. I have to admit, I'm in a bad mood. I'm going to be honest with all of you. I'm very frustrated right now, and it is almost certainly going to express itself in the show. So I'm just letting you know. We're going to try to work through it. I'm fine. Don't you guys get all fucking parasocial on me. I'm just letting you know that I'm in an unpleasant mood. Okie dokie. You're gonna see my monster tell you it's awful and force you to leave? Well, I'm not forcing you to do anything, but if your monster is awful, I probably will tell you that it's awful. If it's not awful, I probably won't say that, though. So, you know. All of what you said might be true. But it would only be true if it was true. Does that make sense? You know? Like, if it genuinely is awful. How often do people send me something that's genuinely awful, though? It's pretty rare. They might send me something really incompetent, but that's not awful. That just speaks to a lack of experience and a lack of skill. You can fix that. No, I think I get sent something awful maybe, I don't know, once every 3 streams or 4 streams. A little bit less than that. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Why isn't this light working? The moth stash was great. It was one of the best horrible things I've ever seen. It was awful, but it was kind of great awful. It was not awful in its execution, nor in its goals. It was just, I guess it was awful in its goals, but the goals weren't like morally awful. They were just viscerally awful. And I have nothing wrong with viscerally awful. I like viscerally awful. Okay, is everything working? Where are you guys? Boom! Hello. Hi, guys. Hey, hi. Oh, took a while to get started today. How's everybody doing today? Bye, Zalyul. How's it going? What's up, Gemjar? Artist, how's it going? Runk, Nick, Sen, Bildo. Welcome to the show. Today we got a pretty we're doing a couple different things today. We got kind of a big stream day ahead of us. Or I don't know if it's big, but regular maybe. Want to do a smashing stuff stream instead? No. How would I even do that? That's not a real suggestion, Patrick. The camera's not messed up. Camera's perfect. This is probably your first time watching my show. This is always how we start. But welcome, Great Worm. You know? So what are we doing today? Wait, let's get a little bit bigger. Boom! Oh, hey. Is that more pleasant for you new people? You need more face? Does that help? I hope that helps a little bit. So today we're doing a couple things. The first thing we're going to do today is my buddy Patrick and Mason, who I've been working on the Wast and Wilds book with. They're going to come on stream, and we're going to go through some of the things we've been creating for this Wast and Wilds Kickstarter. I don't know exactly what we're doing. I forget. I think we're going to be looking at subclasses or something. But it should be cool. And then after that, at 7, we are doing our Monster Reflavoring Challenge, where you guys can take any of the official monsters from any of the D&D books, and without changing any of the mechanics, just by changing the way you describe them and the names you give them, can you turn them into a totally new monster. And that's what we're doing later today at around 7. If you want to participate in that, if you're watching on YouTube, the link to do that is in the video description. If you're watching on Twitch, the link to do that is in the command wheel, I think. Let me just check and make sure I actually set that up. Yep, I set it up. I'm badass. I'm all right, Pixie. How you doing, buddy? All right, so with that, let me see if Patrick and Mason are ready to hop onto a call. I hope they're not expecting to be on video, because that would have required setup. Let's call them.
Setup.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Swell.
That wasn't a response to what I said, but maybe I can't hear Patrick. I don't know. You said swell. Hello?
Hey.
No, I can't hear either of
I
you.
did say swell. I can't hear you.
All right, well, that's a you problem, my friend. That's not a me problem. Because my green is glowing.
That's true. You're right.
Discord
okay.
is bad and a pain. I think we're good. I think we're all here.
All right. What are we doing today, boys?
We're talking about
the
waste in the
Yeah,
world.
I can see that we're all talking, but I can't
All right.
I can't hear anybody.
I'm going to hang up.
Hold on. I'm going to
Yep, no, we can hear you. You're just
like
you are the show now. The show is now called Mason Doesn't Know How to Set Up His Headphones. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show. It's going to be a fun one. We know what we're doing. We're all professionals.
So, how's it going, Pat? How are you doing today?
Doing good. I'm doing good.
All right, let's set up this fucking
we're out here.
thing.
Yeah, so we're talking Wast and Wilds.
Yeah.
When Mason gets back, we talked a couple of weeks ago about the class and our location system, the Godslinger, and our location system. I'm pretty sure we did not talk about any of the subclasses or any of the monsters.
Oh, we didn't talk about any of the monsters either?
I don't think so.
That surprises me. All right,
Yeah.
I think I got all of this set up. There we go. Wast and Wild. There we go.
Boom!
So if you just got to the show and you don't know what Wast and Wild is a D&D campaign compendium book that I am working on along with Patrick Perini, who's here with us.
Ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy, hoy, indeed. And Mason, who hopefully will be back with us soon. You see him in the call, but I cannot hear him.
I don't know what's going on.
So we're not going to worry about that right now. But basically, the premise of the campaign book, in a nutshell, is the world has been broken. The gods are dead. Their bodies and the demons and everything that have like holy bigness has basically been killed and crashed to the earth.
Can we dial in on holy bigness? What a good fucking phrase.
Thank you.
Tasty.
Their holy bigness has died and crashed into the earth, and their desiccated bodies have sort of turned into the coal of this world. So in this world, coal is like a magical resource that has very unusual properties, but their death has also affected the world in general. So the whole planet is like this fractured, broken continent. A good way to think about it is like Arcane, Eldritch, Mad Max, kind of, basically. It's like a big apocalyptic desert. Alien factions are coming to the planet trying to harvest this coal resource. And you, as the players, control folks that are in the wasteland, survivors after the great death of the gods, after this great cataclysm. And when we were building subclasses, classes, monsters for this compendium, we had kind of two big goals. One was that we wanted these things to feel like they could work and be fun, like in general, like that they feel unique, they feel distinct. But the other thing is that we wanted them to feel like they would be enhanced or feel really, really at home in this campaign setting. We really wanted to make this a book where the my audio is playing through one of your speakers and it's echoing back, so I would turn that off. We really wanted to make a book that felt like you could run a genuinely unique campaign world, and it would come with all of the associated mechanics needed to do that. So that's why pretty much everything in this book is usable outside of this campaign setting, but it's very, very intentionally built around it. Like, there are certain caveats to the existence of this game world that you would need to come to terms with if you wanted to use it in not this game world. But yeah, here's our badass cover. We have a big old this is called we got a demon-y god slinger guy with a demon gun, and then we got a little cowboy that has stolen some alien tech and harvested it for themselves. And this is our cool cover,
which is one of the subclasses that we're going to be talking about today with Any Luck.
Oh yeah, I wonder if Mason's come. Mason, are you here? Can you like say something in the chat? You still working on it? All right. It shouldn't be that hard. You should just click user settings, voice and video, and then input, output, and that usually does it. I'm messing around with those.
Yeah. Yeah, just try turning it off and back on again, and, you know, all the normal things that we do when computers won't behave and we have to perform the rituals and incantations.
Oh, man, I wish I could perform some rituals and incantations right now.
Yeah, I mean, you probably could. You could probably take a minute and do a ritual and incantation break. I don't think anybody. Chat, would you mind?
Can I make Patrick louder? Yeah, I can make Patrick
louder. Okay, I can hear you guys.
Oh,
sorry about that.
That's okay. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Patrick, can you make yourself louder? You're really loud on me on my computer.
I can make I was just gonna say I can make myself louder. That is totally fine. How's that? Is that a little bit better?
Much better. Many normal DMs don't voice act at all from my experience. Most will give you an agency, though, to do what you like as long as you don't hinder their plans. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like that might have been responding to somebody. Any experience I'd really like... Oh, somebody asked the question. Let's see. Here's the question. Hey, I wrote a comment under your last short, and I also wanted to ask you other guys here, what can I expect from a normal DM? Voice acting, how much freedom, a bit of creativity beyond the pre-built campaign. Really depends on the person.
Yeah.
Really depends on the person.
Really, I mean, that's like saying, what can I expect from, like, you know, like a boyfriend? That's a big question, right? There's not like a set of rules that they're going to necessarily follow. You are entering into a relationship with this person of a specific nature, mind you, but yeah, that's a big question.
Yeah, and you can always, you know, not play with them anymore if you don't like it. That's always an option.
It's all about communication, right? Like what you should be getting from your DM, whatever you need in order to be having a fun time, and you should be giving to your DM whatever they need in order to be having a fun time. And if those don't match up, find a different person to play with.
Yeah.
100%.
So, what did you guys want to go over today? What did you guys want to go? I'm going to be honest. I know you said you wanted to look at subclasses. We looked at some of the classes before. So for folks that are watching at home, this is not the whole book. This is what we call an ash can, and it essentially is like a highlight of the book. And it is not public right now, but it will be public. It will be public at some point in the future when we are.
Yeah, we're going to be
when we do like
testers and
kicks.
stuff.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for all sorts of stuff. So when we're looking for play testers and we're doing like kicks, what the fuck is wrong with my computer? When we're looking for like and when we put the Kickstarter out, we'll probably post it out there too. So anyway, we talked about the Godslinger class last time.
Kind of our take on a gunslinger and making that more interesting than just the weapon they use. The weapon being a piece of a dead divinity.
Yes. Look at this great art.
So fucking cool.
Leo really did a great job.
Okay, so we have a couple subclasses here. We have a bard subclass called the College of the Wretched Word.
Yeah.
And we have a Oh, I wish it's...
Should be the
Ranger
Ranger
subclass.
subclass.
Yeah, sorry. Everything just loads really slow, so I'm like opening it. As I'm skimming, it's like blank pages until it loads in.
No sweat.
And then we have the Reclaimer subclass for the Ranger. How long are we going to be streaming? Today's going to be a long day because we're doing this for like a couple hours, and then we have a monster reflavoring contest after it. Now, oh, why is it doing this? I don't know. Something about the PDF quality is making like my computer's not loading it nicely.
It takes a second to buffer. Yeah.
That's frustrating. Okay. So I'll tell you guys what I want to do. I want to go through these subclasses, but I want to say something before we go into them, and I maybe we should have talked about this beforehand. I skimmed the College of the Wretched Word again before stream. Yeah. I am not nearly as confident in the core gameplay loop that we have for it as I was originally.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I mean, this is part of the process, right?
Yeah.
Is we gotta figure out whether or not we like the shit that we wrote 6 months ago.
I like it conceptually. There's let's read it. Let's go through it because
let's do it.
So for folks that don't, okay, so let's set the stage a little bit. So this is a bard subclass, and in this game world, in Wast and Wilds, there is an organization called the Library, and the Library is a sort of like a SCP Foundation thing. It is a literal library, but it is also alive. It is sort of like a large hive mind-esque organism, and it somewhat feeds off of people reading inside of it. And it has certain types of creatures that live within it as like a little, as almost like the white blood cells and the things that like maintain the organism. And books from the library hold special power. And this is specifically a college that is designed around a bard that has learned from the tomes of the library and has been affected by it. It's not infinite IKEA because it's not infinite. It's not like you're getting lost in it forever, but it is like reading books in it has an effect on you and has an effect on it, and there are creatures that live within it that try to maintain an ecosystem of creatures reading but not taking books.
And if you do take the books, eventually someone either comes and takes you or the books take you.
Yeah.
Which is where this comes in.
Yeah, it's very Eldritch cosmic horror-y, where it's like it's like unknowable knowledge that changes you. And this is what this bard is. This bard is exactly that. Should we give her a gander? Should we read about her?
Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's thumb through it.
All right. Should we just read it, or do you want to? Let's just read it. The College of the Wretched Word. As a member of the great legacy of bards, I find... Oh, the other thing is that this book is written from a character's perspective. And if you don't like that, that's okay. But you'll notice that the flavor text here is almost all written in the first person because we decided to make this book have a narrator. And the narrator is a bard from the College of the Wretched Word. So it's sort of like this subclass is also the subclass of the narrator. Also. As a member of the great legacy of bards, I find the College of Wretched Word the most objectionable. Granted, it would take 20 lifetime to learn what you might from just one of the library's tomes, and if you're lucky enough to get your hands on a dozen, it would be hard to put them down. The trouble is, these wretched word fiends never know when to stop. They find themselves going back for more and more. Never enough secrets, never enough time. The library doesn't cotton to theft. It says in these pages right here that it'll stretch its eldritch arms into the desert, groping for its stolen hoard. And when these bards read, those arms reach right in through their eyes, choking off the base of their brain and any God's given reason therein. Where did I hear such hair-raising tales, you ask? In this here almanac, of course. No, I'm borrowing this from the library. It's an entirely different state of affairs, I can assure you. So our narrator is a little early in their journey. At third level, we get 3 features. We get Untold Secrets, we get Pilfered Knowledge, and we get Curse of Knowledge.
And one thing, and Cinder, I love that you called out the sort of core loop because I really do want chat's opinion on this core loop. One thing that this bard is going to feel like is it's very chunky because it's effectively getting 2 feature tracks the entire way through, and that'll make sense here in a second.
Yeah, it's a transformative bard. It almost gets an alternative to rage. Untold secrets. When you carry with you a glut of stolen books containing mystical secrets. Once per long rest, you can choose one of these books to act as your bardic spellcasting focus. When you choose a book, you decide the providence of its magic, aberrant, celestial, fey, or fiendish. In addition, you can also use your book to cast legend lore once per long rest. It takes an hour to cast in this way, and the lore you glean is constrained by your book's magical provenance. Aberrant, the lore pertains to magic, madness, or misunderstanding. Celestial, the lore reveals an inner conflict or turmoil. Fey, the lore is deeply compromising or embarrassing. Or fiendish, the lore pertains to a deal done.
Research. The feature.
Yeah, basically. It is a 5th level spell at 3rd level, but there are 2 big things about it that I think kind of justify it. Although it might be worth re-examining. 1, it takes an hour to cast it, as opposed to an action to cast it, or a minute to cast it. 2, it is very limited in the type of questions you can ask and what you can get from it. So the way legend lore works as a spell, if you're not familiar with it, is... how do I do this quickly? If I do this, and then I do this... There we go. That was not too slow. You guys, feel free to talk while I'm doing other things.
Okay.
But this is legend lore. This is legend lore.
Yes.
Basically, it's instantaneous.
I was doing the exact same thing.
It takes 10 minutes to cast, as opposed to our version, which is an hour. And you can basically ask it a question about anybody, and it will tell you a little story about them, or anything. You just learn the lore of a thing. It's one of those spells that's like a really good spell to put in like a magic item, because players don't take it that much.
Mm-hmm.
It can be really situationally solid, right? Like so many sort of flavor-heavy spells in 5th edition. Like if your whole campaign revolves around finding information about a sword, legend lore could feasibly break your campaign, right? But if that's the case, maybe this just isn't the subclass for you, you know?
But even then, it's like, if you look at it, it's very limited. Like, you're picking one of these 4 categories one time, and then that's what it does. So if you're asking a question, if you pick, let's say you pick fiendish, if you want to ask it a question, that question doesn't have to do with the deal being done, doesn't do anything.
That's true.
So it's, I think it's pretty reasonably specific, you know?
I do think, Cinder, you mentioned something that we maybe want to consider, which is that this is currently once per long rest. You can change which of these you pick. We maybe want to consider just picking it once.
Oh, that's true. It might be fine if it's once per long rest, because it still requires a little bit. I don't know. I think being able to do it in the moment makes it a lot more powerful, because then it might as well just not be anything. But
I don't think it's busted. I just think it's something that can kick around while we're playtesting. It's interesting that, you know, like we said, this is a chunky subclass. We put some heavy hitting stuff in here with some constraints that we think might work, but it's worth attention.
Yeah. And the other thing that I want to point out about this, just because there is some thought behind this, all of these specifics, they're a little bit vague, but they're like flavorfully specific. And the reason why we did that is also how the spell legend lore works. Like, legend lore mechanically is a vague and flavorful spell. The way that it is designed to be interpreted in its execution, which is why I think it's pretty much okay to have the way it evolves sort of matches its initial tone. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But this is effectively the like lightweight ribbon feature. So what does pilfered knowledge give us, Cinder?
Pilfered knowledge. Your books whisper secrets to the universe. Oops. Your books whispers secrets of the universe's subversion. Whenever you, or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you, makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to grant them your bardic inspiration. You can use this reaction after the initial die is rolled, but before you know the outcome. So, basically, you can quick shot bardic inspiration. Pretty straightforward.
Just a quick off the cuff D6 or D8 or D10. Or
Yeah.
what have you.
And it feels it's not hectic, but that's intentional because the next feature is where we get hectic. So our basic feature is you can sort of whisper secrets of the universe from your evil madness book, and you can do rapid shot bardic inspiration because you're a little hectic. But let's take a look at cursed knowledge. The curse of your forbidden tomes digs its claws into your soul. Whenever your pilfered knowledge feature, that's the quick draw bardic inspiration, causes a success, you have to roll a wisdom saving throw, and it's a DC of 8 plus the roll of the bardic die. On a failure, the library reaches into your mind and contorts you into its vassal, and you transform into a creature with the following stat block. So, if you just got here, what we're doing today is two things. Thing number one is we're going over a little bit of a preview of a Kickstarter campaign I'm working on with Patrick Perini and Mason. Say hi, guys.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey.
And then after that, we're going to be doing a monster reflavoring challenge where you guys redesign monsters without changing any of the mechanics, just the flavor, and we try to guess what monster they are.
Such a good idea.
So basically, the way this thing works is that when you use your ability to launch your bardic inspiration, if that leads to a success, you make a saving throw. And if you fail that saving throw, you transform into a beast of knowledge. And this is the stat block for the beast of knowledge. If you want to go over it, you can, but basically you become a beefy boy in the briefest of nutshells. You're very dex and con focused. But you also, all of your stats change. Like you become low charisma, high intelligence, high dex, high con. Everything changes. And then you get a couple other weird features. You get something called Readerkin. Now, also, let's actually go into it in a second. Let's look at what it actually does in a second. Let's finish reading the feature first. Mm-hmm. While in this form, you can access all of your racial and class abilities, but you cannot access spellcasting or pilfered knowledge. So you can give inspiration as normal. You can do other class features as normal, but you cannot cast spells and you can't use pilfered knowledge again. Abilities in this form that require spell slots use your bardic spells. I don't know what that sentence means. What does that mean?
That is probably a typo. Abilities that require spell slots use your bardic spell slot.
Okay. Yeah, because there's going to be features in here that require you to expend spell slots. And then at the end of a short or long rest, you can repeat the wisdom saving throw against the same DC. On a success, you return to normal. Additionally, you return to your normal form whenever you reach 0 hit points. And if you return to your normal form by reaching 0 hit points, you're automatically unconscious and stable. So, basically, the idea is that if this thing goes wrong, you become this monster for basically the rest of the day. Or until somebody beats you to death. And then you turn back to normal. Or you sleep. But even if you sleep...
Hulk out for a little bit.
Yeah, but even if you sleep, there's a chance you stay in it. I do feel like maybe you should just automatically turn back on a long rest. I don't know how I feel about it being a saving throw on a long rest. Let's take a look at what we actually get when we're in this form. Is that fun? I think that's the question. Let's take a look at what we are when we're this monster. We have a feature called Readerkin. The beast does not need to eat, drink, or sleep, and gains the benefits of a long rest after 4 hours of straight reading. Okay, so did we make this thing be able to last over a long rest because we like this feature? Or, like, what came first? This feature or this potentially lasting over the course of a long rest? Because in hindsight, I don't think this should last over the course of a long rest. I think it's too
I'm not remembering. I feel like aren't there? I think there are features that come later on, that kind of circle back on the long rest situation.
There absolutely are, but that may not end up being the most fun thing for us to do.
Yeah, we might need to rethink that just because I feel like it's
an agency.
It's an agency thing. It's a big commitment thing. I don't know. Let's look at what else the monster does. But I do feel like it might be a little too much.
I will say that we did design the monster stat block as best we could to not be a nerf in literally any way. So it's a full sort of side grade to your bard.
Yeah, it's like a wild shape, and it's like being a moon druid sort of, except you only have one wild shape.
You may not want to do that all the time, right? You may not want to be in that all the time. So yeah.
Well, also,
sorry, you go first, Cinder.
I was just gonna say, regardless of being in it all the time, I think that the player should have a guaranteed way of turning it off, and I think that to have
you get that later currently.
But even still, I don't think you should have to wait to get that. I think that's a mistake that we made.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Let's take a look at. Oh, what did you want to say, Mason?
Yeah, I was just gonna say two things really quick. Firstly, I think Build Out asked an excellent question that just, Pat already answered in the chat, but nonetheless deserves to be expressed out loud. You are this creature, you get to control this creature, right? So it's not like...
Wild Shape was a good metaphor.
Yeah, it's not like you just kick back and relax and the GM plays your bard, right? On top of that, Wild Shape, I think, is a good comparison. One thing that this has that Wild Shape does not have is that you can read and speak all languages in this form. So you can still communicate clearly with other party members while like this.
Yeah. In fact, there's some things that this thing gets because it's also like Wild Shape, but your mental stats change. There are a lot of things that you could get in this shape that would be benefits that have nothing to do with combat that just have to do with, you being good at stuff. Like, it's a powerful thing to be able to speak and read all languages. It's nice to, if you need to be intelligent, get that intelligence up to 18. Transform it to this form. Let's see. You see some stuff that's already cheesable? I'm super curious, but I'm down to hear it.
Absolutely.
Let's see. So, in actions, you get a basic claw attack, which is does 4 plus your proficiency bonus to hit. And it does 6 plus your proficiency bonus slashing damage, a pretty basic attack. And then you get a special move called Frenzy. By expending a first level bardic spell slot or higher, you basically enter a frenzy mode, and you can make all creatures within 5 feet of you. All of this, I think, should be written in second person, probably. By expending a first level bardic spell slot or higher, you can force all creatures within 5 feet of you to make a dex saving throw. And on a failure, they take 2d6 slashing damage. On a success, they take half as much. So, while in this form, you sort of have an alternative attack area of effect smite feature. And then we have this reaction, which is whenever a creature comes within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to move your movement speed without provoking opportunity attack.
All of these
bound away.
All of these features are actually pulled from monsters that are specific to the library as well. So in the final book, you'll be able to see like the reader kin ability on a number of monsters, the bound ability on one of the monsters that is inside the library.
Somebody asked, do you get HP like Wild Shape? I believe the way that we had it in mind was that if you go to 0 hit points in the Beast of Knowledge, you transform back to yourself at 0 hit points.
At 0 hit points. But again, that's another thing that we're going to want to play test pretty heavily and figure out whether or not it's fun, because it might be more fun to just give it like a Wild Shape. Just because
if we make it like a Wild Shape, though, then we have to limit its use in a different way.
Yeah, 100%.
Because if you could have that hit point pool per inspiration point, even though you can't automatically turn this thing on, like it is a thing that happens if you fail a saving throw, it is potentially pretty cheesable. So overall, the idea of the monster, and Mason and Pat, please tell me if I'm missing anything, is that in its form, you essentially go from being a charisma utility spellcaster into a intelligence damage dealer.
Yeah, pretty much. That is also like most likely a little bit tankier than your bard.
Yeah,
Oh,
right?
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
you're going to be a little bit tankier. You're also a lot more nimble, and the damage output is very good if you essentially think about your spell slots in terms of accessing this frenzy feature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then it gets even wilder with, like, descent into aberration.
Yeah, let's take a
this
look at that.
level.
Do you want to read that one, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I got you. Descent into aberration. The cankered roots of your curse entrench themselves deeper into your soul. Your beast of knowledge form changes in the following ways. The reach of its frenzy ability becomes 10 feet, and by expending a second level bard spell slot or higher, the beast can, as a bonus action, teleport to an unoccupied space it can see within 30 feet, provided the space is nearer to a hostile creature than where the beast started. Additionally, once you have gained access to 5th level spell slots, your beast form can empower 1 claw attack per turn. On a successful hit, it can expend a 5th or greater level spell slot to add 6d8 psychic damage to its attack. It adds 1d8 psychic damage for every spell level above 5th. So now we get, like, a very explicit smite here, right? With that additional feature there at the bottom. On top of that, our Tasmanian Devil-esque frenzy ability spreads out its range. And then on top of that, we get a specifically offensively focused sort of Misty Step going on as well, with Descent into Aberration.
So this is the level that I was thinking about that was making me be like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think the growth of the frenzy to go from a 5-foot radius to a 10-foot radius, totally makes sense. I think essentially giving you a somewhat limited Misty Step, which is what we did here with this second level feature, also makes sense. I don't remember exactly why we decided to land it on a 5th level spell slot to activate that feature. I feel like it had to do with us trying to use that as a level cap, sort of. Like, this would sort of unlock when you add access to 5th level spell slots. And while I agree with that from, like, maybe the level you get it, I don't feel like a 5th level spell slot is worth 6d8 psychic damage. I feel like that's too costly for it.
I mean, isn't that what the math would shake out to be if paladins could get 5th level spells? Wouldn't it be a 68 radiant damage smite?
Yes, but that's only good. But that's only good because they can choose to use any spell slot level. Like, if Paladin Smite limited them to only 5th level spells, it's not a good feature. It's too expensive. Fair. It's like, it's good to have it open to that, but I'm worried that it's not there. So I'll tell you what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe we lower that to 3rd.
Maybe, yeah.
And we do the math down appropriately for that.
Yeah, so it'd be 4d8, and then an additional d8 for every spell level.
And we could say up to 5th level, or we could say they could just go forever or whatever.
I think that part of the reason why we wanted to go forever is because, we had just talked about, like, you're going to potentially be in this form a lot without a lot of control over that experience. And if we're rethinking that, we need to rethink a couple of things. But one of the things we wanted to do here is give you a way to use your growing pool of spell slots in a way that feels good. Yeah. So I don't think we should cap it at 5th level, but we maybe should lower the floor. Okay, yes, that's what I think. Yeah. So for every people that's saying, like, I don't want to spend a higher level spell slot on something like this, keep in mind you only have access to this feature when you are a 6th level bard and you have no access to any of your spells for the rest of the day. Yeah. So this is sort of like an alternative way to do that. And I think that in that circumstance, it would make a lot of sense to use your spell slots. And the ideal goal here is that it's sort of like it's a way to take advantage of this sort of cursed form of yourself, but also if and when if your fighter goes down, if your barbarian goes down, you can sort of egg yourself into this state to, it's like, then it is more about, like, we need somebody that can smite then, So it can sort of, it's limiting, but it's only limiting based on the limitations that are sort of already built into this
core idea of the subclass, which is this: there is a transformation that is very hard to break out of once you're in it.
Yeah. Which again is an assumption that we have not stress tested maybe as much as we need to, right? There might be a core loop thing here that we want to really, really push on, but that's the perspective that informed all of these decisions.
On a successful hit for this empowered claw? I don't. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but I do. The intention is that this would work like smite. Like you wouldn't be able to do this unless the attack hit. So you wouldn't. There's no way to waste the spell slot. It would be like smite. You'd probably want to turn it into a general smite type feature. I think we want to keep it limited. I think the way we're limiting it here feels good. I don't think it needs to be like if we lower this to a 3rd level spell slot, you have access to 3rd level spell slots at 6th level. So if this is not like a nod feature. You'd still have this feature to be able to use potentially. Let's take a look at False Confidant. But that was genuinely the thing that I was struggling with the most in my memory of it, was like I just don't like that 5th level limit for this feature. I felt like it didn't make sense.
It's so funny to me because that's such an easy fix for what is such a complex fucking subclass.
Yeah. Do you ever get multi-attack? I think we're gonna talk about that, but the thing that you have to keep in mind is this is built on the idea. This is built off of the concept of you still have access to all of your spell slots while in this form. And your spell slots continue to get higher, and you translate your spell slots into extra damage here. So through the frenzy feature and through the extra smite type feature, ideally you're using those resources to up those attacks. I don't remember if I think we don't ever get multi-attack, but that might be worth thinking about.
If we do, it's really deep, and I'm not sure that that's ideal. It's definitely not at 6th level, which would be where we would otherwise get it.
Yeah,
we get ever do.
Instead of getting extra attack, we get a reach increase of frenzy, and a smite power.
That said, it is worth being aware of. Action economy trumps everything in terms of power curve. So
sure.
Like
an extra attack.
Yeah. An extra attack might honestly be something we want to seriously consider. I've been,
for sure.
Chat, I've been taking notes. Chat, thank you, chat. We love you and your ideas. We're gonna have many conversations about this. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
False Confidant.
You can sow rumors of weakness into the stories of your foes. As an action, choose a creature you can see within 60 feet of you, forcing it to make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, it gains vulnerability to a damage type of your choice for 1 minute. This vulnerability supersedes any resistances or immunities the target might have. It can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect early on a success. Once you have successfully affected a creature in this way, you cannot use this ability again until you finish a long rest. You also must roll a Wisdom saving throw, DC 13, or transform into your Beast of Knowledge form. You cannot use this feature while in your Beast of Knowledge form. Okay.
So it's another round of, like, your books allow you to manipulate reality a little bit. And we settled on this idea of giving damage vulnerability as being something that hopefully would be balanced for a 6th level feature, especially against, like, you're getting some chonky stuff for your Beast of Knowledge form, but you're also not always in your Beast of Knowledge form. The dual track thing rears its head here, I think, a little bit.
Where did we come up with DC 13? I don't remember. Is that from something?
Absolutely no idea. I think it just felt right. I think it was one of those, hey, it's 11 o'clock at night. We are hungry and tired. Let's go home kind of decision.
You might want to think about that.
Particularly because, like, that is different from the wisdom saving throw after pilfered knowledge, right? Yeah. So if nothing else,
not, like,
just for
dynamic here to peg it against, right? Like, there's nothing that would make the DC change.
Sure.
Which is why I think we just picked a number, but I am deeply unconvinced that is long term the right
number. Yeah.
It's on the list.
I think I have mixed feelings about this feature. I like it. I like it. I'm always worried about prolonged vulnerability, and I guess the question that I'm trying to ask myself is, is it okay if it's prolonged vulnerability if they get to repeat their saving throw each turn and there's a chance that it transforms you? I don't know if that's enough. I acknowledge it's a once a day feature, so that's probably helping there. Those are my thoughts. I think that maybe we should get rid of the supersedes immunities part, and it should just supersede resistances.
Maybe.
I don't love things superseding immunities. I gotta be honest. I don't remember. I genuinely forgot this feature. I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah.
So I have two thoughts as we are discussing it. Y'all let me know what you think.
Yeah.
Also, this could potentially be something we discuss further later. The first thought that I have is that I do think we could maybe sow more of the flavor of the false confidant into that first sentence, right? Like I'm thinking of the College of Whispers, right? Which I think does something kind of similar where you convince people that you know their deepest, darkest secrets, right?
Yep.
And I think maybe it does like just a little bit better of driving that home with its flavor, right? Whereas with this, like it's called False Confidant, which I feel like might inform the way that someone role plays this. But as far as like what it's actually doing and the text within the feature, I don't feel like we're really bringing that to bear, if that makes sense. The second thought that I'm having is what could potentially be interesting is like, I could, there's just, in my head, there's a moment that seems really cool where the Wretched Word Bard is alone with an enemy, right? Like maybe the BBEG, maybe someone significant, right? And this false confident moment comes into play where they weaken someone significantly and in that moment shapeshift into the Beast of Knowledge, but specifically made it so that they are vulnerable to the Beast of Knowledge's slashing damage, right? Like something like that where this specifically tees you up to pounce on someone and just like light into them with the Beast of Knowledge, I feel like could potentially marry the two tracks a little bit, you know, where like in your human form you set yourself up to really kind of tear someone apart in your beastly aesthetic. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's yeah.
I hear that. I hear that. I don't love trying to build mechanics for one situation, so I guess I wasn't really thinking about super
That's fair.
specifically that.
That's fair.
I think the idea that you are like putting knowledge into their brain that has a physical that physically impedes
Repercussion.
them is cool.
Yeah.
I question the superseding of immunity. I question that it lasting a minute. Although, honestly, maybe lasting a minute is fine. The only other thing that does something like this that I can think of off the top of my head is the Grave Domain Cleric. And theirs only lasts a round, but there is no saving throw. It automatically does. They automatically get vulnerability. So because there's a saving throw here, I think it makes it a little bit more okay.
I think it's also save or suck, right? I
Yeah.
think it's once prolonged resting, even if they succeed.
Yep. Yeah. Even if they succeed, it's done also.
Yeah.
So I think that probably makes it okay.
Something to think about, because that save or sucks are not always the most fun, right? Like, is that big swing worth it?
If we
Especially
want
it's
it to
gonna
be
fail.
vulnerability for a minute, it needs to be save or suck, basically. Like, it's too powerful if it's not.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, like, do we want to maybe go in the other direction where we dial down the power and the likelihood of it failing? Something to think about. Cool.
But yeah,
obviously,
I think this feature actually needs
tinkering.
more thinking and tinkering than the other stuff so far.
Agreed.
A lot of people in the chat are talking about why doesn't the Beast of Knowledge do psychic damage? I don't know if that was a choice we made actively. I think we were just sort of building it like a physical monster.
It's a physical hit, and then a lot of its other stuff does psychic damage. So like it's
Yeah. We had the psychic command through the smites and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this is a feature that needs rethinking.
It needs work.
Let's take a look at what we get at 14th level.
The big ones.
At 14th level, we get 2 features. We get Bottomless Knowledge and Willful Puppet. I don't see a clear picture of this in my head. Maybe I just need to be able to read it all at once. I mean, I think that that's fair. I'm not sure what you don't see a clear picture of. Do you mean the subclass or the monster? Unclear, but let's take a look at Willful Puppet. You can now choose to fail whenever you make a Wisdom saving throw to avoid to avoid transforming into your beast knowledge form. Additionally, your beast form can expend a first level bardic spell slot or higher over 10 minutes to return to your normal form. We need to rewrite that whole opening, but the mechanics are solid, but the language of it is messy. So basically, we can automatically... So the way that the information that we need to get across here is that whenever we use Pilfer Knowledge, we can just automatically turn into our Beast of Knowledge form, and we can take 10 minutes and expend a first level spell slot to turn back into our normal form. That's what this says. We just need to change the words around a little bit. But that's fine. So this is where we get the ability to turn back, which I think makes sense as a capstone for this. Finally, your beast form can also begin to channel the library's incessant demands. As an action, you can expend a 7th level... We got to change all this to be in the second person. As an action, you can expend a 7th level bardic spell slot or higher to howl with Eldritch Echoes, forcing all creatures in a 15-foot cone to make a wisdom saving throw. This should just be against your spell. I feel like all this should just be against your spell save DC. On a failure, the target takes 8d6 psychic damage and becomes enthralled. While enthralled this way, the creature's intelligence and charisma become 1 until the end of its next turn. The creature can't cast spells, activate magic items, understand language, or communicate in any intelligible way. The creature can, however, identify its friends and follow them, or even protect them. On a success, it takes half as much damage and is not enthralled. The beast must maintain concentration on this effect as if casting a spell. So, if you're not picking up what we're putting down, basically, at 14th level, you can expend a 7th level spell slot or higher to essentially cast a combined version of Fireball, but psychic damage, and Feeble Mind.
Yep.
But very limited. Feeble Mind lasts a really long time. Fireball has a much bigger area of effect than a 15-foot cone. I think that we could maybe make the area bigger, honestly.
Potentially, yeah. 15-foot cone is pretty
not the
small.
biggest,
and it's only because it's only around
7th level.
I think if we don't make the cone bigger, I think we make the
time longer.
We make the time longer for their having intelligence and charisma drop to 1, because that's really the power of this feature is the area of effect, mind melting. The other stuff is just nice. Like this damage is nice, but the mind melting is the power.
You said make it last longer. Where does it say how long it lasts?
Halfway through the second paragraph, while enthralled this way, the creature's intelligence and charisma become 1 until the end of its next turn.
That's what's happening. Shade is pointing out that our spell save DC would go down in beast form because its charisma goes down. So that's probably why we did that.
Yeah, I think that
has less. I think that is an us problem with our initial design as opposed to an us problem with the numbers here. Because this should be spell save DC. We should just make it so your charisma doesn't change. We should just make it so your charisma doesn't change.
There's a lot of little things like that I really want to. Now that I'm seeing it through chat's eyes, I really want to take a hammer to this one.
Yeah, there's some cool ideas in here, but like I said, like I was a little nervous about this one because I was like, I think this one's gonna need a lot of work still.
No, I mean that's great though. Like this is good because it's the refining fire, you know.
Gemtra says I'd like to keep it wild shape so you maintain your mental stats.
I really think there's something to that. I want to have a longer conversation with you two about like how do we make this a little bit.
Okay, I mean I have the thought immediately. Have it so you keep your mental stats, but you get bonuses to intelligence skill checks while in this form. Done. Done.
I think also, like, I mean, if there is the big question of, do we want the Beast of Knowledge to be the less charismatic higher intelligence form, right? Which I think we can still accomplish without changing the stats in the way that we are right now. And potentially the way that we do that is just like maybe you only read all languages instead of speak all languages, but I don't know. If we're really
that's not the issue. The issue
element.
that people are having is the stat swap. And I'm going to be honest, I think the stat swap is not that big of an issue. I think people that are complaining about it are being unrealistic about how often your stats get swapped in D&D for features, like something like polymorph or wild shape. And in both of those circumstances, the reason why it's okay is because the monster stat block just has the information. So you're not needing to like recalculate your character sheet when you're changing your stats. You're just recalculating, you're just looking at a different thing. So I think if we want to keep the stat swaps, we just have to build it in that way where they don't have to recalculate. And we kind of do. Like the attack, we just look at the stat block. I don't need to refigure out what my new strength and proficiency bonus are for this attack. It just works. So I actually think the stat swapping is really not a big deal outside of the spellcasting modifier. I don't think. Which again,
we just need to think about. We need to think about how we talk about that in the structure. I think it's largely just how are we organizing this? What exactly are we doing? And I think we'll be able to suss it out after this conversation pretty quickly.
It could be easily cheesed though, but just buffing your mentally stat really high and dump your physical stats have high. I not understand exactly what you're saying, Gemjar. But I appreciate you trying to say something, but your sentence made no sense. Maybe someone else will understand it. We also get bottomless knowledge at 14th level. Whenever you use your pilfered knowledge feature, you can roll a d6 and use it instead of expending a bardic die. So this is basically the same as the sword bard's capstone feature, where you can just get you can essentially use your core feature infinitely, but you don't get to use your full bardic inspiration die. You use your bardic inspiration die at its base level. So like normally at 14 you'd be using a d10 or a d12 for your bardic inspiration die, so you'd have to use a d6, but it makes it resourceless. So I think it's good. I think it's fine. But it's not the same as Wild Shape, Gemjar. It's like completely different. You can't actively turn this form on in that way. That's why it's okay, I think, to make the changes pretty dramatically different. Like, it's Wild Shape in terms of how much control you have over the thing, but it's not an action or a bonus action to turn into this guy. If you want to turn into this thing, you legitimately have to fail a saving throw based on another feature. So it's like it's a pretty different circumstance, and you still, even then, you can't actively decide to do it until much higher level. If that feels like that's not working, that might be worth thinking about. But I don't think it's worth. I don't think it's nearly as cheesable when compared to Wild Shape as you might think.
Yeah, I think we, like you said, Cinder, the core loop here, the core premise here is solid, and I don't think we want to ever wander away from it because it's so fucking cool, and we've had so many people in chat be like, the flavor of this is solid, but it's a tricky thing to try to pull off. Right, this like dual form thing. So I do think
Jekyll and Hyde bard is tough.
We're gonna have to drawing board some of this and have a bigger conversation, and that's what that's what we're like.
The streams
public,
are for,
baby. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Chat again. Thank you for kind of popping up these new ideas because they're gonna be really helpful.
How about changing the ability with the vulnerability a bit? It could be an ability that ties to the other two forms, maybe.
Potentially, yeah. I think that's a place
we wanted that feature to be something that was not really tied to the aberrant form, but was something you got with the base form, because the other feature was entirely tied to the aberrant form. So we wanted to make sure it was something that was just regular bard form. The player is encouraged to switch forms because it's cool and they want to use their features. I don't think we need to give them more encouragement to change their forms.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But maybe, I don't know. That's an interesting idea. I don't know if we need it. Okay, let's take a look at this other one.
The Ranger?
Yeah, this is called the Reclaimer. So the Reclaimer Ranger, you want to talk about it?
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, I want to read it because the Reclaimer I love the Reclaimer Ranger.
So to explain the Reclaimer is one of those Rangers that could work very well in any D&D game, but really is tied to our game world. Because in our game world, yes, it is the post-apocalypse. yes, the world is shattered and the gods are dead, but all these different alien species are like, oh shit, that world is now covered with dead magic gods in coal form. Let's go harvest them. So there's aliens like traveling the planet. So the Reclaimer is somebody who has essentially stolen or found or repurposed alien technology to use in as their own. Right? You're like an alien tech junker, basically.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. You want to read it? Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Whoops. Fuck me. Sorry, hold on. My book just closed.
And I will say, the tech is all sort of tied to other things in the game world, other like whether species or magic items or other things. So they all sort of feel like they're connected to specific things. So if this was in a regular D&D game, you might have like a beholder eye whip, even though we're not. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And I guess while Pat's taking a second to pull it back up, I am gonna jut in and say, I think maybe sometimes when people encounter like supplements or setting books, they kind of go in and they're like, how can I bring this into my setting or into my world or things like that? And you can definitely still accomplish that with this, but that's really like, that's not our focus with this book, right? Like our focus with Waste and Wild was to create a very cohesive vision for this setting, for the mechanics within the setting that make it so that like, you know, the sort of exploration and decimation and whatnot really kind of like come home in a mechanical way and not just in a flavor way, right? And as a result of that, there's a lot of stuff that kind of nods to and points to other elements of this particular rule book. And so, you know, you can definitely still pull pieces of this out and use them independent 100%. But I personally, I think maybe you're going to miss out on some of the tastiness when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of tastiness, let's read about this Reclaimer.
Okay.
So, rangers that practice the art of reclaiming are a far more savory sort than those wretched bards. Ever the recyclers, they scavenge about the scrap and heap left by off-worlders what fly too close to the sun. Coal-powered batteries bricked beyond repair, spindly legs off an enlightened crawler, laser swords. It makes no nevermind to them. After all, one invader's trash is another man's heavy artillery.
Yeah.
So, at 3rd level, we get Expert Chunker.
Mm-hmm.
You gain proficiency in Tinker's Tools if you don't have it already. Whenever you make an ability check to inspect, repair, or use off-worlder technology, you can add double your proficiency bonus. Additionally, you can choose off-worlder as a favored enemy, which covers all creatures from the starry skies beyond these blasted lands. So right out of the gate, you're getting 2 very mechanical features that interact with like flavorful things about the world. So to Mason's point, like if you're playing in a game where off-worlder isn't a thing, that's a nothing little feature. It's not a huge deal in either direction, but like there's little things like this throughout that are really meant to sort of push that narrative.
Mm-hmm. I could see in the final iteration of this book putting like an asterisk here and then making probably a suggestion of like the creatures from other planes or something, you know,
for sure,
as a solution for other things. But I think this is like, I don't know, this is so stupid, but this is like one of my favorite. I love features like this. Like it's so just good. It's just simple. It's just simple. It does what it does. It's one of those features that will come up so often if you're playing this in a game that has alien tech and off-worlders, and it's not going to have a huge impact in any specific moment, but it's going to have like a pretty consistent impact the whole game. I don't know. I like that.
Yeah.
Let's look at Unstable Genius.
Yeah, let's do it. So as any faithful viewer of CinderStream knows, Rangers at 3rd level, every Ranger subclass at 3rd level gets a way to do a little bit more damage on generally an attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we have here. Unstable Genius. Sometimes you just need to rig a coal cell up to a sonic emitter, strap the whole thing to a crossbow bolt, and hope for the best. Once per turn, you can empower 1 weapon attack with 1d4 radiant damage, so kind of a small amount. If you roll a 4 on that die, it explodes. Roll it again, repeating on all rolled 4s. At 11th level, this damage increases to 2d4, and each die explodes separately. So this is in reference to, again, tying things throughout the book, this is in reference to the core mechanic from the other main class that we have that's going to go in the final book. It's not in the Ash Can, but it's going to go in the final book, called the Rigger. And the Rigger is kind of, just to get a quick visual, they're Artifice-y, they're Artifice adjacent, but with a lot more kind of chaos and wild magic-y elements built in throughout their whole core design. And one of the things that they get is a core exploding die mechanic that's like a big part of their core loop. And so this is like touching on that. It's giving the Ranger a little, just a tiny taste of that die explosion.
The way that I think about the Rigger compared to an Artificer is that if an Artificer is like a arcane craftsman who is fairly studied and well learned and tinkery, the Rigger is a guy who lives in a mine shaft where somebody threw a math book down it once, and he's been inhaling magical coal his whole life and reading math books and just hitting rocks against walls until he figured out how to make something crazy with them. Like it is I would say the Rigger is like a very specific type of mad scientist, but that is what they are. They are a mad scientist. Like
listen, I feel so strongly about the Rigger, and I could talk about it all dang day. But 100%, it like the birth of the Rigger comes out of my frustration with, like, I feel like so much of the tastiest element of being the smartest guy in the room is when the smartest guy in the room does something so freaking stupid, you know? Like, I figured out how to put together this new bomb, and I'm gonna put it together right now because I'm so excited. Who cares that I'm working inside of the parking lot of a Walmart, right? Like, and so, yeah, and the pursuit of making the mechanics kind of reflect that, where, like, you know, the exploding dice are themselves as unpredictable and unstable as the character is, right? Like, I don't know. The Artificer is a little bland to my taste.
No, I hate the Artificer. We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Okay. People in chat are asking about this, and I'm curious. I think there's some disagreements in chats. Somebody's saying, per the rule book, you can always choose to fail a saving throw, but other people are saying that you can't, but they are making that a rule in 1D&D. Can you always choose to fail a saving throw? Is that a thing?
I've heard conflicting stuff about
it. I don't think it's a hard and fast rule in the way that anybody is saying that it is. I think maybe it will become one at a certain point, but I don't think it is a hard and fast rule now.
Jeremy Crawford chimed in. On March 10th, 2016, Jeremy Crawford tweeted, "No rule lets you opt out of a failed save. As a DM, I might allow it, assuming you aren't incapacitated or dominated." So there's no raw that allows you to do it.
All right, so the one person on YouTube who specifically said with their full chest that you can choose to fail a saving throw, maybe in the next edition, friendo.
I mean, again, it's raw, right? Rules is intended.
Well, also every single. Well, I was gonna say there's lots of spells in D&D that very specifically say you can elect to fail the save. And if a spell specifically says you can choose to fail the save and another spell doesn't say that, I would see the implication as you cannot choose to fail that save. Because why would they put it as an option there if it's an option everywhere, you know? Do these... the only thing that I feel about Unstable Genius that I'm genuinely not sure about is how do we feel about the dice being able to explode repeatedly?
I love it. Somebody said in chat... Like Gemjar said, I love the damage can be theoretically infinite. Your little thrown together crossbow might just end the universe. It's statistically unlikely, but it is possible.
With that in mind, I'm worried about the way we do the damage increase, not because I disagree with it as a damage increase, but I feel like that's a lot of rolling of dice. Like,
I kind of think that's fun though.
All right, if everybody thinks that's fine, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it then.
I think that's part of the fun is that, like, it builds these moments of tension where you, like, empower a shot, and then you're rolling 2d4, and then one of them pops a 4, and then like it pops a 4 again.
Yeah.
You know, there's like it every time you roll again, it's like it's just that much more
I accept. As far as I know, there is no way to re-roll radiant damage. And I would encourage you not to find one because that would make this busted.
Well, I mean, if you can find one, please do let us know.
Yeah, because we'd like to prepare for that. Also, did you guys see Gem Jar's comment? That was hilarious to me. But yeah,
I see
it's
all
good.
comments.
Leave it.
Okay, this is let's look at the other third level feature, Resourceful Restorer. You pick up to 3 discarded alien technology. You pick up a piece of discarded alien technology still rife with possibilities. Choose one of the following options. So at third level, you either get a harebrained exosuit, a cracked helmet, or a battered battlefield brace. And the jank is implied in the language, but you know, they're all a little jank is the goal here. You can't reroll damage with lucky.
Yeah, that would be so busted.
Yeah, you can't.
There are ways to reroll a lot of damage,
but they're all specific to specific types of things.
And it's usually your bludgeoning, piercing. It's like weapon attack stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so the harebrained exosuit. While wearing this dubious metal frame, you gain the following benefits. You can add your wisdom modifier to all strength checks and saving throws. Your carrying capacity is doubled. Your base movement speed cannot be reduced while you are not incapacitated or grappled. So you get like a little mech warrior. It's like an exo, it's like like when you see people in the army using those like suits to pick up big boxes and stuff. It's like that. You get like a janky one of those basically.
And it's also in reference to a very specific kind of alien that we have, off-worlder that we have in this setting. That they're researchers. They're very, very, very small creatures. And so they've landed on this planet and they build these like giant, like to them, Gundams that to a medium-sized creature is just like a normal exosuit.
The size of a person.
Yeah. The size of a person.
Have we talked about, I don't know if we've talked about the different alien factions.
I don't think we have. It might be good to run through those really quick so that people can get the references here.
Sure. Okay. Well, we have Space Church, which we talked about a little bit before. Space Church is basically the Borg, where they assimilate people into a collective internet hive mind, but it is because they believe that it is like spiritual awakening. And all of their monsters, all of the stat blocks of those monsters get features that tie to them being this weird hive mind, and they have radio towers that they have in their cities and sort of roaming radio towers, and when they're connected to the radio towers, they're sort of connected to each other. That's Space Church. There's also, I forget what they're called, but there's the scientists who are basically the size of grains of rice, and they build giant mech warriors, but the giant mech warriors are just the size of regular people. But everything to them is like a mech warrior, but they're just regular people. Then there's what are we calling these? The army guys?
The black boots.
The black boots. The black boots are sort of your stereotypical imperial evil army. They have lots of weird tactics where all of them come with like special powers, but also special weak spots where if you like hit them in the right weak spot, parts of them can explode. And they have lots of interactive features. They're designed to like work together. And then there's the evolutionists, which are essentially like techno bureaucrats. Imagine like Victorian, wealthy, pompous people like throwing bread and at the homeless people laughing at them. But instead of them gaining wealth through money, they gain wealth through incorporating new biology into their body. So they are really into like having a lot of limbs or being able to transform into different types of things and that sort of thing.
The name I believe we landed on for those guys was the Sculptors because it's fittingly like self-obsessed.
Yeah, they're very self-obsessed. Yeah. And there's a druid subclass that's based off of them where you get an aspect of their powers.
Somebody just said transhumanism basically. And think if transhumanism was exclusively British colonial.
Yeah,
and if I may really quick, like the goal with a lot of these guys was to sort of highlight maybe one of the themes of Wild West era kind of stories, the things that they critique, right? So like the Sculptors, for example, are kind of like social Darwinism turned into an alien society, where these people believe that like, we we have our fundamentally better DNA makes us fundamentally better organisms, right? And so they're constantly chasing better DNA in a very literal and explicit way in order to stay better organisms. And then, you got the sort of military-industrial empire with the black boots spreading further and further into the sort of untamed wilderness. And then our scientists are predominantly pretty happy people. So
they're the closest to good guys of aliens that we have.
They're pretty neutral. They're pretty.
Yeah. They're here to do research and study and survive. They're basically in a horror movie. They are in a movie where they're going to a kaiju alien planet where everything is giant. They are the scientists going to Skull Island. They're the scientists going to Skull Island. That's literally what they are.
We must bravely go where none have gone before in order to bring back scientific findings, and it doesn't matter if we're gonna have to build our Jaegers in order to live. We must do it.
Yeah.
Also, our Borg, our space church guys, quite literally provide eternal life in the sense that when you download yourself into what they call the Embrace. If you die, your consciousness gets uploaded into the Embrace and then spat out into a janky robot. So you continue to technically live, albeit as a digital copy in a mental frame.
Yeah. And we talk. The Ashcan talks about the Space Church, I think, more than it does any of the other alien factions, because most of the monsters we've included are Space Church oriented. Oriented.
What we're doing right now is we're going over a little bit of a preview of a campaign compendium Kickstarter I'm putting together with my friends Patrick and Mason. We're showing off some of the subclasses as we're working through them. And then later today at 7, so in like an hour and a half or so, we are going to switch gears and we're going to be doing a thing where you guys submit monsters that you've completely changed the description of so that they feel like a different monster, and then I have to figure out what monster they were based on. And all those rules are written in the prompt, which is in the video description. All right, so the harebrained exosuit is basically a hollowed out Jaeger from those little tiny aliens.
But medium-sized for you, personally.
Exactly, it just wears like a suit.
Gemjar just asked, do we have any idea of when the Kickstarter will actually go live? We really do not.
We really don't.
Pursuing a lot of different options in terms of potential publishing partners and so forth. We're really early in the process.
We're trying in an ideal situation, we want to work with an organization that has done this before and has some resources to help us get through this, both in terms of just like the right steps to take and the knowledge of like going through these in terms of like working with publishers. But and more artists and stuff. Like there's a lot of, this will be able to be bigger or smaller in terms of how cool it is, depending on who we can hang with. So this ash can is sort of designed to, we're testing waters with it, basically.
Yeah.
So are we reviewing subclasses until 7? I don't know if we're going to be reviewing subclasses until 7, but we're going to be looking at this post-apocalypse campaign book until 7-ish.
Yep.
And this is the only other subclass in the thing. So once we're done with this, we've got monsters and stuff.
Yeah, chat, there's a monster in particular that I'm excited for chat to see, just because I think it may have an attack that's a little bit controversial, and I'd like to hear people's thoughts.
I think monsters is the best place to put controversial features, personally. If you wanted to make a campaign book for one of your worlds, I would say whether or not you include a map and regions is going to have a really big impact on the way it feels like your book is intended to be used, but it's not necessary.
Yeah.
We're pretty intentionally not putting a map in this book, and that's like everything else, it's subject to reconsideration, but we like the idea of you sort of assembling the places that we give you in and amongst other things that are specific to your game. A map just changes the dynamic.
Yeah. So that's the harebrained exosuit. That's one of the options you could pick. Another option you could pick is the cracked helmet. And this is something that you would be taking from Space Church because they're all radio waves and stuff. While wearing this dented antenna top. Oh, also, they're all a little silly. Like, this is literally a helmet with an antenna sticking out of the top. Sort of like, if you ever watch any of the Mad Max movies, not the newer ones, the older ones, as scary and cool as everyone looks, they also all look fucking silly. Like,
freaking goofy.
It's goofy. We want it to feel. We want to acknowledge that this is goofy. An adventurer running around with a motorcycle helmet with a giant radio antenna sticking off the top is silly. Okay, so you get a helmet with a big antenna. You learn the message cantrip, and it counts as a ranger spell for you. And living creatures cannot be hidden from you while within 120 feet of you. That's really fucking good. But it's also like situation. I mean, all of these are really good, but situationally good. But so the first one is basically you get stronger. The second one is you have radar, but it's like not perfect radar. Like that you just because something's not hidden from you doesn't mean it doesn't like gain the benefits of cover or invisibility or anything like that. So it's not going to make it so you're like instantly hitting. This is not as strong as See Invisible, but it does give you essentially radar awareness.
Yeah.
The last option is Battered Battlefield Brace. While wearing this flickering holographic bracer, friendly creatures within 90 feet of you, including you, can add or subtract your wisdom modifier from their initiative rolls. And this is something that you would be getting from the Black Boots. It's like an arm console. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the intention of this feature is that it's essentially allowing you to like the story is that it's almost like at the beginning of combat, you very quickly can like play in a real-time strategy game version of combat to like get people in the right order.
Pretty much, yeah. The idea is, you know, maybe you want your healer to be going at the end of initiative and you want everybody else to be as clustered toward the top as you possibly can. So you push those people in that direction, right? Where it's like all your damage dealers add the wisdom modifier, your healer subtracts the wisdom modifier, and you don't know what the enemy's initiative is going to be, but you know, you could get a sense and know where you're going to place kind of around those guesses.
Yeah, and I like the add or subtract because I do think it will make people be like, well, I would never subtract, right? But no, there's situations where you want to go second and you want someone else to go first. Like, it happens. It happens a lot. And it just gives a little bit of control in a sort of weird, limited way. But it's good, but it's not like going to break the bank.
This is something that D&D 5e, a lot of people home rule that you can just send your turn down the line, and rules is written that's not a thing that you can do in 5e. You used to be able to in 3.5 and so forth, but you can't in 5e. So this is a way of kind of interfacing with the fact that you can't do that.
Yeah.
Currently, no, you cannot swap out your gadgets. The idea that is that they are essentially special magic items that to anybody else would be junk. You just happen to be able to know how to wield them. We didn't want this to be like an artificer where you're like building these things. It is like you found them, you scrapped them. And they're also all very good. Like, none of these are bad. They're all quite powerful. And if you could switch between them, I think we would have to diminish their power in a way that I wouldn't love to make that reasonable.
Yeah. The Reclaimer subclass name is very intentional, right? Like, nobody's inventing something here, right? They're just finding someone else's thing and making it work again.
At 7th level, though, we get another thing that we've scrapped. Another useful scrap heap. Sure are a careless lot, aren't they? You find yet another piece of useful off-worlder junk. Choose one of the following options. Are we reviewing subclasses until 7? I answered that question already, but I do appreciate the $2. We are looking at this compendium until 7, and we're going to be looking at some subclasses, and we're going to be looking at some monsters and other things in it. And then at 7, we are going to switch over to doing the Monster Reflavor Challenge, and you can find the submission form for that in the video description. So we get one of 3 options. 3 options, right? Yeah, one of 3 options. We either get the Janky Jetpack, the Molecular Commingler, or the Decommissioned Dune Buggy. So the Janky Jetpack. As a bonus action, you can jump up to 40 feet in a straight line without provoking opportunity attacks. You just get a little speed boost. Does not help you with falling. It's single directional, but it's any direction. And the idea is it's like you have a jetpack and you're like hitting the button, it's not really working, and then it just explodes in a direction a little bit.
You could go straight up, 40 feet straight up.
Yep, you go 40 feet straight up. You could go all sorts of different directions. I mean, going 40 feet straight up could be really good strategy if you want to like grab onto something, or if somebody else Cast Featherfall. There's all sorts of things you can do with that. It's pretty straightforward. At 7th level, you could also get Molecular Commingler. You can teleport magically. Magically swapping places with a willing creature of your choice within 30 feet. We don't have action economy here.
Yeah, Shades of the Mothman pointed that out as well. We have not specified an action here. I think bonus action makes sense, right? Like it's a 7th level feature.
Yeah. It's either action or bonus action, one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good catch.
We'll play around with that. And then the other option that you could get if you want to be really fun is you get a decommissioned dune buggy. You gain a vehicle with the following stats. So one of the things that our compendium has... You saw wild sub... Okay, well, Ezzy, I ask you to get rid of that because I'm not going to review it. So next time, Ezzy, read the fucking description in the form, please, instead of just the video title. It's always good to read what somebody writes. Like, if somebody gives you a form to fill out, you should almost certainly read it before you fill it out, in general. That's going to...
never know what they might be
That's going to lead you to trouble. So, because we're not looking at any of your subclasses today. Sorry, buddy. Okay, so the thing... So this compendium has basically a new system for vehicles. It's a very simple, straightforward system, and the intention behind that system is that we need to we want to make it feel cinematic and not super chunky. We want the vehicle system to be smooth and work in a smooth way, but and to be evocative, but we don't want it to take a lot of like time to figure out. You feel like 40-foot bonus action jump is crazy? I don't know, man. I feel like it's not that crazy.
Level feature. It's a 7th level. You're burning a whole 7th level feature to be able to get that, which is it's not nothing, but it's you got to think about.
Okay, well here's the question: is it crazier? Is it crazier than Let's see. I mean, is it crazier than the other features? That's really the question. One of another feature is you get proficiency in wisdom saving throws. That's all you get there, but it's pretty good. Another one is you get you have advantage on against being charmed and frightened, and whenever you see a creature within 120 feet of you succeed on a saving throw against being charmed or frightened, you can use your reaction to force another creature within 120 feet of you to make a saving throw or become charmed or frightened. So you can just always do that. I don't know. I feel like that's more powerful than a bonus action 40-foot jump.
I would probably agree.
I don't know, man. I think it's fine. I don't think it's that crazy.
If anything, it's the thing where we want to fiddle with the exact number of feet, but nothing's jumping off the page to me.
Also, I believe the Horizon Walker kind of has this.
It might have something like this. But what I would say is, if people are worried about it combining with the jump spell, that's just a matter of us changing the word jump to a different adjective that it describes the jetpack as exploding forward. Yeah, exactly. You get with the Ascendant Dragon, you get the flying thing. It's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think it's tied. I don't think it should be tied to. I think the mistake here is using the language of jump. I think we just need to say you propel yourself straight in 40 feet in a straight line.
Yeah.
So then there's the teleport, and then there's the decommissioned dune buggy. So the way that dune buggies work in our games, or the way that any vehicles work in our game, is that they can take a number of hits equal to the number of actions they can take. And every time they take a hit, they lose one of those actions. So, for example, the decommissioned dune buggy has 2 actions. It has drive and it has sand plow. That means that it can get hit twice before it's broken. And if it gets hit once, it either loses drive or it loses sand plow. And then when it gets the other, it loses the other. So if you had like a big tank that had like 7 guns on it, that means it would need to be hit 7 times before it was decommissioned. But you might be able to hit certain parts of it to decommission certain parts of it.
Right. At each point, you're losing like a gun or like, in this instance, like the sand plow. You might be losing like a cannon, and so it lends itself ideally to these cinematic moments where the damage is causing the vehicle to break down over time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And vehicles all come with a damage threshold also, which basically means if you don't hit a certain amount of damage, it just doesn't do any damage.
Yep.
and so you get a free dune buggy. It can hold up to 3 creatures. It can people can move it where it's going. Where basically you could drive it in a direction, and you can make it sort of shoot up a bunch of dirt behind it, creating a 30-foot cone of basically fog cloud behind it as you sort of rev the wheels. Am I missing anything about the dune buggy?
No, I don't think so. So
No, that's it.
all 3 of these are really movement focused at 7.
Yeah, they're all very movement focused, exactly.
Okay.
And then at 11th level, we get Wanderer's Shack. Does someone else want to read it, or do you want me to read it?
I got it. 11th level Wanderer's Shack. The wastes are littered with the bones of disused flyers. All you need to do to build yourself a shelter is a bit of light welding. You've learned to create a scrap structure suitable for ensuring a safe rest. It takes 10 minutes to create the shack, which is 30 feet in diameter, and provides its inhabitants with the following benefits. You have total cover, the interior is kept at a comfortable temperature, light, rations, and water are provided. The shack lasts for 8 hours, or until you use an action to blow it up. When detonated in this way, creatures within 90 feet of the shack must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they take 8d10 fire damage, or half as much on a success. Additionally, you can expend spell slots during construction to further empower your shack. A 3rd level spell slot grants you one of the following benefits. A 4th grants you 2, and a 5th grants you 3. Radar. You have tremor sense out to 1 mile while inside the shack. Cloaking device. The shack is under the benefits of the Private Sanctum spell. Turret. Any hostile creature that comes within 15 feet of the shack must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC or take 2d8 radiant damage. You can create 1 shack per long rest.
Why does the shack provide rations? That feels weird. Because of course you're gonna put snacks in there for your
Because
friends.
you're the one that's building it. Yeah, you're building it. You're putting snacks in there for your friends. I think this feature's fun. The only thing that I think we need to change on it immediately is I think the 90-foot radius for the explosion is too big unless we make it take a while to explode it. But it's a 30-foot diameter plus a 90-foot radius off of that. That's such a big area.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point. I think when we were designing this, we were thinking 90 feet from the center of the thing, not 90 feet from the outside edge of the thing. So you're right that it's probably way.
So I think we should make it maybe 60 feet. The other thing that I think we need to address or think about is the turret. Does the turret deal damage to them over time, or is it just once?
I like the idea of it just being once. That I think to me that doesn't break the bank.
So then I think we should say whenever a hostile creature comes within 15 feet of the shack for the first time.
For the first time. Cool.
But yeah, so basically the way this feature works is you build a little... You all saw Mad Max. You build a little Mad Max house. And depending on what other things you've scavenged, you might be able to plug it with some defenses or some stealth or some radar. It's a pretty straightforward feature.
Dice Admiral's really stuck on the food, and I really love that because I'm gonna go ahead and just make the executive call. Yes, it is magically created, like Good Berry or Hero's Feast or any of the other spells that you could potentially get that are magically created.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say, like, Star Trek has those machines that like create food.
Somebody said, I think Dice Admiral said food replicator. We might want to tune the flavor text if that catches people, but I think it's a fun enough thing to. The reason why there's water in the thing, which is really actually somewhat mechanically important in this world, is that water is an incredibly scarce resource, and magic is one of the most reliable ways to get water on this world. And so being able to have some water magically created within the shack is potentially really, really, really important if you're out on like a long, months-long campaign in an absolutely dry desert.
Yeah, I agree with Shades. I kind of figured the gathering of food was just like a part of the building of the structure.
I don't know that it matters that much.
Yeah,
is my takeaway.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think in general there's some numbers we want to tune here, but I think we landed with something real fun for it.
It's a great feature.
Let's take a look at. Oh yeah.
I was just going to say really quick, because we know this, but chat doesn't know this, but there are some monsters in this game that will come and attack you because there is water in this hut, right? So,
Yes.
you know, like it's very helpful, and you definitely need the water, but also at the same time, like this hut could potentially set you up for an encounter during your rest.
Yeah, there are creatures in our world that are drawn to resources. And they might not necessarily be not well intentioned, but if they're a giant monster and it's thirsty, it smashes up your walls and drinks all your water. It's not great.
Forgot about the pigs.
Yeah, the
Yep,
pigs.
the water pigs, man.
Water
the
pigs.
water
Forgot
pigs.
about the water pigs.
Water pigs, baby.
The hut yeah.
Let's look at the 15th level
Let's do
feature.
it.
Time-worn treasures. It's almost as if those crackpot off-worlders want you to find their best bits of kit. Choose one of the following options, and we get Sleepless Servos, Telepathic Antenna, or Black Boot Bandolier. Sleepless Servos. Whenever your movement speed would otherwise become 0, you can use your reaction to move up to 15 feet, or 80 feet, excuse me, without provoking opportunity attacks. If the speed reduces, if the speed reducing effect is not location specific, your speed becomes 0 as normal.
It's a clunky way of writing that. I think we struggled with this one.
I also feel like this feels like it's doing too similar to other things that we have at this point. You know, we have a bonus action 40-foot movement already.
Well, I think the idea
That doesn't
was
provoke
that
opportunity attacks.
This is to get you out if you hit 0, right? So it's like an eject button. So if you hit 0 hit points because somebody,
But
hit
it's
you
not
with a
about 0
sword-
hit points. It's about 0 movement. Hit points aren't a part of this feature at all.
Right? No, you're right. I'm sorry, I misread. Yeah, no, you're right.
I think we should come up with something different for this one, or make
I'm
it
open to
make it be doing something. I mean, it's just literally doing exactly what Janky Jetpack is doing. They've just made the number high. We just made the number higher, and it's a reaction instead of a bonus action. I feel like that's not exciting enough or like different enough.
No, I'm with you.
Maybe we make it more about like avoiding area of effect or something, but I don't know if it's going to be movement based. But I actually think realistically, I don't feel like any of these should be movement based. Then we get telepathic,
particularly after the
7th level
like,
one. Yeah.
jetpack. Yeah.
Telepathic Antenna. Once per short rest, you can cast Detect Thoughts. When cast in this way, it has a range of 120 feet. Your target is not made aware of the spell, even when probing further. Cool. I like it. I think it's good. We listen earlier. This is like a logical extension of like the headband antenna. You know, you get like a little bit of we know that we get radar for people. Now we get radar for brains.
Yeah.
Brain radar. Mind drinker.
Yeah. It is, I will say, oh no, I guess it doesn't matter as much. Never mind. I was going to say that it does kind of also weirdly step on the toes of you become aware of creatures, because the first thing that Detect Thoughts does is just make you aware of creatures, but it's only once a day. It's not an all-the-time thing. Black Boot Bandolier. You gain a belt of 6 anthromatic coal grenades. So in our game worlds, in Waste and Wild, anthromatic coal is the resource that was formed from the dead bodies of all the gods and demons and stuff that died and fell to the earth. As an action, you can throw any number of these grenades at a point you can see within 30 feet. Each creature within 10 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they take radiant damage equal to 2d8 times the number of grenades thrown. On a success, they take half as much damage. If
you get a bunch of grenades. Simple as.
Yeah, if you are in the blast radius, you do not take damage. Instead, you roll on the anthromatic coal table as if you had lit anthromatic coal. You regain all these grenades on a long rest. So, anthromatic coal is a magic item. Maybe we'll talk about it. We talked about it before, but basically, it's a random magic thing. You can light it on fire to make weird stuff happen. It's something super hectic.
That's not. That it is actually, it can be hectic. It's not super likely to be hectic. The most likely thing is that you're going to get a free casting of a sorcerer cantrip. But the least likely thing is that you're going to get a permanent sorcerer spell slot, and stuff in the middle involves aging, and there's all kinds of stuff.
Is it drugs? No, you're not inhaling them. There is a subclass for the Rigger, which is somebody that has turned anthromatic coal into a gas that they breathe in, and they wear a giant gas mask that has anthromatic coal in it, and they kind of do it like a drug, but no one else really does.
There are also the coal toads, right? Those
that's
guys,
true.
like,
That's
sweat.
true. You can buy there is a intoxicant based off of coal that is in the game, but it is not this. It's not raw anthromatic coal. This is not a sorcerer. This is a ranger.
Is a ranger. The anthromatic coal is the thing that gives you sorcerer stuff.
It's just a magic item,
and it does that regardless of your class.
Somebody said maybe the black boot bandolier should be part of the attack action as opposed to a full action, and I could see that. I think that would make sense. Yeah. It is like that. It is definitely like the spice. So here's anthromatic coal. Basically, you roll. I don't know what to explain how it works right now, but basically you roll dice and stuff.
Every
happens.
die. You roll every die, and stuff happens based on rolling every die.
Yep. If you get the highest two numbers on a die, something happens, right? So you roll a d4 on a 3 or 4, you immediately cast a sorcerer cantrip. On a 6, on a 5 or 6, something happens. On a d8, 7 or 8, something happens, so on and so forth. Could change your alignment, could change your stats, could give you a permanent sorcerer spell. There's all manner of different things. We had a pretty long conversation about this on our last stream, and we do want to make it clear, the anthromantic coal, we're not out here recommending that anyone uses this, right? Like, someone who lights anthromantic coal is a desperate person who has truly no other shot of survival, right? Because it can fundamentally and pretty, like in some cases permanently, change your character. Build out, you are free to do so. I'm just saying.
Sounds
we're
like
not out here. We're not out here encouraging you all to do it. You know.
Yeah. And that's why it's the downside for the Rangers grenades is that like it's
very
a downside.
It's very risky, and it is likely it will do nothing. So I lit it. What now? You would roll a d4, a d6, a d8, a d10, a d12, and a d20. And if you got either of the two highest rolls for any of those dice, something happens. The table is literally right here. So the most common occurrence would be rolling a 3 or a 4. There's a 50% chance of that happening. And that lets you cast one sorcerer cantrip with Constitution as your spellcasting modifier once. If you roll a 5 or a 6, other things happen, a 7 or 8, other things happen, 9 or 10, other things happen, 11 or 12, other things happen, 19 or 20, other things happen. And potentially all of these things could happen. Potentially none of these things could happen. But it uses up the coal, and you don't really have any control over which of these things happen. It's one of the, that's what Mason said, where it's like sort of like a desperate thing. It's like, it's not, it's a magic item that will be fun to mess around with a little bit, but more often than not, it will be more of a world-building magic item than I think one you would use too much. I mean, your players are more than welcome to use it as much as they want. It's just genuinely not going to do anything a lot of the time, and it's going to do a lot of stuff sometimes that they might not like.
Yeah. I will also say, because we mentioned it earlier, the kind of core focus of the rigor is that they have built a sort of like steam engine type thing that runs off of anthromantic coal. And as you level up over time, it's kind of like someone who continuously exposes themselves to uranium during nuclear tests, right? Like the higher level you get, you start to mutate. Some days you wake up and you are on fire. It does not hurt you, but all of your clothes, like if you touch anything, it burns. You kind of have to keep your distance.
And by the way, somebody said the D10 feels weird for it to be a semi-common item. Remember, this stuff is around, but most people aren't using it. Most people are selling it or trading it. It is a resource. It is a resource. It is worth more as a resource than it is what it does. Also, there's not a super, like, are you going to light this? Like, do you want the random effects of all these other things? Do you want to permanently reduce your Constitution score for a week? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff here. Do you want every creature with anthromatic scent to be aware of your presence within 1 mile of you for the next hour? That's pretty much a death sentence, depending on where you are in the waste. So I think that it's one of those things where it very genuinely, like, we talk about it here at the bottom here, but this is not a magic item that you should throw into your game as like a random thing that players find in a chest. This magic item makes a lot of sense in a game world where it is a part of the logic of that game world, and everyone in that world is familiar with it. Like, they've heard of it. They understand what it does to some extent. They understand sort of the context of its existence. So I think that because I agree, I don't think this works as a magic item if it's just a random thing you find in a store, or a random thing you find in a chest. I think it really works, and we really built it to work in such a way that it is more of like a fundamental resource of this world. And I would say even this example of what it does, I didn't even know if we necessarily needed to do this initially. I feel like this information is less here for the players and more here for the dungeon master. Like, I could very easily see running a campaign in this campaign world where you never actually light anthromatic coal yourself and roll on this table.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like having gasoline in a Mad Max story.
Yes.
Right? Like,
you're not going to drink it. You're going to figure out how to use it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
First of all, Cinder, are we sticking to this till 7? You want us to go all the way to stream?
We could do a little bit more. Somebody said but the con stuff is not permanent, but the D10 feature is. I think it's okay for the D10 to the main reason why this is permanent and this isn't is because permanently reducing your ability score is not fun. Straight up. It's just a downgrade. That sucks. Mm-hmm. Permanently changing your creature type, it's kind of an upgrade. Also, doesn't really have a mechanical impact on your game 99% of the time. So, it's kind of fine. And this is a crazy world. This is a world where everybody's been mutated through eldritch waste that is being turned into gasoline that aliens have landed to try to collect. So there's a lot of weird-looking people around the world. So it's not the end of the world for your character to grow horns or a tail or stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, last one is also permanent. Did you guys want to talk about anything else? Was there anything else we wanted to talk about today? We don't need
monsters.
I was going to say monsters might be a good segue into your later stream.
Yeah,
into your competition.
Where are the monsters in this? Where are the monsters in this?
Down for the last section. So we've got people.
Monsters.
So we talk about NPCs. So we've got people and boss actions and stuff, but they're not monsters. Yeah. So if you want to do monsters.
The Venerable Ors. Did you want to talk about him?
Please talk about the Venerable Ors.
Yeah, this is an NPC. Yeah, right. Talk about it. Share about it. Tell us about it.
Okay. So this is the Venerable Ors, OTB, which stands for the Order of Tibian Blazing. The Venerable Auroplex is a sort of nobleman of the sculptors. Venerable Auroplex is a title. This guy's actual name is just Ors. And the whole concept here is that I'm gonna read. There's flavor text down below the stat block. They tell me OTB stands for Order of Tibian Blazing, which I believe is Sky Speak for Highfalutin, some sort of hunting organization, I'm told. Ors hunts the most dangerous game that roams these blasted lands, and I ain't talking about those 8-armed monstrosities that roam the library's halls neither. I'm talking, of course, about man. My almanac claims he was once a renowned soldier and a frequent spectator of the Call and Claw Council, right up until he emerged unharmed from one of their quote-unquote meetings, coated from Stetson to sole in the viscera of the council. His display of fearsome prowess might have been rewarded had he been actually invited to the fray. Having invited himself, the survivors cordially but firmly asked him never to return. Cast out, Ors mustered his vast wealth into an estate on the edge of the most inhospitable reaches. There he spends his idle hours, enticing desperate dust-covered souls with pools of cool water and trees loaded to bear with otherworldly fruits. A ripe and regular Eden, so the texts claim. Then, once his starving and sun-baked guests have consumed their fill, the venerable Hourplex begins the hunt. It says here that he has yet to fail in claiming his prey. So yeah, that's the guy's vibe. Basically, he has built an oasis to lure people in, and then once they have arrived, traps them there and hunts them to death.
Yep, he plays the greatest he plays the greatest game.
The most dangerous
dangerous game.
Yes.
And this, for the record, is, remember how we talked about the evolutionists? This is one of the evolutionists. This is is an alien. This is an off-worlder. Whenever we say off-worlder, that means they're one of the aliens. And this alien is specifically from the evolutionists, who see creatures as for fun playthings, basically.
Yeah, and also his whole shtick is going to be about like body modification.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's talk about its stats a little bit. It's small. It's got a good chunk of hit points, a good chunk of AC. It's very quick. But it gets a little bit more interesting, I think, when we actually look at the core features. Let's see. Padded feet. Years of killing and evaded being killed have made Oritz nearly impossible to track. Whenever he makes a dexterity stealth check, he can treat a d20 roll as a 9 or lower, as a 10. So he basically just rolled. He's super stealthy. He has a climb speed equal to his walking speed, and advantage on athletics checks made to grapple a creature. So he's not the strongest, but he's good at grappling. And he gets a little psychic sneak attack, basically. For his actions, he can make 3 hack and slash attacks, and he can replace one of these with a feast or disarming strike. Disarming strike, he lashes out, severing a limb from a body. A target within 5 feet must make a dex saving throw, DC 17, or take a bunch of slashing damage, and have one of their limbs removed from their body. A target left with fewer than 2 prehensile limbs cannot wield weapons that require 2 hands. A target that does not have limbs automatically succeeds. Pretty fucking hectic feature.
Yeah, this is the one that I expect people to have the hardest time with, and I want to say up front, I don't think that your party should go in blind against the Venerable Hourplex Ors. If someone's arm gets cut off and you haven't had a conversation with them, being like, this arm has an attack that will cut your arm off, there might be some people at the table with very understandably hurt feelings. But also, like, I think it's freaking cool.
Well, I want to say something else, though, Mason, because I agree with you, but I think you're forgetting a really important part of something that I think you are the one that brought up initially, which is,
go for it.
We, as designers, have made a very active choice here to design monsters differently than the way we design boss encounter monsters.
Yeah.
This is not a monster. This is a boss encounter monster. And every time we've designed a boss encounter monster for this book, we've designed it with basically a couple things keeping in mind. One, they're never going to fight this thing more than once. This is going to be a one-time. This is a scene. And that's the second one. The second one is the point of this monster is to create a incredibly memorable cinematic moment. It's to feel like a climactic. Every boss, we really wanted to feel like a climactic boss. So we have a lot of monsters in this book that have pretty not eyebrow-raising features, but almost all of our boss monsters have at least 1 or 2 features that are very dramatic because we want them to feel dramatic. So I think that if you as a dungeon master wanted to eliminate the arm removal thing, you could, or you could change it so you make it so if they fail the DC by 5 or more, they lose the arm. There's a bunch of stuff in D&D that works that way. But personally, there are some things in D&D, there are some things in game design where I think it is good to be extreme. And it's balanced to be extreme. And a boss monster is one of those things.
Yep. So, with that being the case, you got Disarm, and then also next up we have Feast, which is, I would say, an equally intense feature. Also a melee unarmed strike, specifically against a grappled target. On a hit, he's feasting on them. He starts eating the target.
Mm-hmm.
If the creature dies as a result of this attack, which deals an average of 19 damage, right? Ors heals himself 20 hit points, and the target cannot be brought back to life via the Revivify spell. Because, you know,
too much is gone.
The target,
too much is gone
inside of him. Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so so every turn we're getting hack and slash three times, and we can replace it with one of these two special moves. So we're getting 3 attacks a turn. We're either chopping off limbs or we're eating people.
Yep.
This is a hunter, but it's not like an earthly hunter. Remember, they're not hunting with a rifle. They're hunting with their own body modifications. It's like a little evil scarab dude almost. And then they get a recharge feature, Writhing Flails of Burning Tibian, which is a fun name. Barb-coated tendrils explode. Barb-coated tendrils of flesh explode from Ors' body. All creatures within 5 feet must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they take a bunch of piercing damage and bludgeoning damage and are pushed away. And this is another example of, like, these guys are the Transformers. These are the mutants that are full of different... Like, they have this guy took the genes of a barbed wire snake and plugged them into his own so he could shoot this stuff out of his body.
Yeah.
And then we have our
He's
bonus
a freaky
action.
guy.
Yeah. And then we have our bonus action, where Ors' flesh changes color, shapeshift at will. As a bonus action, it can hide while in dim light or darkness, and rolls associated with stealth are made with advantage. This is like chameleon camouflage, basically. And then he can just make an offhand little attack. The other thing, though, and I think this is the real selling point of most of our bosses, because we included these with all of our boss monsters, is the idea of boss actions. Boss actions are different than layer actions. They're different than legendary actions. They are basically things that happen at every round of combat, and you can't switch them around. And this is really where this monster and these monsters shine as, like, you're not supposed to fight this thing a lot. It's a boss. You fight it once, and it's a memorable scene. So each round, a new thing sort of activates and enters into the fray, changing the dynamic of the fight. I also want to say that I feel like, and either of you please interrupt me if I'm saying anything out of line here,
go for it.
But I feel like part of the design intention here is none of us love fight scenes that last 10 rounds. So the reason why there are 3 boss actions is we expect a lot to be happening in those 3 rounds of combat, and maybe after the 4th round of combat, the fight's over. Like, maybe it's just, it doesn't need, combats don't need to be explosively long, they need to be impactful. Anyway.
And also, I mean, I think there's real math, I forget exactly what it is, but there's real math that says that, like, within the first 10 levels of D&D, which is most of what D&D gets actually played, combat doesn't last longer than 5 rounds, even on, without being, kind of extreme outliers. So 3 rounds is what you kind of need to get something done.
Yeah. Can I go through these?
Yeah,
Can
please.
Sweet. Also, to get ahead of any questions, as mentioned in boss actions, these happen on initiative count of 20 on the designated round, right? So round 1, Ors has the boss action No Escape. Ors activates the containment field and surveillance system surrounding his Eden home. Creatures within the field cannot leave it until it is deactivated, and Ors has advantage on perception checks made within the field. So effectively, he locks you inside
It's the scene in Evolve, or in that video game, where you stab the thing down and the whole area just gets covered in like a battle dome, and nothing can leave it.
Exactly.
It's a cage match.
Exactly.
He's making it's like, okay, you're in my house, the game begins.
Yep, you don't leave.
Yeah.
Round 2, we've got Lights Out. The containment field shuts out all light from the outside world, enshrouding the encounter in darkness. Ors no longer has to successfully hide to use his practice Tormentor ability. In the darkness, he always gets sneak attack.
Cool. So just imagine the scene. Your characters are wandering through the desert. They find this huge oasis. They start drinking water. They're sitting. They eat to their fill, and then, boom! This giant dome appears over them. They start grabbing their weapons, preparing. Everything gets covered in darkness. That's sort of what's happening here.
100%. And then round 3 is going to be the most intense of the 3 for sure. It could potentially happen in round 3 or later. It's called Present Trophy. Once after killing a creature, Ors briefly uses blood-red bioluminescent cells within his body to illuminate the creature's severed head. He presents it to his enemies, forcing all of them within 60 feet to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 17. On a failure, they take 10 3d6 psychic damage and are frightened until the bioluminescence fades at the end of Ors's next turn. So yeah, having, maybe killed the rogue, or maybe having butchered the barbarian, Ors hacks the head off and illuminating himself shows it off to the party with, rapturous glee to everyone's terror.
Yeah. Pretty fun. This is one
That's
of
the vibe.
This is one of our monsters. It's a little bit of it's a hectic. Not all of our monsters are hectic. Some of them have fairly ordinary stat blocks and things.
Yeah.
Although all of the ones we're including here are the crazy ones, I'm realizing, but that's fine.
I mean, the evangelist is a little.
The evangelist is interesting. Okay, so the evangelist is the basic monster for Space Church, which are the telescopic radio tower. You become part of the internet. You brain gets downloaded into the internet vibe.
You want to think about evangelist. The evangelist stat block is like a bandit stat block. It's like this is a generic wrapper for any low-level member of the Space Church.
Yeah, and let's talk about it because it'll show us sort of it has the basic features that like all Space Church people have, and it'll give us a little taste of it. So they're pretty small, CR1, 27 hit points, 15 AC. They're resistant to psychic damage and immune to poison because they're kind of like a robot. Like they have cybernetic pieces in their faces. This is not a this is going to be for a Kickstarter, but we're still in the making process. We're just talking about it as we make it. Because we need to do that because it's good. Nice. Okay, so aside from that, the main thing that they get that I'm pretty sure every Space Church creature gets is this feature called Embrace. Mm-hmm. While within the Embrace, the evangelist gains the following features. The Embrace is the word we use to describe basically your in-network. Like, you are within Wi-Fi range. The Space Church calls their Wi-Fi the Embrace. So while a evangelist is within range of the Embrace, they have advantage on intelligence and wisdom ability checks. When they die, all of their memories are downloaded to the Embrace. That is something that will have zero impact on a combat, but could have a dramatic impact on a D&D game. Because that means if you fight these guys and you kill them,
they come back.
The Embrace knows about you now and knows you killed these guys. So there's a whole strategy to dealing with Space Church about coercion and hiding information and dealing with them away from the Wi-Fi or turning off the Wi-Fi, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Lure them out of the sweet Embrace.
Yeah. They also know the location of all other creatures connected to the Embrace within 1 mile of them and can communicate telepathically. So while the entirety of the Embrace is not a hive mind, if you are part of it, then you kind of become a hive mind with everybody within 1 mile of you.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty powerful from a roleplay perspective and gives a lot of tools for the Dungeon Master to express the way these things communicate with each other, but also is kind of a nothing burger if you don't decide to engage with that feature as the Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
They're humanoid construct, which means they count as construct as humanoids. They get a special feature called Martyr. This is not something that all Space Church folk get. When the Evangelist drops to 0 hit points, it can choose to combust. Everybody around it that is not a humanoid construct, which is a very specific new creature type that is just these things, basically, has to make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they take lightning damage and are stunned until the end of their next turn. On a success, they take half and are not stunned. So when these things die, there's a little, like, electro wave explosion. And then they get 3 different types of actions they can take. They have Beseech, Lull, and Righteous Spark. Righteous Spark is their basic attack. It's just a little bit of lightning damage, super simple. Beseech, the Evangelist implores the actions of a creature within 60 feet that can hear it. The target must make a Charisma saving throw DC 12. On a failure, the target must use their reaction to make a single weapon attack against another creature of the Evangelist's choice. If they don't have the reaction available, they take 2d6 psychic damage. So the Evangelist can basically use its action to try to get you to hit somebody else for it. The thing is, these things can also, like, trigger off of each other, kind of. Like, there's an element of, like, it's sort of, it's more of the, like, everything is done through communication with these guys. Whether it's intentional, like, friendly communication or, like, into your mind when you're not asking for it. And then they get a feature called Lull. The Evangelist speaks a calming truth to a creature within 30 feet that can hear it. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed until the start of the Evangelist's next turn. While charmed in this way, the creature treats all embraced creatures as non-hostile. Embraced creatures are creatures that are tied to the embrace.
Yeah.
The Evangelist can use their action to maintain concentration on the charm as if concentrating on a spell, so long as the target remains within 30 feet of them. Whenever the creature takes damage, they can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on a success. So the idea is they basically can, like, think about it like this. Like, these guys are like, Zombie, thank you for the sub. Zombie were people too. That's very kind. I appreciate that. So what these guys basically do is think about them like, what's it called when you, like, go to another country and try to sell your religion?
Proselyting.
Yeah,
missionary work.
It's basically like a computer's version of a missionary, where they're going out, and if they see you, they could be like, hey, you should work with me, and then you're like, I don't want to, but then you're charmed by them, and you're like, yeah, you seem pretty cool, and then they could just sort of, like, hold your hand and walk you back to Space Church, you know, and the whole time, you're just wanting to be their buddy. So that's the Evangelist a little bit, and I think they're a pretty good representation of, like, the base monster for Space Church in general, where they are doing a little bit of mind control, they're doing a little bit of lightning robot stuff, but a lot of it sits in the role play, and a lot of it sits in, like, they have these features because they have a purpose. They are, you know, they're the everyman of Space Church. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Do we want to talk about the other Space Church thing, or do we want to talk about upheaval?
Let's talk about the other Space Church thing. This is a big Space Church monster. This Space Church monster is called the Wandering Choir. This is basically Space Church's version of a tank. And it's got a lot of hit points, a lot of armor. Should we read the flavor text, or should we just dive in?
I'll read the flavor text.
All right, you read the flavor text.
Perhaps religion could cure me of these nightmarish fevers that plague my meager attempts at sleep. The towering spires of the Wandering Choir bellow a most convincing tune. I reckon it would be so easy to slip into the gentle spark of the embrace and rest amongst the choir's cache of corpses. Cool and clear down there in the hold, not a soul's breath over your shoulder, down your neck. Waiting in the quiet night, till you're needed by the Almighty. Never quite knowing the quick pain of death, never fearing the long agony of life.
It's fucking bleak. So the Wandering Choir is exactly what you'd imagine it is. It's a giant vehicle with huge pipe organs sticking out of it and people riding it. You think we saw this one last time? Oh, if you saw this one last time, we don't need to talk about it again.
Yeah, 100%.
We might have talked about it before. People can ride in it. Up to 4 medium-sized creatures can ride in it. So, like, 4 evangelists. Yeah, we did talk. All right, we don't need to talk about it again.
Just think.
Let me return this book.
Yep.
We could talk about the Anthromantic Storm, but that's a crazy monster. I don't know if we want to go through all of that right now.
It is. That'd be a lot to wade into.
Why don't we talk about vehicles? We touched on vehicles earlier, and I don't think we talked about vehicles last time, and they are a system that's worth getting some feedback on.
We could also talk about Pax Brutalis. We could
start there. Pax Brutalis is a lot of fun.
Pax is sick. You
want me to read the flavor text for that?
Yeah, let's look at Pax Brutalis. This is like a mini boss character.
Yeah. All right, let's get there. Pax Brutalis, Black Boot Boss, she/they. Like so many other tyrants of self-declared kingdoms in the Waste, not much is known about Pax Brutalis' past. Even my wonderful almanac comes up short of her history, only letting on that she up and walked straight from a dwindling sandstorm, golden gun in one hand, and a binding order from Black Boot Brigade 96 in the other. With the small army she herded behind her, and the not-so-small arsenal she bore on her person, she saw that order carried out to the letter. The coal mines she now governs were once claimed by a posse of big-wheeling bandits. They're all dead now. And the mines serve the interests of the Black Boots. Some say her throng has known far worse times than since she arrived. Me, I'm not quite so sure. Oh, and she gets rumors too, which we don't have to read, but
yeah,
that's a thing.
I will say Venerable Ors also had rumors after the stat block that we missed. But for context for chat, every NPC gets 3 rumors that kind of illuminate different elements of the characters, sort of different perspectives of the NPC.
Yeah. So the idea of this person is they are essentially a warlord that is working for the Black Boots and has been given like bits of Black Boot military technology. And they're like, imagine the guys driving around with like gold-plated AK-47s, like spinning in circles and stuff.
Yeah.
That's this guy. That's this guy for this world, basically.
Yep. Also, PAX has a quote above their stat block that I like quite a bit. The quote is, "Pray to me, Charlie. Pray for those fingers." And it's Pax Brutalis speaking to a would-be coal thief.
Yeah. He's not a nice guy. Okay, so he's this little guy. CR3. This is for like, and this is like this is like a good boss for like arc 1 of the campaign.
Yeah.
He's got some saving throws, some stuff. He's got a feature called they've got a feature called Loyalty. When Brutalis can see one of her soldiers within 30 feet of her, she has advantage on Wisdom, Insight, and Perception checks. So basically, she like her people being around her make her more confident, more powerful because they are loyal. A trained shot. Hostile creatures within 5 feet of Brutalis do not impose disadvantage on her ranged attacks. She's just a big old. She's good at shooting you when you're nearby. Whatever. It's all good. Rigged to win. A warlord must be prepared. When Brutalis dies, the anthematic mine explodes. Roll a d20. That many townsfolk are killed in the blast. Okay, so this is a feature that's a little bit weird. Because you're like, what? But this is exactly what we were talking about when we talk about how the monsters that we've designed for this book have a lot of features that are specific to this campaign setting in this book. The mine that's being referenced here is the mine that she is in charge of controlling. It's the mine for the town that she is the warlord of. So
yeah, go ahead.
No, you first.
I was just gonna say this is a great example of both how we tied things into the world or try to, and then also how bosses sort of stand apart, right? Like this is kind of analogous to the disarming strike from Ors, where it's like this just happens unless you do a narrative thing to prevent this from happening before interacting with PAX. This just happens, and there's no way to save those people, and there's no way to intervene, and they are just going to die. And that is part of what makes them so scary, and it prompts hopefully GMs to telegraph that, to like sit in her throne room with a hand on the trigger and have a conversation.
Yeah, it's one of those things where that's not a thing that I would keep secret as the dungeon master. You want to turn that into a plot point that they learn about. She's got multi-attack where she makes 2 gun attacks. They're golden gun attacks because she's a fancy lady. And they just do some regular radiant damage, and then she's got a bonus action. After Brutalis hits a target with her golden gun, she can grant her allies a d4 bonus to the next attack roll. It's basically like she can almost like bless her allies by just like being good at fighting. Like, hey guys, it's gonna be good. And they're all like, yeah, it's gonna be good.
It's also specific to that target, so it's kind of like a little mini guidance.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah. And it's also like, everybody kill that person. You could see the townsfolk being scared of the party defying her because they know about the explosives. Exactly. Yeah. Almost everything we've put into this book is coming from the perspective of how would this actually help me use it to create a cool story in D&D?
Yeah.
Which has led to some really weird design choices too, but I think it's good. And then she gets her reaction, Snap Decision. Whenever a creature within 30 feet of Brutalis would otherwise fail a saving throw, she can use her reaction to have it succeed instead. So we get a little bit of
sort of a legendary resistance, but for others.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. Pretty fun, and it has things to it that feel kind of familiar in terms of like it's not that crazy of a monster, but it's all in the little details of what we're doing to try to make this like feel like its own thing. She could use this on herself. She is a creature within 30 feet of her.
It consumes a reaction, which a legendary resistance
would not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Pax Brutalis.
There you go. So yeah, we also think about our we've put a lot of thought into our NPCs, like named NPCs get very idiosyncratic features. We're not just kind of reskinning a base stat block.
We could talk about vehicles a little bit, but you know what? I don't, unless you guys really want to. I feel like I need a little bit of a break before we jump into the next thing.
Absolutely. No, that's totally reasonable.
So let's say vehicles for another time. And let's do this. I'm gonna forget this, but we'll talk about it in the chat. But let's do vehicles, and then let's pick either a couple other maybe some stuff that's not in the ash can, but a couple other alien. Like maybe we could look at the scientists, or we could look at we'll pick a couple. We'll pick like some boots. Yeah, or maybe what would make sense to do is to let's say we deep dive if we deep dive the evolutionist aliens, for example. Look at some of their monsters, but then look at the druid that connects with them and things like that.
Yeah.
Or like with the scientists, we can look at the warlock that gets its mech warrior.
Yeah. I was just going to say as a quick aside, because we did go into the evangelist and we did talk about Space Church a fair amount. But for chat's knowledge, we all know this, but for chat's knowledge, one of the cleric subclasses in this godless world at the moment is a cleric of the embrace,
which is going to be so much
where you have linked yourself up to the Space Church.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have a subclass, at least one subclass that ties to every alien faction.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Because you have the cleric of Space Church who literally plugs into the embrace. You have the Darwinist. You have the sculptor druid who has inherited some of the alien ability to absorb other animals and take on weird alien forms. Then you have the warlock who is working for the mini scientists who they build technology for. And
then the Black Boot is a fighter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Hell yeah. If anybody's interested in what we're doing here, if you liked anything that you saw today, or you're excited about any of the long list of things that Cinder just rattled off that aren't in this ash can, you can go to linktree/Wast and Wild Book, linktr.ee/Wast and Wild Book. Go ahead and drop your email. We're not going to fucking spam you. We haven't sent any emails to this list yet. We do not plan on sending any emails until we're ready to get playtesters or crowdfund. Right, those are the emails you're going to get off this list.
Yeah, we're not. Listen, I communicate with you guys through my Discord. We're not using it for anything other than its exact purpose because we want people to want to use it.
Yeah, and we're writing a book. We're trying to make it good. We want your thoughts. We want your opinions. We want your love. We want you to eventually buy it. And that's it. That's the whole loop. We want to make a cool thing for you guys to use and have fun with, and hopefully love, kind of playing in as much as we've loved playing around with it.
Yeah, so. And eventually we're going to be sharing parts of the book for playtesters. So if you are interested in being a playtester for the book, this is that is the kind of thing we're going to be reaching out through that email.
Yes.
So if that's something you're interested in, just that's the thing to do. Cool. Patrick, Mason, thank you guys so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time, man. This was a lot of fun, and honestly, I know this is the opposite of, because you always want your shit to look good, and I'm glad everybody likes the Reclaimer and stuff. I'm so excited to rework the fucking College of the Wretched word. We got so many good perspectives in this call. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cinder. Thank you, chat. This was great.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. All right, buddies.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang up on you now, though.
Sounds good.
Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
You're all great. Thanks for having us.
You're wonderful and we love you. Okay, bye.
Right, bye. Hanging up on you. Hey, chat. So what do you guys think? What do you think of Wast and Wild? It seems pretty cool, right? I hope it seems cool. I'm very excited for it. The crazy thing is we've been working on this thing for so fucking long. Like, and the reason why it takes so long is because we all have like things to do with our lives. So like none of us, it's not like a full-time job working on this, but it is a lot of work. And there's so much nuance that has to go into it. It feels cool to see it growing and getting close to a level that feels like usable. We are going to shift gears a little bit now. So today on stream, I don't know. Here, let's go to another website or something here. Let's get big. Give me a big. Where am I? Boom. Hey, guys. Hi. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. What we are going to be doing for the rest of the night is a game, an activity of sorts. A very cool one. Hey, Cinder, I have a very important question. Can you make a sitting with somewhat large group where half of them will play an evil group and the other half a good group? I don't think that would work for a campaign. I think that would be a different game than D&D. I don't think that maybe if you ran a D&D game, like 2 different D&D games for groups of 5 with 1 evil group and 1 good group, that could work, but I wouldn't do it at the same time. I don't think that would work. It could work, but I don't think it would work with being D&D. Yeah, exactly, Bildo. That's a board game. It's time to play a board game at that point. Okay, so just to reiterate, here's what we're doing for the rest of the night. I have a challenge for you. A challenge. Oh, yes. And that challenge is, without changing any of the mechanics for a monster that already exists in the game, by simply changing its name, the flavor text, creature type, super basic stuff, can you make it feel like a completely different, and dare I say, new monster? Last time, there were a lot of really impressive ones. The one that sticks out to me the most was somebody took like one of the mind flayers and turned it into a hag, and it worked really well as like an eldritch hag. Like it was like shot. It worked so well that it was like, oh, this should just be what this monster is. So that's the challenge for the night. If you are watching on YouTube, the video, the link for that, with including all the more specific rules, is in the video description. If you are watching on Twitch, it's the command wheel. I think we don't even have, and we don't have a crazy amount of submissions yet. Let me see how many we have so far. We have 19 submissions so far. So whenever we have a show with a little bit less submissions, there's always a little bit more of a chance that your piece is going to get looked at. But I need to go to the bathroom and I need to eat some food. So we're going to take a little break. I'm going to go back to the stream starting soon screen, and I'm going to keep it on the stream starting soon screen until 7 p.m. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer break than normal, but I really hope you still decide to come back. And I think the next part of the show is still going to be really fun. I just need to not sit at the computer for 7 hours in a row. So I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to play some music for you guys. We'll be back in like 15 minutes. I do encourage you to stick around or to just come back at 7. Thank you so much. And I'll be back in a little bit. Does anyone want to ask me anything before I go? Here's a moment of, while I find music to play. I guess we could just play my normal fantasy music. Who's got a weird D&D question? So something tossed this sentient weapon that turns into a boss fight? A mimic that disguises as a javelin with a scroll on its neck to polymorph into a stronger creature? That would be fun. What if the mimic just shape changed into a bigger creature as a trick? That would also be fun. Can a 3-creen use 2 bows? Not at the same time. Or not in a way... I mean, yes, but it's not going to impact literally anything about the game. They don't get extra attacks from it. So, yeah, probably. All right, I'm going to be right back. I got to pee. And need some food. You guys stick around. I'll see you at 7. I love you. Bye. I'll be back in a minute. Or 10 minutes. Hey, we back, baby. Welcome back to the show. Thank you for appeasing me and taking that little break. Hi, what's up, Box Breaker? We're just starting the show over, basically. You know what? Fuck it. That's a fun song, but I wanna vibe with the song that I've really been enjoying lately. No, this one. I like this song so much. Okay, chat, let's pretend we're starting stream over. Everybody say hi. Who just got here? Who's new? Yeah, man. No, I stopped feeling frustrated after being on stream for about 5 minutes. It had nothing to do with anything that mattered in real life. Hi, Sponge. Hi, Bildo. Hi, Artist. Hi, Box of the Breaker. Gem Jar, you're new? Welcome to the show. Well, my name's CinderBlocksally, and we've never spoken before. Number one Runk, what's up, buddy? I'm gonna hate your monster? No, I'm gonna love your monster. What's up, Artist? Ian, how's it going, buddy? Hello, Akeem. Dude, Akeem, I don't know if Akeem is your real name, but when I was in elementary school, I had a very good friend named Akeem. But he spelled his name he had an H in there. You forgot to put the monster at the bottom? Well, if you stay in chat when it gets spun, hopefully we'll be able to figure it out. But you don't have to put the monster at the bottom. We can just try to guess. If you just got here, welcome. Let's change all of our names, actually. Let's do that right now. Oh, stop. God damn it. Oh, God. Actually, I love when we do this on stream. 1 second. The Monster Reflavoring Challenge. Yes! It's okay if you didn't put the bottom monster at the bottom. We might just ask you to tell us what it is at some point if we can't figure it out. What's up, Chaos Chamber? Most people pronounce my current spelling as Akim, but I'm glad you pronounced it right. I lived in the Middle East for a long time, and I usually see Akim and I think Akim. Well, to be fair, Akim is also a name... I was going to say Middle East, but that pronunciation is also what I feel like I would use if I was in Africa. So, I don't know. You're probably from one of those two places, or at least your name is. But I like that. It's a cool name. I've heard it before. Got lucky. I haven't heard every name before. There's definitely names I get wrong. If it makes you feel any better, a lot of the time I get names wrong when they're like very normal. Because I'll just read the word wrong. Okay. What are we doing tonight? What's the plan? The plan... Let me fix this. Is that we're playing a game. And the reason we're playing this game is because I want you guys to understand how important and powerful flavor text is. Because I think a lot of the time, you guys... Let me just rephrase that. It's not just you guys. It's all of us, myself included. A lot of the time, we either rush flavor text or we overindulge in flavor text. And when you get the flavor text right, the mechanics don't often need to be that complicated to sell the fiction. And sometimes you can just look at a mechanic and it starts to tell a story, and you lean in that direction too. But the way that's the game. So the game is, if you want to participate, by the way, if you haven't sent anything in yet, you can do it during stream. I refresh the wheel every spin. So basically, pick an official D&D monster without changing any of the math, any of the numbers, any of the mechanics. Only changing the name of the monster, the names of the features, and any of the associated flavor text. Make a totally new monster. There are a couple caveats, I think I said you could change damage types. I'm not damage resistances and immunity. I don't know. I don't want to get into it too much. But you can change, like, if the thing normally does shoots fire breath, you could change it to ice breath or something. That's fine. The other thing that you can change are languages. The other thing that you can change are alignments and creature types. But other than that, it's basically got to be an official monster, but hidden inside of a new monster. You change the names of the abilities, is that okay? Yeah, that's totally fine. Like, if you want to take a wolf and translate it into a giant goat, you could take its bite attack and change it into a ram attack. And instead of it doing piercing damage, you could do bludgeoning damage. That's totally fine. Does that sound good to everybody? Let me see if I have everybody on the list. Right now, we don't have a crazy amount of submissions. We have about 20 submissions. Do you guys want to see the submissions? Here's the submissions so far. This just begs wyverns to correspond with each dragon type. Yeah, but that's kind of that's a lazy man's system. You're gonna take a wyvern and make it a red dragon wyvern. Or do you mean you could just do that with wyverns in general? Like, instead of doing poison damage with its tail, it does ice damage with its tail. And now it's like a white dragon wyvern. You could do that for sure. I wouldn't do that for this challenge, because I feel like you should push yourself, but whatevs. It's okay. It's okay if you... Hey, listen, if you fucked up in following the prompt, like, if there's one of the rules you didn't follow, but it is still very obvious that you were trying to do the prompt, that's fine. You shouldn't feel bad about that. Sometimes we'll do, like, a contest or a game where I'm very, very strict, but the whole point of doing these writing prompts for you guys, with you guys, is to try to create opportunities for you to, like, play around with writing and to just try things. So as long as you tried a thing, you're good. That's all that I ask. That's all that matters. All right, I'm going to do another thing in my thing. I'm sorry to at everyone in my Discord twice. We are switching to Monster Reflavor Challenge. Join us. I apologize for the double pings today in the Discord. I try not to do that more than once a day. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? Guys, my new computer is here. Well, it's not here, but it's at my parents' house. So I got to go to my parents' place and pick it up. And I'm going to do that tomorrow, which is part of why I'm not streaming tomorrow. But I'm going to have it. I'm going to try to finish setting it up tomorrow night after I'm done my real life obligations. And then hopefully it'll be ready for stream on Saturday. We'll see how that goes. That's the plan. Because, yeah, Helldivers. I'm so fucking ready. I haven't even been playing that much. I was obsessed with it for a while, and then I started playing not that frequently. But if we can play on stream, we are going to do so much goddamn democracy. People are going to be, like, so fucking democratic. Democracy for Super Earth. Yes. So, the everything is still available. All the forms are up if anybody wants to submit any new reflavored monsters. The instructions are all in the form. It should be pretty self-explanatory, but if you don't understand something, you can ask for clarity in chat. That's fine. Did anybody try... Let me ask this before we get started. Did anybody try this and find it to be easier than they expected or harder than they expected? Like, was anybody surprised with the process? Did something just fall into place, or did you really struggle to find a monster to fit another monster? The bugs melt like butter, but the machines are the terrible machines. You must fall in love with the autocannon, my friend. If you want to get good against the bots, you got to stop giving a shit about being anything other than like a World War I monster. Autocannon. Autocannon kills every bot except for like one or two, including the really big ones. I know we all love the backpacks with the shields and the backpacks with the puppies, but you don't need it if you're quick and if you're hiding and if you're blasting, if you're autoing the cannon. And if you have two guys, if you're running a team with two autocannons and two autocannon backpacks, and you guys can just be reloading each other, everybody just has their autocannons on full auto, and you're just an explosion machine gun for the game. It's so much fun. Laser Dog Quasar. The other thing that I like running is Laser Rifle, Quasar, Laser Puppy, and just go all lasers. And what I want to start doing, and I got to find a squad that wants to do this, is I want to start doing something where we run, everybody's doing the arc thrower, everybody's doing the Tesla tower, and everybody's running the lightning resist armor. And run a squad of 4 like that, so you can just be shooting at each other to be shooting enemies. I think that would be super fun. So I want to get a stream together where we do that too. Okay, lots of plans. I don't want to just play Helldivers. I want to do it. I want to go on adventures, you know? Welcome back, vegan. Oh my god. Vegano BM. Why is your name so hard to say? Vegan Obinb. Vegan Obinb. That's the hardest name to read I've ever read in my whole life. So, okay, I don't see any new submissions, so I don't think we need to keep going, but you know what? Let's change the tunes a little bit. I kind of feel like the game show music might be better for today. Because this is kind of a game show. Because it's a challenge, you know? Music ends abruptly. Okay, so here's the challenge, guys. And it's challenging for a couple ways. Partly it's going to be challenging because you guys have to not cheat. And I'm not going to check, so we're doing honor system. That's partly how it's challenging. The other way that it's challenging is, well, to be honest, I don't know every monster in D&D. I know a lot, but I know some. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to not read ahead. If you do read ahead, you're not going to start spamming the answer in the chat. You're going to be a good, friendly community member. And my mods, you are more than welcome. I encourage you in this situation to remove any safety net or softness and just be ready to time people out if anybody's being a dick. No, don't ban anybody, but just time them out if people are being a dick. But the way this is going to go is we are going to look at your reinterpretation of a subclass that already exists. Not a subclass, excuse me. A monster that already exists. And just sort of see if we think it's cool as a monster, if it makes sense. And then, collectively, we're going to try to figure out what monster it's based off of. And if we get it right, we win the glory of the universe. And if we get it wrong, we all have to start removing segments of our soul for unnamed reasons. And that's it. That's the whole thing. If you are a religious person and you are particularly keen on maintaining your soul, I apologize. This might not be the game for you. Isn't that a weird thing to say? That's not it. There we go. So let's get started. Let's see what we're working with today. Let's play the game. Also, let's stop my computer from having a heart attack. Oh god, you know soon my computer's gonna not have heart attacks. It's just gonna be a normal computer. That's gonna be the best. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right. Let's give her a spin. Buggita. Monsieur Fax, thank you for the sub. Artists. We're starting with a piece from Artists. All right, Artists. The Storm Spirit. Okay, let's take a look at your Storm Spirit. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. Nice art. Why is the font so big? The Storm Spirit is an elemental creature who has been diminished. They ride the storm fronts in search of the unsuspecting in order to exact revenge on those who wronged it, often appearing as large elemental dogs or other beasts in an effort to terrorize and confuse. This sentence structure is a little janky, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that. We're not really here to do super intense critiques, so I'm not going to break it down too much, but there are a couple moments where you kind of like shift perspective in the sentence in a way that is a little jarring. And this middle sentence is too many ideas in one sentence. The Storm Spirit. How do I make it reason? Oh, there we go. Okay. It was like, it's so big. Okay, so they got some hit points. They got some armor. They're strength-based. It's CR3. So when I say CR3, it is not based off of any of the elementals, because they're all CR5. But it is immune to lightning. It has keen hearing and smell. It has pack tactics. So immediately I'm thinking some sort of dog creature. And it has a bite attack that deals a little bit of lightning damage, and then it has a lightning discharge. Each creature in an area must make a DC 12 dex saving throw or take 21 electric damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. Okay, I think that's the end of the monster. I'm not just going to scroll any lower on the page in case you say anything. Artists, if you're watching, if there's anything else on the page I should read, let me know. So yeah, obviously electric damage is nothing. They mean lightning damage. It's just, I'm assuming that's just a typo, but that's lightning damage for sure. Okay. Now, what is a monster in D&D that gets keen hearing and smell and pack tactics? That's a wolf, a dire wolf, it's all a lot of wolf creatures. I think it's that. But what wolf creature gets an area of effect damage that I'm assuming is elemental, maybe not electric? I'm putting in my vote. I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Chat, if you want to write down somewhere else before I say what I think it is, let me know. Take a time now, but I'm calling it right now. I think that this is the Winter Wolf. I think you have taken the Winter Wolf and you have changed the damage types from cold to lightning. That is my guess. Chat, what are your guesses? What do you think it is? Say your guesses now. I'm worried that I'm wrong, by the way. Hellhound? Oh, fuck. You're right. No, you're 100% right. It is the Hellhound. Do you know why? I know why. It's the Hellhound. It's definitely the Hellhound. No, you're right. Because the Winter Wolf is CR4, I think. And this is CR3. Let's just check. God. No, Winter Wolf is CR3. Oh, but the hit points are wrong. No, who said Hellhound? I'm pretty sure Hellhound is right. Let's check Hellhound. Is Hellhound 2 words? Huh. Learn something new every day. It's Hellhound? Yeah, nice, nice. Cool. Turning the Hellhound into, like, a lightning elemental makes a lot of sense. One of the things that's kind of funny about the Hellhound that I'd never thought about, and I'm only really realizing it based on your Storm Spirit, is that so much of the Hellhound is defined by fire damage. You know? So much of it. All you did is change the damage type, and suddenly it's like a different... It totally feels different. Like, I would not have thought Hellhound. Because I guess I don't associate the Hellhounds with fire, but they really are fire-based. That's a cool thing. This monster stat block would work really well for just about any elemental creature. Just make it do that elemental breath, yeah. That's a good piece of point. Anyway, cool. Very cool. Wait, I got it. Oh, I don't have my applause set up. Give me 1 second. I found an applause that was like wooing and hollering. And I like that one more. I'm going to try to find that one. And then I'm not even going to say your name until I find it. There we go. Artists! Let's give a big round of applause to Artists for their reflavored Hellhound into the Storm Spirit. Very cool. Very cool. As always, folks, if you would like to submit something, you can. You're more than welcome to. I encourage it, even. Let's see. Do we have anybody new after Alfredo sauce? No, we're still just living with that sauce. Saucy sauce. Did I just reflavor Screams of the Damned as applause? Always have been. I actually did a super similar homebrew and gave it the ability to make 2 steps on air for each foot, kind of like a winged boot in Ocarina of Time. That's kind of fun. That's a neat idea. All right, let's give her a spin again. Oh, bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket. That was great, chat. You guys beat me. I was wrong. I was totally wrong on that one. Astil is up next. Astil is selected. No, just Astil. Astil, you're not here? There you are. A fun little idea for a simple monster. Astil, did you submit a monster that you made up, or did you reflavor a monster? Did you follow the prompt, or did you submit your own homebrew? I don't know. It looks like you did. It looks like you just made up a monster. No, you didn't. You reflavored a monster, I think. I misspoke. Okay, this is the Kobold on Cocaine. Kobold on Cocaine. Okay. Inspiration mentioned on the next page. Yeah, I saw this. That's how I could tell. Yeah, I saw. Okay, so we have a Kobold on Cocaine. So Kobolds normally in D&D have, I think, 5 hit points. So this one is a little amped up. It's fucking fast. This, I'll give you guys a clue. If anybody's trying to guess just in a trivia way, the speed of 120 feet, that is what tells you what monster this is. That's my clue. I can tell what monster it is. It's got blurred movement, evasion, multi-attack, dagger. Okay, yeah. So this right here is the Quickling. I know it's the Quickling. It's one of my favorite monsters in D&D. The Quickling is such a weird monster. If you saw these stats somewhere that wasn't in a book, you'd be like, this isn't a real D&D monster because it's CR1. CR1! And it has a movement speed of 120 feet. And all of these features. And a +8 to attack. It's a crazy number monster. What sort of makes that balanced, and when I say sort of, I underline sort of, is the strength and charisma being very low and the hit points just being 10. It's very low hit points. But even still, it's a crazy stat block. Now, there's a couple things you could have done, I think, to improve your odds of success. Namely, you didn't change the names of any of the other features. And I think that if your goal is to trick me, you should do that. That being said, if your goal is to just use the Quickling stat block to inspire a kobold, and you're not giving this stat block to your players, I don't think you need to change anything. If this is a Quickling, this is kobold on coke right here. Boom, done. Maybe give them some feature where they get exhaustion after a while. But yeah, here's a Quickling if you guys haven't seen. I mean, it's literally the same monster. I don't know why I'm bringing it up, but Quicklings are great. I love Quicklings. If you've never used Quicklings before, you don't know what you're missing. They're kind of dumb looking, but god damn it, is that a good stat block. Cool. All right. Quickling on kobold on cocaine. That was from a still. A still. That's such a cool and silly reflavoring. The Quickling is a great example of an extreme monster. So to use the extremeness of the Quickling to represent the extremeness of somebody, you know, being hyper intoxicated, I think totally makes sense. I think it totally works. All right, let's give a big old round of applause to a still. Applause. There we go. There we go. Very cool. Don't do drugs. All right. We have Alfredo is at the bottom still. Alfredo's at the bottom still. Clap, 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 clap. Evasion is can't hit what you can't catch. It is. This is true. This is true. All right. Knock, knock. Here's a knock, knock joke. I made it up. Knock, knock. I'm waiting. Knock, knock. Two. To whom? Ah! Bugging a 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 bugging. It's Skipo. It's Skipo Doop. Skipo Doop. The Skeep of Doop. They Skeep-a-dee. My goal is to show you an interesting creature from a project you've probably never seen before. Is it okay? I hope you're following the prompt. I'm realizing the fatal flaw here is that it's hard for me to tell if people are following the prompt or not based on what they say. I like the monster look. I like the art you used. I'm gonna assume you're following the prompt. I'm hoping you're following the prompt. Chat, you can look ahead and tell me if they're following the prompt or not. Let's see. It's a large beast. It's got 13 AC, 30 hit points. Strong legs. Due to its lightweight body and strong legs, its long jump and run is up to 40 feet high, and its high jump is up to 20 feet. All right, I'm going to look for something here. Huh. It doesn't get any other features. It just gets the rending beak and strong legs. We need to find more clues. Because I was going to say it was a frog, maybe. But it's not a frog. Because it just gets a beak. And even if it was just a beak, what does 4d4 plus 4 damage? That's such a weird damage type. Okay, we need to do more research. Let's focus in on the stats. It's a beast. They might have changed that, so it might not be a beast. Okay. I see a big clue. Do you guys see a big clue? 70-foot movement speed. That's weird. So there are very few things in D&D that have a movement speed that is going to be 70 feet. The first thing that I would think of would be something like a horse or like a war horse. And I could see you reflavoring Rending Beak as like hooves, but strong legs. It's not a horse. Okay, I think I know what it is. I'm going to be honest, though. This is a little bit of a ballpark shot. But I think I have my guess. Chat, get your guesses ready if you have them too. I think I know what it is. I don't remember what it's called. Okay, it is a monster that is in the Wildmount campaign book. And it starts with an M. It has tusks that kind of come out of the sides. It's like, I keep thinking like Mog Bowser? No, Mogbound? Is it a Mogbounder? That doesn't sound right. Mogbounder? Modbounder? I'm getting like words mixed up in my head. Moorbounder. Okay, yeah, I think it's a Moorbounder. That's my guess. But I get half points if I'm right, because I couldn't remember the name. Moorbounder. Ding, 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 ding. Nice. Nice. Did anybody else get correct? Did anybody else know what it was? Hey, Cinder, I don't know if you're going to read this, but I want to talk to you about a campaign I want to run. I did read it. A futuristic thing with an entire planet set like Jurassic Park. I think that would be sick. I think that's a great idea. The art is from Spec Evo. Yeah, they say that here. You saw the answer? Dang, I tried hard. I started to see, I saw stat block, so I quickly went back up, but I kind of caught Moorbounder there. I apologize if I fucked you up there, buddy. Cool. Who was this? Skipo-Doop. All right. We should probably turn this into something with actual voting in the future. Next time we'll do that. We'll turn it into a true trivia game at some point. Cool. Skipo-Doop. That was great, dude. What did you turn? This is a big old bird monster. Nice. The jumping. The thing is, this makes... You know what's crazy to me, dude? I don't know if you're watching right now, but this makes more sense to me for this stat block than the Moorbounder. Because, like, the Moorbounder is just a big mammal. Why does it get a super jump? Why does it using D4s for its attack? Kind of doesn't make sense. I could see that argument for it making sense for a bird. Right? They get the weird long legs. They get, like, unusual. They're slightly different in the way they... I don't know. I feel like that would... I don't know. Weirdly feel like it fits better as for the bird for me. Anyway, cool. Thank you very much for sharing, buddy. Round of applause. No, you could start guessing the next one right now if you want. You could start guessing the next one before we read it. That's fine. We're also still accepting submissions if anybody wants to submit. In my campaign, I'm going to reflavor magic into cybernetic enhancements, and the warlock specifically is reflavor as an AI. That sounds cool. That all sounds cool, dude. Runk. All right, Runk. What monster did you reflavor for us? I wanted to add a fiend-type, boss-type creature to my Descendant Traverse campaign. I want to show how evil the practice of soul coins is, and making these guys be some of the first things the party sees would reinforce that. I'm so curious. Legion of Sticks. Here it is on YouTube and Twitch. Okay. What? Okay, this is a swarm of medium undead. That's a weird start, but it doesn't have any of the swarm features, so I don't actually think it's a swarm. I don't think it's based off of something that was a swarm. Sometimes when a devil possessing some soul coins dies in the blood wars of Avernus, blah blah blah, leaving the leave sold coins behind, these rogue coins usually find their way to the river Styx. Eventually, all that's left is an animated amalgam of souls. Cool. So it's like a big globule of souls. That's kind of fun. The Legion shares one melded consciousness among all their ranks. Any effect that is applied to one member of the Legion affects them all as if they were one creature. Chat, is this a real monster in D&D, or is this a piece of homebrew that someone designed? Is there anything in D&D that does that? You know what it is? Okay. Okay. If you think you know what it is, I'm here for you. Okay. Okay. It's not a Hydra. There's no way it's a Hydra. Well, maybe it's a Hydra? I don't know. It doesn't feel like a Hydra yet. The Legion is resilient to the effects of the river Styx and can stay submerged in it without negative effects. Like, what the fuck is that feature? What does that mean? What monster in D&D gets an effect where they can stay submerged in the river Styx without negative effects? I don't... Like, that's not a feature in D&D. Right? There's a monster in D&D that has this? Did you add features to this monster? I'm very confused. That's not reflavoring if you're adding a new feature. Was that new? Is this something, are these new features that you added, or is this a reflavoring? Yeah, like a Yugoloth or a Boatman, maybe. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's look at Legion ranks. While it has more than one soldier, the Legion has advantage on saving throws against being blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, stunned, and knocked unconscious. Okay. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, buddy. When the Legion takes 25 or more damage from a single hit, one of its ranks dies. If all the soldiers... Okay, so this is a Hydra. It's not... That's not how Hydras work, though. So did you add features to the Hydra? I'm very confused. It's a Hydra? Oh, okay, okay, yeah. Okay, so for anybody that's participating in this contest, don't add new features. I would not add new features. That is breaking from the challenge. It's okay that you misunderstood. Don't be upset about it. You're fine. You're a champion. But the goal of this is not to take a monster that already exists and add new things to it. The goal is to not change anything mechanical. That being said, reflavoring the Hydra as sort of like you are using the Hydra stat block as a way to represent a sort of like growing horde type monster makes total sense. Like, it works quite well. So even though I don't think you exactly followed the prompt, I do think you pointed out something that's worth thinking about, which is that Hydra regrowth mechanic. The multiple heads mechanic does a really good job of manifesting the feeling of something that gets stronger, sort of, and grows as you attack it. But yeah, there's no way you could tell me that Hold Breath is a reflavoring of either of those two features. That's cray. You silly. I do like it to have something that can grow through Styx is good. Get it to one devil. Yeah, if anybody's playing an Avernus campaign, this could work really well for that. Cool. Do you have any monsters that would make good dinosaurs if reflavored? It depends on what kind of dinosaurs. I think dinosaurs are a really open-ended monster. So I think you could literally reflavor anything as a dinosaur. Yeah, everything. I could also reflavor everything as a mammal. And mammal, I would argue, is more limiting than dinosaur. Cool. All right, Runk. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Runk a round of applause. There are also a bunch of dinosaur stat blocks in D&D already. This is true. Quite a few. Thank you, Runk. See, this is why I like these sorts of activities. Even in a circumstance where somebody, like, does the prompt a little different, they still end up making something really cool and pointing out that this feature, the ability to be like, when you take taking a damage threshold and turning it into a game mechanic to play with where you sort of lose and gain power based on hitting that threshold is a very cool mechanic and can be applied to all sorts of situations. Dude, don't apologize, man. You're fine. You let us talk about, now we get to talk about something pretty cool for a little while. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Dunk. You love making new dinosaurs? Yeah, dinosaurs are pretty chill. I had a guy who was like one of my best friends in the world who was obsessed with dinosaurs for many years, and he had so many dinosaur toys. And when we would hang out as kids, we would like set them up in like these big diorama type things on his table. And that was how we played. We would like build dioramas of dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, people shooting stuff at people. It was a good time. It was cool. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Bucket a 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 boo. RX782. RX782. I almost don't want to click this because I feel like you're going to tell me what it is. No, you're not. A creature made of the void-like substance of negative energy plane that does its summons bidding and lurks in the shadows of their master's lair. Okay, is it a shadow? Is it a skulk? Is it an invisible hunter? Whatever those things are called. Those are my first three guesses. Void Guardian. You spelled Guardian wrong. That's okay, though. You make dioramas on your channel? Cool. Yeah, man, that used to be literally like what I would do just for fun. That was how I played with my friends when I was little. By conjuring the very depths of the negative energy plane, this is a perfect example of you trying to use words in a way that's going to emphasize what you're saying, but you're kind of diminishing it. The very depths of the negative energy plane is a sort of awkward wording. The depths of the negative energy plane works a lot better, I think. You also have just so many spelling mistakes and things going in here. Put your stuff through a word checker. The skilled magic user may be able to piece the life-repulsing darkness of the void into a physical form. That is a fucking tedious sentence. I'm going to read a little bit more of your flavor text, but I'm going to be honest. This is hard to read, dude. This is really hard to read. Upon creation, like, perfect example. Upon creation. Don't start your sentence like that. Don't make me have to figure out what the sentence is about. Just start the sentence with what it's about. Start with the Guardian. Just say, the Guardian is loyal to its master. That's such a better way to start the sentence than upon creation. The Guardian is loyal to its master. A skilled magic user may be able to piece the life-repulsing darkness of the void into a physical form. That's such a convoluted way of saying you can use void magic to make a thing. So you gotta simplify your words here. You're really shooting yourself in the foot with that. All right, let's take a look at the actual stat block. One of the most easy ways to get better at writing, if you're having a hard time figuring out how to write clear, simple sentences, is to take your writing then don't look at it for like 3 or 4 days. And then the next time you look at it, read it out loud immediately. Don't read it in your head. Read it out loud. And read it out loud slowly. You will notice mistakes. You will notice many mistakes. Okay, this thing's got 150 hit points, 16 AC, 40-foot movement speed. It doesn't fly. While its master lives, a destroyed Void Guardian gains a new body every 1d4 hours with all its hit points. Is there a monster that does that? What does that in D&D? What recorporates? Vampires? Is this a vampire? I don't think so. Maybe it's not a vampire, maybe it's another undead. Let's see what it gets. It gets 2 void tendril attacks, plus 8 to hit, 3d10 plus 4 bludgeoning damage, some necrotic damage. If the target is a creature, they can pull the target up to 10 feet towards themselves and grapple them. If it has the void has 2 tendrils, it can only grapple 2 at a time. I know what this is. I think I know what this is. I think this is like the Bone Claw, maybe. If the Void Guardian is in dim light or darkness, each creature of the void of its choice within 15 feet has to make a saving throw or take some damage. It can then teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space it can see, bringing creatures along with it. Yeah, this is the Bone Claw, baby. 99% sure this is the Bone Claw. Let's check. I'm calling it Bone Claw. Bone Claw is one word? Yes. How good am I at this game? I love the Bone Claw. Bone Claw is a really cool monster. Reflavoring the Bone Claw as a Guardian of the Void, I think, is a very interesting idea. I'm gonna be honest, though, man. You really, really fucked yourself with your flavor text. Because this flavor text is more confusing than it is clear. And it kind of made it so I wasn't really feeling any flavor other than the concept of the word void. So it's like, I do think this would work as like an Eldritch monster. I like the idea that instead of it being big claws, it's coming in with like these little tendrils. And I think all of that makes sense. I think everything makes sense from the perspective of the stat block. But Lord Almighty, that flavor text made you start basically like 5 steps back. But a cool reflavoring nonetheless. In the future, if you want people to read your writing, put more effort into it. Saying shrug, I did it in like 15 minutes, is sort of like saying, I don't care about making it nice, so I don't care. Which I feel like is kind of a shit attitude, but if it's the one you want to have, you are more than welcome to have it. I don't think you should feel bad about it having bad flavor text, but I do think you should aspire to write good flavor text. Otherwise, it's always going to be shrug. And you don't want to always be shrugging, you know? You want to be improving. You want somebody to read your sentences and for them to be impressed. You want them to read your writing and be like, whoa, this is cool. I want to read more. But I do think it makes sense as a reflavoring. All right, let's give RX782 a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. What's a good resource for monster stat block design? Tetracube. Look up Tetracube. It's not a conceptual outline, but it is a literal outline, and you can use it to reverse engineer the concepts. I'm not sure what conceptually you're unsure of. What's the point of making art if no effort is put into it? I think fun, probably. But I think it's good to put effort into art. But I do think it's okay to do art just for fun also. You mean how you have like an hourglass outline for an essay or a 5-room dungeon? There isn't really an outline in that same way, I think, for a monster. Because monsters are too varied. There's not like an outline for D&D classes. There is an outline for there's like templates to certain types of monsters. Like all devils have some things in common. All constructs have some things in common. All swarms have some things in common. But to say, is there a template for monsters is sort of like saying, is there a template for classes? Like, kinda, but not really. Alrighty, let's give her another spin. Oh, bucket. I like the idea of the... I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do with mixing Void and Bone. They kind of sit in the same spot. Let's see what Dice Admiral has for us today. Oof. I hope you enjoy this reflavor. If you can guess the homage as well as the original creature, I'll be extra impressed. Okay, so we got a double challenge. Double challenge. The Reanimatron. Here it is in YouTube. Feel like I'm getting flamed in the comments? What are you getting flamed for? I don't think... RX, here's the thing, man. I don't know if you're new to the channel or not, but people here give a lot of feedback. They're not really giving flaming. Like, if somebody's saying, I feel like you should put effort into your art, I don't feel like they're flaming you. They're just sort of saying what they think. But I don't think you should worry about that. Nobody's giving you a hard time. You did a cool reflavoring. I was just using your reflavoring to point out how flavor text can be really important in setting the stage. This goes against the philosophy of minimizing the barrier of entry to getting homebrew reviewed, but I threw this together in 15 minutes and haven't reviewed it myself. Kind of pieces bring down the quality of feedback and the stream as a whole. I don't agree with that. I think that, well, let me rephrase it, Hakase. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I feel like if that was the normal case, that would bring down the quality of the stream, because I would just be giving shitty feedback to people that didn't care about it and weren't putting that much effort in. I don't know how much that actually happens. I feel like more often the times that people do reflavoring, or not reflavorings, do that are quick is for like the challenge type things, you know? And sometimes it... Look, some pieces of homebrew take 15 minutes to make and they're done and they're good. Like, that's totally fine. It really depends on the piece of homebrew. But I do agree in general, when you want feedback and if you're trying to improve as a writer, you should make sure that you are giving it your full effort before you're asking anyone else to look at it. But I don't fully think that that is the same for these, because these are sort of more like fun little challenges. I don't know. I don't feel as strict about these, because this feels like a fun little challenge, you know? Anyway, I'm not talking about it anymore. Y'all are more than welcome to keep talking about it, but I'm done. Okay, this is the Reanimatron. Oh, look at it. I love it. Okay, so I have to guess what it's an homage to and also what it's inspired by. Both of those things. Both of those things. You're disappointed of its difficulty? It's CR8. Reanimatrons were the prized creation of the wizard Herbert of the Western Kingdoms. They were once effective pieces of arcane technology for preserving and reviving the dead, but time and decay have tainted their purpose. They can now only produce twisted mimicries of life, yet they are still driven to hunt down and capture the recently deceased. Did I not post the link? I'll post the link, sorry. Thought I did. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay. I have no idea what this is an homage to. Herbert of the Western Kingdoms. It kind of makes me feel like there's a video game. There is a video game about like a AI machine thing that is designed to keep people safe, but it's sort of like post-apocalypse style, evolves into such a way where it doesn't let anybody die. So the game is full of like these half-living human robot things that are just like tormented and can't fully exist because technically they're still alive, so the robot thinks it's doing its job. Maybe that? Soma? Am I talking about Soma? Is this a Soma reference? Anyway, let's see what else it gets. It can climb. It's got hit points. It's immune to being blinded, deafened, and poisoned. It's got blind sight, and it's blind beyond that point. I know what it is. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Energizing liquefaction. Yeah. I know what it is. I know what it is. Chat, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to put your guesses in if you think you know what it is, and get ready to type them. But I will tell you with the certainty that the sun will rise tomorrow that it's the corpse flower. This is a corpse flower. Corpse flowers are very cool D&D monsters. Very cool D&D monsters. This is another one where you changed some of the features, but I feel like I would go harder in the reflavoring, right? I might call this like stasis chamber, you know. I might call stench of death like call it like regenerative waste. You know, really lean into it. Try to really every opportunity you have to make a reference to it sort of being a mechanical chunky thing. I think you should. Nerve agent, yeah. You do that nice with like energizing liquefaction. And I like neutralizer arm is nice too. But I would go harder in the paint. Anyway, cool. Very cool. Corpse flower. All right, guys. Give me a challenge, please. I wonder if I was right with the Soma reference. Anyway, thank you very much. Very cool, very cool. The Reanimator movie, you say? Might be Reanimator. You know, I haven't seen that movie in about a jillion years, but I do remember liking it. Alrighty. Oh, this is one of those songs I don't like. I gotta change it. Do you guys have that where there are certain songs where they just like melt your brain a little bit and you're like, I just can't handle this. I don't like it. That's one of those songs. Can we watch Trolls 2 as a community? You could do that with my brother and me. I'm not gonna do that. I don't have any interest in watching Trolls 1 or 2. Why is it in your playlist? I don't make these playlists. They just come to me. I find them like stars in the sky. They are gifted to me from I have a music guy. He sits right over there, usually. Okay. Are we just talking about Trolls 2 now? What the fuck? You guys, you're losing your mind. Brent, thank you for submitting something. Let's put you on the list. I think I listen to everything in my meantime. When I'm being mean. In my meantime. Oh, music turned off. Oh, it turned back. That was weird. All right. Boo! Fluffcopter. Okay, this is a big boy. The Furnace Giant. Okay, that's a cool name. Hey! These giants consider themselves part of the earth, with the ability to move over stone and dirt with unmatched skill. Their skin is covered with rocks. This could probably be its own sentence. I feel like by making this part of the first sentence, you're just making it kind of awkward. It's not awkward grammatically, it's awkward in the way it sounds when I read it out loud. Their skin is covered with rocks and gemstones, and they roam the mountains looking for metals to smelt in their giant furnaces. Yeah, you're doing this. You do the same thing twice. You talk about a thing, and then you do a comma, and then you talk about another thing. Don't do that. Just talk about two different things. If you want to do that like in one sentence, that's fine, but don't do that in too many. The Furnace Giant. It's huge. It's got hit points. It's got a challenge rating of 11. It makes 2 attacks, one with its Furnace and one with its Grabber. Its Furnace does... Oh, you got a picture. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's a sick picture, dude. That looks really good. And I'm not going to click that because that's where the reflavoring is. So I'll click that later. Okay. No, not coloring this. Lol. Yeah, no worries, dude. It has a... Okay, so it gets a +10 to its attack. It does some pretty good damage. And then it has Grabber. Grabber is another attack that grapples. But then it has other moves, too. It can... Okay, it can shoot fire. 20 foot long and 5 feet wide is not that big. That kind of messing me up a little bit here. And then I'm assuming this is a swallow mechanic. Smelt. Yo, reflavoring swallow as smelting is really cool. That's a really smart move. That's really clever. I like that a lot. Okay, let's think about this. Okay. The bite attack does straight damage. I'm assuming this is a bite attack, normally. This is some alternative bite attack. Or maybe this is the bite attack. But we're getting no elemental damage on either of these, which means this is not a dragon. But we are getting a ranged attack, or an area effect, that, like a little dragon. And then we can swallow creatures. Okay, I have a guess. I think I know what it is. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. And I think there is a clue already baked into this thing. There's actually 2 clues. One of them I think is a mistake you made, and then one of them is I think a legit clue. I think the mistake you made was leaving in lightning damage immunity. And I think the clue is that this thing speaks giant. If you are at all familiar with D&D lore, there is a monster that dragons don't like, but giants like quite a bit. In fact, giants use them to help them fight dragons. And they are big like dragons, but they do not fly. And they can grapple you because they can wrap themselves up. And I'm pretty sure they have a short burst area of effect attack. I don't remember if they can swallow. But the monster that I think this is based off of is a Behir. Am I normally strict with grammar? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. RX, here's the thing. I'm not strict with anything. What I do is I'm giving you feedback. The point of sending homebrew to me most of the time is for me to give you feedback. So if you give me homebrew and you did not spend any time making it readable, then my feedback is going to be this is not readable. And if you spent very little time writing flavor text, but you wrote a lot of flavor text and it's hard to read, my feedback is going to be this flavor text is hard to read. And I'm going to give you grammatical corrections as suggestions on how to fix it. But this is a Behir. This is a Behir. 99% sure. %sure. Am I correct? Let's check. Let's go! Let's go! Look how weird these guys look. At first, they kind of just look like a snake. But then they have horns like a ram. And they have so many legs. They're such a weird monster. That's okay. No. I said you could change damage types. So wherever there was a damage type, you could change it. But that's totally fine, dude. That's totally fine. I think it's a really good reinterpretation. I absolutely love phrasing the grabber and smelter as the grapple and swallow. Like, that's so cool. That's a very fun way of doing it. It's very different. I think that in general with these projects, with the reflavorings, I always encourage you to push it to make it as different as possible. And taking something that looks like this and turning it into something that looks like this, that's a pretty big shift, you know? All right, let's give Fluffcopter a round of applause. I don't think giants can just throw Bahir at dragons, but I agree that they should. And I also feel like it makes absolutely no sense that these things from a lore perspective are helping giants fight dragons because they can't fly. It just seems like a very missed opportunity. Gadonk. Okay, but to go back to what RX was saying, or anybody that's curious, generally speaking, the point of my homebrew shows, whatever they are, is to try to help you become a better writer. Sometimes that and to point out things that you can change and improve upon, which is why I want you to put effort into your stuff before you send it to me. Because if I give you a lot of feedback that your grammar sucks, but you know your grammar sucks because you just rushed to do your homebrew, then that's not helping you, and it's not helping me, and it's not helping anybody. That's kind of what Hakase was saying earlier, where they're like, if you rush to do a homebrew thing, it lowers the quality of the whole show. Because what's interesting? Reading a piece of homebrew that's pretty well written to try to make it better written and try to understand what the writer is trying to interpret, or reading a piece of homebrew that's pretty poorly written by somebody who didn't put that much work into it and doesn't care that much about it. You know what I mean? That's why they're so long. Oh, God, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. All right, cool. If anybody else wants to submit, the sheet is still open. Let's give her another spin, though. Bug it. We might get through the whole wheel. Bug it. Boo! It's Josiah. The next time we do this, we do need to turn it into more of a competition of some sort. Rock on, Cinder. This heavy metal elemental is sure to blow your eardrums, or equivalent thereof. Let's take a look. Heavy metal elemental. The heavy metal elemental is a sentient sound wave. Oh, that's cool. Created when a metal band rocks out hard enough. Usually created by the Shadar car. What? Why? Wait, why? The heavy metal elemental is often found in mosh pits or loud places. Is it because they're goth? Okay, so this sentence structure is fucked. Usually created, often found. You should not have phrases like usually and often more than once in a sentence. And I would argue that they rarely should be used at all. Because at the end of the day, when you're writing flavor text, you're not telling us what something might do. You're giving the Dungeon Master vibes of what a thing is. And they are going to decide whether or not they decide to use those vibes or not. So you want your flavor text. The bigger goal of your flavor text is to be like evocative. So I would use more confident language. There's this when you use too many usuallys or oftens and stuff, it makes the writing sound like it lacks confidence. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. It only flies. It's not that beefy, but it has 1 billion resistances. It's immune to everything. Okay, is it a ghost? It's something ghosty. It can detect life of up to 5 miles away. Is it a ghost? Doom metal makes everybody... Okay, here's the question. It scares everybody. And then once a day, can it drop creatures to 0 hit points? Ah, it's a Banshee! It's a Banshee. Okay. So Banshees are undead, and they are ghosts, which makes them sort of not there. And I feel like using like the intangibleness of a ghost to represent the intangibleness of a sound wave makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And then, obviously, the silliness of the flavor of, like, a banshee wailing as being, like, the music of heavy metal is really funny. I think that works quite well. Doom metal and death metal. The names work pretty well, too. Banshee. Yeah. Good night, Dino-Rama. This reflavoring works stupidly well. You only needed to change the names and damage types, and it immediately feels like it could be a living sound wave. It's hard to disguise spellcasting. That's okay. Am I playing Jort Storm? I'm playing a song called... No. This song is called Mania Master, and it's by a band that's called Lupus Nocte. Mania Master. So maybe if I'm playing Jort Storm, if that's the song they use? I don't know what Jort Storm is. I know what jorts are. They're like jean shorts. It's your first time getting chosen on the wheel? Very cool. All right, cool. Well, thank you for sharing. Give a little round of applause. Banshees are weird, and this is metal. I agree with both of those statements. Thank you very much for sharing. Josiah's a fun name. So you chose heavy metal as elf? Yeah, no, it's fine, dude. You're fine. It was fine. It was good. That tune used to make the song Jort Storm. I think you should look it up. It's a good song and on YouTube. I'll check it out at some point. I don't actually listen to music most of the time. I prefer listening to just normal sounds. People sounds. Creature sounds. I love the idea of a scream rock band with a banshee as the lead singer. Yeah, that would work as... That would make a great one-shot. Or a great just a traveling encounter. You know? You're think about, you know how sometimes it's actually a really cool way to do an encounter where it's not necessarily a bad guy encounter. It sort of depends on how the players handle it. You know, maybe they pass a traveling band goes through, and it's all undead, and the lead singer is a banshee, and they maybe aren't doing anything evil. They're just doing normal stuff, and people are like scared of them, or maybe they are doing evil stuff. I don't know. There's all sorts of ways you could handle that. That could be really cool. That could be really, really cool. 3 Kryn Drummer? Yeah, but I would go more undead, but I accept 3 Kryn Drummer. Bada bada boom! It's Ruby Max. Ruby Max, you fiend. The Pumpkin Warrior came about when I wanted to turn a terrifying monster into something silly. Lowering the PC's guard, then fully reveal the threat. I care more about the flavor of the concept than I did about keeping all the original features. I would likely change it. Yeah. Obviously, you should change it if you turn it into its own thing. Obviously, you should change it if you turn it into its own thing. Pumpkin Warrior. Pumpkin Warrior is a good name. These creatures... Okay, these creatures typically live in... I gotta make this a little bit bigger. There we go. These creatures typically live in villages after infecting them. Infecting them with what? What does that mean? They are created when a humanoid consumes a living pumpkin seed. Okay, so this goes back to what I was talking about when I was talking about other people's things. It's really important when you're writing flavor text to think about the order in which you introduce information. So, before you talk about where these creatures typically live, you should probably talk about how they're created. Because you are making reference to them being infected. We don't know who them are. We don't know what infected means. So it's sort of like going to an ice cream parlor and somebody asking you what toppings you want before asking you what flavor of ice cream you want. Like, it's good information. It's just not the right time to get it. They are created, like I would start with, these creatures are created when a humanoid consumes a living pumpkin seed. That should be your first sentence. Over an extended period of time, living pumpkin seed will grow and take over a human's brain. If it does so, the skin of the humanoid will turn orange and grow outward. And again, like, you don't mention the word infection. If a humanoid eats a living pumpkin seed, what happens? They become infected. Now, we understand what infected is making reference to when we use that later in the piece. So whenever you're writing, you should be thinking about the order of operation of information you're giving. And the more you do it, the more it becomes a force of habit, and the more you start doing it naturally. It also will often be affected. Grammar, using proper grammar, will also often make it so you are unintentionally just doing that. A lot of grammar is designed to prevent you from giving information in the wrong way. I don't know if it's designed to do that, but it does that. Okay, let's see what we get. So we're like an evil pumpkin warrior that's born out of a pumpkin seed, and we run around being an evil pumpkin man. Love it. We're trying to connect with the Pumpkin King's mind to feed new pumpkin seeds to new people. We're telepathic. We've got resistance to stuff. We're going to not pay too much attention to the spells here, because I think you said you were like, I wasn't sure what to do with those. Necrotic vines. You're shooting necrotic vines. Oh, I got it, because you're like a pumpkin. You can grapple creatures with them. Or be stunned. Oh, it doesn't grapple, it stuns. It's a grapple that stuns. Oh my god, is this a mind flayer? It's a mind flayer. It's a mind flayer, or it's maybe not a mind flayer, maybe it's like a mind flayer version. It's an illithid. Yeah, that's funny. You know what's crazy? You kept all the lore of mind flayers. Did you know? Did you realize that you did that? That's nuts. What is Aura of Decay? What is that? Oh, that's their psychic blast. Ah, I like that you kept all the mind flayer flavor too. That's very funny. Like, imagine if you could literally take the stat blocks of mind flayers, reflavor them as pumpkin people, and change nothing about the fiction other than the way they look, and just plug it right back into D&D. It's, you know, that's such little work to create something so crazy. That's cool. Pumpkin flayers. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is they're not flaying pumpkins, they are pumpkins. So they still sort of are mind flayers, technically. I would maybe call them brain gardeners. Brain harvester, brain pumpkin patch brains. I don't know. But cool. That fucked me up, man. I genuinely did not realize it was mind flayers until I saw the 10d10 necrotic damage. That was the giveaway. And I guess the grapple stunned is something where it's like, what does that? Like, there's very few things in D&D that get that. Like, maybe the Chull gets a version of it. And I was thinking maybe there was like a Gith that could do something like that. Maybe one of the Githzerai. But no, it's a mind flayer. Cool. All right, let's give a round of applause to Rubik's Man. Thank you for sharing. okay. I wrote this song. That's not true. I'm a liar. Liar, liar, pantaloons on fire. Did you change the applauding to the screaming of souls? Why do people think that's screaming? It's not. It's literally applause. It's cheering. Listen. Does it sound like screaming too much? How about that? Is that better? We'll do that one. Unless you like the screaming. Cinder's a fraud? Of course. You just figuring that out? Boo! Drama Kill Zoo. What did you make, Drama Kill Zoo? A nice monster for a grimdark setting. The Undertaker. It's also a nice monster for a wrestling setting. Oh, you think that's the sound of the mob running from the Pumpkin Men? Yeah, that would make sense. The Undertaker. The Undertaker is a malicious creature that desires to make others suffer by killing their loved ones and burying them in a casket. That sentence is too long, but the idea is funny. I don't think you want the idea to be funny, but the way it's being presented is so blunt that it comes off as kind of funny. An Undertaker looks like an elderly humanoid male with pale skin, black clothes, glowing white eyes, and crow-like wings. It always carries a silver bell and a sickle and a shovel as the tools to lure its victims and kill them. Cool. All right, the vibe is fucking weird. Okay. Let's figure out what the fuck this thing is. It can fly. It's got 38 hit points. It's got 11 AC. It has multi-attack. It has a sickle and a shovel. The sickle and the shovel do exactly the same thing. No, they don't. The sickle does a little bit more damage. Why would you... This is one of those things where it's like, why would you ever... I don't know if this is based off of a real D&D monster. There is a part of me that gets a little bit annoyed when things are so similar between two basic attacks. Like, I get having one attack that hits harder than the other, but it just seems a little bit boring. All right, let's see what Bell Toll does. The Undertaker rings its silver bell, producing a magical sound. Every humanoid and giant within 300 feet that it can hear must make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed until it ends. It uses a bonus action to continue ringing the bell. What the fuck is this? What monster is this? When charmed by the Undertaker, a target is incapacitated, ignores the bells of others. If charmed is more than 5 feet away from the Undertaker, it must move on it. Is it a harpy or a siren? I think maybe it's a harpy. It's a harpy. It's a harpy. That's what the fly speed is. It's a harpy. That's cool. I got ya. I got ya. I got ya. Cockatrice make you turn to stone. It's a harpy. A mimic. Why? Yeah, what's going on here with giant? Why is it every humanoid and giant? Is there something weird that harpies get there? Or did you just throw that in to throw me off? No, it's every humanoid and giant. Why is that? Genuinely, why is that? First of all, why is that? Second of all, now that I know that could be used in a really interesting way as a dungeon master. Because I didn't realize, like, I knew that harpies lured humanoids, but if harpies can also lure giants, I could see a lot of uses for situations of getting a harpy to lure a giant somewhere. Specifically, that could work really well. That's an interesting thing. Because giants are so similar to humanoids? Yeah, maybe, but like... Yeah, that's probably it. I guess that... I mean, that's probably it. But it just feels weird. Like, this is an old monster, right? Like, it's from... Yeah, it's basic rules. So... I don't... Like, if the Harpy came out today, I wonder if they would include the giant here. Because this does feel specific in a way that would make a lot more sense for, like, older editions of D&D. When they're just sort of throwing shit against the wall, figuring it out. It's mythology-based? I don't even know what that word means. What does mythology-based mean? Oh, mythology-based. Oh. That's silly. Yeah, no, it's probably a mythology thing. Anyway, cool. I like the flavor of them as an Undertaker, where they're, like, calling people to their doom. And that was very clever of you to give them the flavor text of, like, the crow-like wings to sort of get away from the fly speed. Because if you didn't mention crow-like wings here, I'd be like, why does this fucker fly? What's going on here? What is this supposed to be? You know what I mean? I didn't realize that harpies were CR1. I didn't realize that harpies had a range of 300 feet on their charm. It's cool. All right, Drama Kill Zoo. Thank you for sharing. Round of applause. The mythology of harpies and giants goes back to Titans and harpies in Greece, apparently. Harpies and giants. Making it work. It's like Will and Grace, but harpies and giants. Giant harpies. Giant harpies and harpy giants. I just have 9 text messages from my family. I need to see, make sure it's not an emergency. No, it's not. It's my nephew being cute. All right, I'll watch that later. Boo! Alfredo sauce. Some people's favorite sauce, some people's heartburn sauce. My goal for this piece is to create a monster that can expand some lore in D&D while still having a cool monster. How long is stream gonna go for? At least another half hour, maybe another hour. I don't really know. We have not a whole lot of submissions, so I'm just kind of going through them. And we're listen. I'm gonna be honest, Yazikon. I have guessed every single monster accurately except for one so far. I would like to get at least one more wrong. Or I would like to get no more wrong. So I might keep... I'm keeping on for the time being. Look at the art at the bottom. Ooh, I missed the art. The art's really cool. Did you make this? If you made this, that's fucking nice. Very cool. Look. All right, what do you have for us today, Alfredo sauce? A swarm of mind flayers. Swarm of mind flayers. What a horrible idea. Okay, can I make a guess at what this is going to be before I read it? Genuine guess. I'm going to make a guess right now. If I'm right now, you guys owe me something amazing. If I'm wrong now, then I lose a point. Is this going to be based off of the Mind Flayer Dragon? Is this going to be the Mind Flayer Dragon reflavored as a community of Mind Flayers? That's what I think it's going to be. I forget what the Mind Flayer Dragon is called. What's the Mind Flayer Dragon called? Somebody tell me what the Mind Flayer Dragon's called. Mind Flayer Dragon. What's it called? Alright, I'll find it if I have to. I know it's in Fizzbands. Fizzy. What are you called? Where's your monster name? What's it fucking called? Elder Brain Dragon. Okay, my guess before I start reading it is that it's going to be based off of this beautiful guy. After a colony of mind flayers runs out of other species to perform experiments on, they begin to experiment on their own kind. If the conditions that a group of mind flayers are experimented on... What the fuck are you trying to say with that sentence? If the conditions that a group of mind flayers are experimented on together and that experiment involves fire are met... Do you think that's the best way to write that sentence? Because I would argue that seems to be the worst way to write that sentence. Because what you want this sentence to say is if the conditions are met. But because you haven't actually listed the conditions yet, most of the sentence is this. And by the time you get to are met, you're like, you lose the grammar of the sentence and it feels like we're just reading fucking mind mush explosion. Yeah, this is definitely one of the sentences of all time, for sure. Okay, yeah, so fix your face. Swarm of mind flayers are born from from fiery experiments, having horrible memories tied to fear. When hit with it, they both physically and mentally struggle. Weird. All right, I hate that you made... Do you realize how tiny... Who made this? Alfredo sauce, this is not the first time you submitted homebrew to me. If you are going to take a stat block from Tetracube, make it a higher resolution, please. Don't make me have to do this, like, big zoom in where it gets all fuzzy. I don't love that. Okay, let's see. It's a CR10. I was wrong. It's not an Elder Brain Dragon. CR10 is not Elder Brain Dragon. 16 armor, 115 hit points. So it's a swarm of mind flayers that are afraid of fire. Does it have fire vulnerability? No. Can move through stuff. If the swarm takes fire damage, it has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks until the end of its next turn. Okay, what does that? What? Okay, we're gonna keep going, but the only monster I can think of that does anything like that, this is not. It gets a bunch of spells. It's a spellcaster. At will, charm person, detect thoughts, and hold person. At will. Okay, I think I have an idea of what this is. As a bonus action, the swarm can extrude a piece of itself that assumes the appearance of a medium or smaller creature. Yes. Okay, this is the This is the Elder Oblex. That's what this is. This is the Elder Oblex. Judge because sentence I aren't, that's better, won't mine. Exactly, Brent. Exactly. Okay, so you're reflavoring the Elder Oblex as a swarm of mind flayers. I think that works pretty well. I would change it to a swarm of mind flayer tadpoles or something, just because mind flayers have very physical bodies. Like, they have bones and stuff. So I feel like some of these features don't make sense. Like, melting mass doesn't really make sense. But if you don't know what an Elder Oblex is, I think I'm saying it right. I might be saying its name wrong. Is it Oblex? Oblek? It's an Elder Oblex, these guys. So this thing is a pretty cool monster. It's an ooze that is intelligent, and it has the ability to absorb people and to gain access to, like, their memories and to create essentially doppelgangers of them. It's basically, if you want to do like a Invasion of the Body Snatchers type stuff, that is what the Elder Oblex is for. And there's all sorts of Oblex. There's adult Oblex, young ones, so you can have like little ones as like foreshadowing and stuff. Very cool, very cool. I like the idea. I do wish you pushed it a little further to really oomph up the vibe of it being squishy, and would go with like tadpoles or something that would make me feel the connection between this being a bunch of mind flayers. but actually being more amorphous than a bunch of mind flayers would be. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Alfredo a round of applause. Swarm of Intellect Devourers is not a bad idea either. Boom. Alrighty. Look up Black Gospel Undertaker. Why? Oh, it's the artist. Go look up Black Gospel Undertaker if you want to see that piece of art from that piece earlier. Boom. Dr. Boom. Isn't there like a Hearthstone card called Dr. Boom? A high-stakes final boss for a lower-level campaign. Okay, what blows up? Darklings blow up? That's where my head starts to go. I'm probably going to get to the whole wheel tonight, I think. Because these don't take that long to go through. It's different. Who sent this? Who sent this piece? Dr. Boom. This format that people use sometimes for sharing, I would stop using when you want to share to me, because it makes it where when I zoom in, it keeps everything formatted weirdly. So I'm not sure what you did to share your document this way as opposed to like a normal Google Doc, but don't share your document this way. Share it the normal way, because this way makes it really tedious to read online in a way that I don't like. This is a cat-like demigod of bad luck and chaos that is yet to be fully formed. That's not a full sentence. Floating in a semi-transparent womb, it has only recently become conscious of the world around it. Found in a room. Look what you're doing here. Do you see what you're doing here? Floating in a thing. Found in a thing. If it can be a thing. I feel like you're doing this repetitive thing with your flavor text, with your intro to your sentences, and it's taking away the rhythm and the flow. Don't repeat that same turn of phrase more than once. Like, I wouldn't even repeat it once. I would just not repeat it at all. Found in a room of numerous hazards, its abilities are beginning to take shape. That's a sentence that literally says nothing. You can just erase it, and this will be just as good. So if you have a sentence that says something so vague that it gives no information and doesn't project the story forward at all, you should just get rid of that sentence. If allowed to be truly born, it will become an apocalyptic threat. This is also, buddy, the passive voice here, the to be verbs. All right, I'm going to teach you guys how to become a great writers right now. Never write the verb to be in any form ever again. And then in 2 months, allow yourself to start using it again. If you stop writing with the verb to be entirely, outside of the very specific circumstances where it's required for like game mechanic stuff, you are going to become a better writer. And you're still going to be able to say everything. It's going to be harder, yeah. But if you can learn to write without relying on this verb, you're going to have so much less passive voice. You're going to feel so much more emotive. So your writing is legitimately going to create feelings when people read it, as opposed to just giving information. And then once you get a handle on doing that, on not relying on this verb, you are going to be a much better writer. And then you can start using it again. Are is the same thing. Yeah, am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been. Any of those words, you should genuinely try as an experiment to stop using them in your writing entirely. There might be a circumstance where you have to use it, but there's very few where you have to use it. Is a perfect example of one. Yep, is. You genuinely don't need to write with the word is. And you might say, actually, Cinder, I do. And maybe, yeah, you do, if you're encountering the totality of life. But if you're trying to be a creative writer, if you genuinely want to be somebody that becomes good at writing, that's a intense limitation to put on yourself. That will be hard. But if you figure out how to do it, what you're figuring out how to do is use more descriptive words. Because Well, here's what happens. Instead of saying I am walking, you say I walk. It's just that. Instead of saying if allowed to be truly born, just say if born. If it emerges. If it forms, you know? Instead of saying, because if you put the action in the verb is or to be, that word works normally very well. But we're too reliant on it, and we use it when we don't need to, and that leads to passive voice. So that's why it's good to take it out, because it forces you to stop being reliant on it. All right, enough of a rant. Let's see what this thing actually is. It's a large celestial. It's got some hit points. It's got some hover speed. I didn't even read what this thing is. It's a big womb. It's a big womb. Yeah, your flavor text is, and this is all one sentence. Yeah, I would work on that flavor text. Okay, it's perceptive, it's stealthy, CR8. Can make a melee attack that does force damage. We're gonna ignore that damage type. Chaos Surge. The demigod emits a concentrated wave of chaos in a 30-foot cone, damaging everything of its choice, including magic. What does that mean? What does including magic mean? How do you damage magic? I'm assuming that the feature that you wrote a feature you're copying does not include this language, because this language doesn't make any sense. Each creature in the area has to make a DC 14 con saving throw or take a bunch of force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. Every third level spell or lower ends on a creature and objects of a demigod's choice in that area. Oh, that's an interesting feature. Huh, I've read that recently. What did I read that on? The demigod causes three accidents from the following at random. Each accident targeting one creature it can see within 60 feet of it. So, again, reorder this. When you're writing features in D&D, you write them in a very specific order. You basically say the thing that it takes up in the action economy, the limitations of the thing it's targeting, what it does. So what you would want to say is, like, as an action, the demigod targets 3 creatures they can see within 60 feet of them. Each of those creatures roll a thing at random. Each creature is hit by one of the effects. Okay, so it can knock creatures. It can do bludgeoning damage and lower their movement. It can do poison and incapacitate. What the fuck is this? It's not a spectator. What's up, Plants in leather pants? What's up? You think it's some kind of beholder? But what beholder? What beholder has an eye ray that deals damage? And only lowers spells of 3rd level or lower. Okay, wait. It's a CR8 creature. It does kind of feel like a beholder. Okay, let's think about this. There is there's the beholder that, like, eats blood. This is not that, because that only hits one type of tentacle attack, and I think that's CR10. There's the gazer, which is like CR quarter. There's the spectator, which is CR3. There's the zombie beholder, which is CR6. I'm sure I'm missing a couple beholders. Huh. There's the Gouth. No, but I don't think Gouth is CR6. I mean, maybe. I don't think it's that. But that is a beholder that I wasn't thinking of. But I don't think it's this, because I don't think these guys are CR8. Yeah, they're CR6. Oh. It's the fucking eye Drake, isn't it? It's the eye Drake. That's my guess. Eye Drake. How do you spell that word? Is it one word? Is it an eye Drake? CR8! Yeah, it's the eye Drake. There's the damage. Cool. Okay. So what did you reflavor this as? Okay, so I'm going to be honest here. And I'm going to say this from the bottom of my heart, and I mean this from kindness. I don't think your reflavoring fits the mechanics at all. Like, at all. I genuinely don't see anything in this monster stat block that feels like a unborn creature about to be reborn into power. Like, it genuinely doesn't... I don't see it. I'm not sure what in the original iDrake made you go in that direction. If there is something there, I'm kind of curious what it is. Like, why does this... What in this stat block do you think would make it work well for, like, an unborn cat demigod? I'm not really sure. It kind of feels random to me. But if it's not random, no worries. But it does mostly feel random to me. But again, I might just be not reading something. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. The Unborn Demigod of Chaos. All right, I guess the chaos is the eye rays. Like the random is the eye rays, I guess. Yazzie-Khan. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Boom. The eye drake is a bit womb-shaped. That's true. So maybe they were taking some inspiration from the visuals as well. It's always possible. I think it's cool to give them misfortunes. That's cool flavor. I'm going to be honest. If that was flavor that in there, I kind of lost track of it amongst the everything else. But if it's cool, it's cool. I end up getting pretty hyper-fixated on the parts of the writing that I struggle with. And it kind of often will make me just barely actually take in what the information is saying, because I'm hyper-fixating on how the sentence is written in a way that is not ideal. Does retexturing a monster need to resemble the original creature? No. Plants, leather pants. You misunderstand my point. You misunderstand my point because... No. Cancel. You misunderstand my point because I agree. I don't think it should resemble the new monster. Okay, I think that your original monster should not resemble your new interpretation of the monster at all. I agree 100%. What I'm saying is the new monster you create should be at least somewhat uplifted by the mechanics that it has. Like, would it make sense for me to take the stat block of a black pudding and, reflavor it as a vampire? Not really. Like, unless I really sold that as, like, a vampire that corroded metal and armor and stuff. Because otherwise it would just be kind of random. And that's what I mean. I don't think that this should be anything like the original monster. But I think it should be very intentionally different. And to me, I was just struggling to see the fiction of this thing, because so much of this talks about it being this unborn creature. And there's really, like, not anything to do with that here. The only thing in this whole stat block that ties into this flavor text is the chaos element. And I was just saying that, like, I think that that's not... I don't know if that's enough for me. Like, I want it to feel more intentional than that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Saw you covered the Red Runner I sent. Thank you. You're welcome. Stop looking for iron for blood and went right for the source. It works. Oops. Yeah, that could work, but you would have to say that. Like, if you didn't say that sentence, it doesn't work. You know? You also would probably need to come up with some explanation for all the amorphous stuff, for the fact that if you hit it with a sword, it can split in two and become two. The fact that it absorbs lightning in weird ways. Like, there's all sorts of stuff that the black pudding does that I think you would want to address a little bit. I don't know if it immediately just works. I think it works better for a rust monster than it does for a black pudding, because a rust monster is just that. You think the Bahir one was such a good example of a reflavor? Yeah, the Bahir one worked really well. You were playing D&D, so I missed when you covered it. That's okay. So well seasoned. Oh, the flavor, so well seasoned. Bugga 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 bugga. Boo! Gem Jar is up next. This music's not. Music's taking weird turns. All right, Gem Jar, what you got for us? I took up a challenge from Dice Admiral. None of the ability features... Wait. None of the ability or feature names have been changed. Only the name of the monster, the creature type, and the flavor text. Wow. Okay. So this is going to 100% be a monster that already exists. Let's see if it 100% feels like a new monster. Yeah, that's a bold challenge to take on. I'm very curious to see what you came up with. There are many evils that plague the mortal realms, from dark curses to ancient demons. This feels weird. This feels like a weird hiccup. But there is one creature that can send chills through even the cruelest tyrant. The Landlord. Man, you're really stretching this sentence, huh? Like, this would work. This is a perfect example of a sentence that's written from the perspective of like a character in a movie talking, but there is not a lot of energy put into translating that ineffectiveness to writing. Like, this speech might work as written if it was said out loud. It doesn't work on the page. Born from and shaped in unbridled malice, landlords live to reap where they do not sow. That's a good line. They target exclusively the most vulnerable caste, appearing first as guardian angels with wings and hands outstretched, then bind the souls of their victims with predatory contracts and compound interest. Their cold hands snatch bread from the mouths of starving without hesitation, for no landlord can know remorse. Okay, all of your sentences are too long, and your first sentence is like a million too long. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing is. It's a CR 14 monster. Nothing is changed on it except for the name and the monster type. It's got a thing called exploitation of debtors. Wait, is that a name change? Or is that a real feature? Because that's very fitting. Okay. As a bonus action, the landlord targets a creature charmed by it that it can see within 30 feet. The landlord deals some psychic damage to that and gains temporary hit points. It's got flyby. It can cast command, charm person, suggestion, raise dead. It's got a scythe that does not a lot of regular damage, but a shit ton of psychic damage. It's not a chain devil, whoever said that. It targets a creature charmed by that it can see, and they have to make a charisma saving throw or be paralyzed for a minute or until it takes any damage. Okay, this is going to be a weird one. You changed one damage type as well? Alright, I accept that. Okay, so this is... I would have guessed it was a fiend, but you said you changed the creature type. So maybe it's not a fiend? But God, does it read like a fiend. You think it's a vampire? What vampire gets exploitation of debtors? And like, what kind of attack is that? No, it's not a vampire. I don't think it's a vampire. Okay, let's think out of the box a little bit here. It's got True Sight. That's weird. It's got... Its wisdom and its charisma are its highest stats. It's medium. I'll tell you where my head goes. My head goes, like, to one of the Githzerai. Like, one of the higher-ranked Githzerai. But I don't actually think it's that either. Is it it's a Yugoloth of some sort, I think. That's my guess. What else has a feature called Exploitation of the Deader? It's got to be a Yugoloth. What the fuck has this feature name? Is it from, like, an official book, or is it from, like, some crazy third part? Is it from, like, an expansion book? Is it from, like, the library of Koalish or something? Some bullshit like that? Or is it a monster that you can find in a real D&D book? Or can you only find it in, like, compendium campaign adjacent books? I might not be able to guess it if it's from some it's in a real book. Okay, so no. Okay, and no, just because I'm not saying you don't own it, but there are D&D books that have, like, a specific monster that only exists in that monster book. Like, there are monsters in Aberration, for example, or not yeah. Or I was thinking, like, there's monsters in Legend in Descent to Avernus that are, like, individually occurring monsters and don't really exist outside of themselves. It's gonna be from something fucking weird then. It's gonna be like some Aberration or something. I have no idea. I don't think I'm gonna be able to guess what it is. Yeah, this is probably Aberration. That would be my guess, but it could be anything. I really have no idea. Is it acquisition? If it's Acquisition Incorporated, you're getting timed out, just so you know. What can I okay, I give up. I have no idea what it is. Chat, guess. Chat, make guesses. It's from Ravnica. Death Pact Angel. Is that a thing? Oh, look at this. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this monster. Ravnica. All right, there you go. Exploitation of the Deader. Hell yeah, dude. Cool. You stumped me. Second stump of the night. And I'm quite proud that in order to be stumped, I had to be given a monster, like a celestial from a horror campaign setting book. I'm okay with that. It is cheap. It's a cheap win. But it's still a win. You should keep it. It's still a win. Just because you got it for cheap doesn't mean you didn't got it. Can we change the monster types? Yazakan, read the instructions in the fucking form. Yes, you can. Cool. All right. Fluff. Not Fluff. Gem Jar. That wasn't cheap, dude. It was an earnest win. It wasn't cheap. Let's give Gem Jar a round of applause. Yeah, total win. Not cheap at all. Not a cheap win at all. I only was agreeing with you because you said it first, and then I was allowing myself to, but I shouldn't have. Alrighty, thank you. What did you do? I have no idea what you did, Fluff. Just living your life. It's a really fun monster. It seems like a fun monster. I like it more as a landlord than I do as an angel. I read through it quick as fuck, man. Please, I'ma change it real quick. Yazakan, I have zero patience for people rushing to get something into me. Like, you take as much time as you want. You know that the wheel keeps on spinning until the show ends. So if you decided to rush, that's fine. You know? Boo! It's Brent is up next. Easy joke one. Mask of face munching. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in the tube. I won't worry, Yaz. You don't worry either. Neither one of us will worry. We'll be worry-free boys. A creature crafted by truly unhinged arcane that was repurposed by a novice wizard. So you could reorganize this sentence into a sentence that feels, I think, a little bit more grammatically or flow-wise a little bit better. I might even say, like, this creature. This mask. I don't know. This creature... I would start this. Novice wizards. Unhinged, arcane... Novice wizards, in their attempt to craft something, blah, 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 created... I don't know. Whatever. A creature crafted by is a weird way to start a sentence. This moist wooden mask-shaped monstrosity latches onto its wearer and lashes out at their foes and allies alike. Okay, straight up, this is such a better opening sentence than this. Make this your opening sentence. Also, latches and lashes, while they are different words, they sound the same. So I would not use both of those words. I would pick one of them to use, and then I would use another word that sounds different. You always worry? All right, well, don't worry too much. It's a CR0. It's incapacitated when not worn by a sentient creature. What the fuck is that? Oh, fuck you. You based this off of one of my monsters. Doesn't count, you fuck. Okay, Brent. This is the monster that I created. It's not an official monster, and I did guess it. It's the Finger Puppetkin. Finger Puppet, D&D. Where is it? This guy. There's a monster I made a while ago. 2 years ago. It's a finger puppet. It comes alive when you put it on your finger, and it bites you. All right, I accept it, but I'm going to be honest. Changing it from a finger to a mask, I would argue you're not really making a new monster. I would argue you're mostly making it the same monster sort of manifest in a different shape, but that shape is so the same. Like, the purpose is still the same. A person wears it and it uses it to interact. I don't know. For a reflavoring, I guess it's okay. I don't love that it's also just an inanimate object that becomes animate. I feel like I would go in a different direction than that. And I also don't like when people make stuff out of my homebrew. But I accept it. I accept it. This is the true cheap attempt. Yes, yes, yes. I accept it, Brent. Alrighty. I don't know. I'm not particularly proud of that one anymore. That's an old piece of homebrew, but I'm glad you still like it. Let's give Brent a round of applause. Cadget Cat, welcome. We are playing a game. You guys are taking official D&D monsters and changing the flavor text, but not the mechanics, and seeing if you can stump me to make me see if I can't figure out what monster it was, while at the same time making the new form feel like a really cool monster that, like, totally makes sense. Your little myth that the finger puppet doesn't have sign language as one of its languages. Gemjar, the whole point of the finger puppet king is that it talks. It chats. It's talking to you. They are not doing they're not doing sign language because they're on your finger. I built a bunch of different puppetkin. I think I had a finger puppetkin, a shadow puppetkin. I had a one of those Japanese masks that looks like a porcelain face and looks like a demon. What are they called? Bonriko? Bonriko? Bonroko? I forget what they're called. But I had one of those. No. It's a type of mask. It's not Oni is a monster. Bonrico puppets, Bonroko puppets. Bonrico puppet. Boonraku puppet. These things. So it like looks like this, and you pull a finger and it looks like that. But the whole point of all of them was that they basically are literally inanimate objects unless somebody is holding it that's sentient, and then they like come to life and sort of make it look like the person's puppeteering them. Yeah, they're really cool masks. If you've never seen them in real life, they're very fun. Very fun. They were used in a lot of like theater and stuff. Marco DeSoon is submitting. Oh, interesting. Cool. Cinder, I will sacrifice my firstborn. For what? What are you sacrificing it to? To me? I don't need it. Are you asking because you want the wheel to listen to you? Because that's not up to me. That's up to the wheel, buddy. You could ask the wheel. You could make an offering to the wheel. Listen, your biggest problem is not that you need to go to bed soon. Your biggest problem is that I think your keyboard might be broken. I think your caps lock is jammed down. The way you submit is the same as always, Lex. There is a form in the video description on YouTube, or you can do the command wheel on Twitch. Boo, Sponge is up next. Sponge. I wanted to make the fan guy from Mega Man. All right, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to assume it's a dude with a big fan on his back, or his arm, or his head. It's one of those three. I'm confident it's one of those three. Let's see here. The Warforged Airon Unit is deployed in the harshest climates. They contain crystals of hot and cold energy that can empower their emissions. They are able to run their fans with a burst of arcane energy and wind, granting them superior mobility. So this flavor text is fine from a clarity perspective, and each individual sentence is kind of fine, but they each follow the exact same format. So I don't know if you guys felt it, but I felt it. It starts to feel kind of repetitive partway through. The is, the contain, they contain, they are. This is basically another version of that where you say they get, but in different words. So I think you got to shake up your sentence structure. Okay, it's a CR2 monster. AC 12, HP 44. It's got acrobatics, athletics, and performance. It's got a directed air blast that does fire or cold damage. Oh. Okay, who made this? Sponge, are you here? Sponge, did the original creature be able to do 2 different damage types? Or did the original creature just do 1 damage type? It can do minor illusion at will. And it can do Gust of Wind, Mage Armor, and Silent Image. It has overclock rotors. Oh, you have a... you forgot. You missed a word here. There's the clue. The apprentice moves up to its speed, surrounding itself with elemental magic as it moves. You don't need to say moves twice. Until the end of its turn, it can move through the spaces of other creatures. The first time it enters a creature's space on its turn, that creature has to make a dex saving throw or be knocked prone. If the Airon unit ends its turn in another creature's space, it takes force damage. Okay, what the fuck is this? So it's an NPC stat block for a humanoid spellcaster, is what I think it is. And my guess is it's like a illusionist. Is it like an apprentice illusionist, apprentice mage? It's got to be that. Evoker wizard? This I would be really surprised if this was evocation, because it's 2. Its main things are all illusion spells. Wizard Apprentice. Yeah, it's basically, is Wizard Apprentice a monster stat block? Apprentice Wizard? That's the legacy one. Let's see what the new Apprentice Wizard is. It's not the Apprentice Wizard. I think it's something else. It is the Apprentice Wizard? This is the Apprentice Wizard. It's in Monsters of the Multiverse. This is not the same stat block. This is like a completely different stat block. Yeah, it's definitely one of those casters. Did you say what it was at the end? Yeah, Prismari Apprentice. Some fucking super obscure spellcaster. I did guess right with it being one of those NPC spellcasters, though. So I'll take credit where credit's due. Yeah, fire or cold damage. Look at that. That is really interesting. I think, listen, this one would have been really hard to guess. This is an obscure fucking dude. It's from Strixhaven, which is like one of the least popular books. It's also one that I just straight up haven't read because I just don't care. That being said, regardless of my ability to guess it or not guess it, I think this is a really good reflavoring because if you take away the flavor text of this being a humanoid spellcaster and just look at what it's doing, maybe this feature doesn't fit quite as much, but all of these really do fit in a weird way. Maybe not the illusion ones, but Gust of Wind, the damage type, I could totally see it being a guy with a big propeller. I think it's a really solid reflavoring. And I don't think I would have ever guessed that monster. I didn't even know what a Prismari Apprentice was. I think it's quite a good reflavoring. Cool. Thank you very much for sharing, Sponge. Kadoosh. That's an example of one where as obscure as it is, it really does feel like the mechanics match. So I feel like sometimes I feel like for these things, people pick a really obscure monster and then try to build something based off of it to like start from that ground. That might have been one of those because what a specific flavor. Okay. Be do da do da dee do da dee da dee do da do. Feel free to ignore. Ignore what, Lex? Alrighty. Let's give her a moment. You're on the wheel, bud. Bucket. You saw the cold and fire and instantly thought of the AC unit? Yeah, man. It makes sense, dude. It makes sense. Hey, Boxy, it looks like the wheel's listening to you. Consider supporting it financially. I'm just kidding. Don't ever consider that. To make funny monster, dude. This is also my first time submitting stuff. Cool. God damn it. Boxy. There are not many times in life when the spotlight of destiny shines down upon us. And when it does, we should do everything we can to grab hold of it. Unfortunately, you did not do that. I cannot access your document. Which means you didn't follow potentially the most important step in the homebrew submission form, which is the make sure your document is publicly viewable. That being said, we all make mistakes. So, I will give you a second chance. I am going to take you off the wheel. But if you fix it, I will put you back on the wheel. It does not guarantee you will be respun, but it guarantees you get a second chance. And that is the rule of thumb we have when people fix the form wrong. You fixed it? All right. You are back on the wheel. But, like I said, you think? Bitch, you better know. I'm keeping you off the wheel until you know. The way you can check is you open it in an incognito window. In fact, if you read the form, you would see it, that instruction written in the form. Anyway, we are going to move on. If you fix it and you're confident you fix it, I will put you back on the wheel. But if you do not respond with confidence that you fixed it, you shall remain in the ether until the next stream. Where'd the music go? Oh, I closed the wrong window. Oops. So what's going on? The music ended. Wasn't supposed to end yet. All right, let's give her another spin. Hey, Cinder, what do you think about a TTRPG that uses percentile die for main rolls and skill checks? Isn't that sort of how Call of Cthulhu works? Boo! Next up is Lextus. Part of an adventure arc, please ignore since I think it's an original. Okay. I shall ignore. All right. Boxy, you get a second chance. We'll see if the wheel decides you're worth that second chance. Boo! Next up is Ari. What you got for us, R-Dog? This race lets you play as a hat in D&D. Ari, you did not read the form, or you sent to the wrong form. That is not what we're looking at today. That's like so many misclicks in a row. Boo! It's Ezzy Man. The title of the video read Wild Subclasses, so I thought I should submit some revise. Oh, there's another person that didn't submit the right thing. Oh my god, so many people don't read the fucking forms. Yeah, we did already read it, so there would have been a double dipped into duos. Alright, Marco. Let's see if you followed the instructions. Man, this stream might end quicker than I thought. I thought we had a bunch more left. Stumbled on the stream, thought I'd challenge myself. Yes, we got somebody on point. Thank you. Welcome, Marco Desune. The Vintage Ooze. These creatures... Come on. There we go. No. There we go. Oh, God. Everything's fucking up. Vintage Ooze is a good name. Vintage Ooze is a fun name, yeah. I like it. These creatures slither into old wine cellars, leaving stinky trails of slime as they re-emerge in new cylindrical shape. So it like shapes them. They become one with the drink while keeping the barrel around them undissolved, wielding a pair of barrel hoops like rusty chakrams. No one knows who put the googly eyes on it. Okay. This... Oh, man. I struggle. Okay, so this flavor text is not well written right now at all. But the core idea you are trying to get across is lovely. I think it's another situation of it's the order of operation that we're getting the information in. Describe what the... Like, don't start with these creatures. Say what it is. Like, the Vintage Ooze starts its life by making its way into wine cellars where they slowly fill wine barrels, consuming and becoming part of the liquid as the barrel shapes them. Like, build it out in steps proper. Like, it does sort of feel like we're just getting a bunch of information kind of haggle-jaggle. But the vibes are immaculate. And I think it's really funny to imagine an ooze that's life cycle is it gets into a bucket, it gets into a barrel, and then slowly eats what's in the barrel as it fills the barrel, and then it eats the barrel, and then it's just a barrel-shaped guy walking around. That's a lovely idea. Now you just got to get the writing up to the par of the quality of the idea. Like, when you say they become one with the drink while trying to keep the barrel around them undissolved, this is almost two completely different ideas that are both pretty important, that you shouldn't rush through. And I'm wondering if you rushed just because you were trying to get this in, but, like, them becoming one with the drink, that's an important detail. The fact that they keep the barrel around them undissolved, that's an important detail. The fact that they wield a pair of barrel hoops is an important detail. Like, all of these things kind of merit not being slammed together into a cascading sentence that's trying to explain what this thing is doing before we even understand what it is, you know? Yeah, it's information shotgun face. Exactly. No, the last sentence is absolutely perfect. I agree. And the ideas are all really good that we're trying to get across here. Okay, so it's a vintage ooze. It's essentially a barrel. Just a barrel. It has disadvantage on stealth checks made to hide. Groggy stink breath. Any creature other than it that starts its turn within 5 feet of the vintage ooze has to make a con saving throw or be poisoned until the start of their next turn. On a success, they're immune to it. Okay. It has advantage on dex checks to hide. It makes a stinky aura. Is this like a... I'll tell you, there's a couple things that have stinky auras. That helps. Fermenting. Well, in the sunlight, it has disadvantage on attack rolls. Ooh, it's sunlight sensitivity. Fermenting is a really funny way to reflavor sunlight sensitivity. That's very funny. It's got multi-attack. It does 3 attacks. 1 with its tackle, 2 with its hoops. Okay, I'll tell you what I thought it was at first. I thought it was gonna be like a ghoul or one of those things. Like there's a monster that's like ghoul adjacent, a ghast. A ghoul. I thought it was gonna be a ghoul or a ghast, but now I'm not so sure because it has sunlight sensitivity. An advantage on stealth checks to hide. And a stinky aura. Like, Darklings kind of work that way. And it's CR... Like, it's making me think Darkling. I feel like Darklings, maybe, but I don't think it's a Darkling. Is it a kobold of some sort? I don't think it's a Drider. Driders are CR3. Don't tell us yet, Marco. It could be... Well, what has sunlight sensitivity? Kobolds have sunlight sensitivity. The Drow have sunlight sensitivity. Vampires have sunlight sensitivity. Are there other undead that I'm not thinking of? Ghost? But it's not a ghost. It's not a shadow. What's its movement speed? 30 feet? Damn it. It's got stealth. I think it's undead. I do think... Well, you know what? It might not be undead because it doesn't have any poison immunities, and usually undead have, like, a poison immunity. So maybe it's not undead. I keep thinking kobold. It's not a pure kobold, but I'm wondering if it's like a variant kobold that I'm not thinking of. Or a myconid. It might be a myconid. That might be it. It might be a myconid. A mushroom person. What language could have been changed? Creature type, damage types, alignment. And any flavor text. Okay, I think it's one of the myconids. I don't remember which one, but that's what I think it is. I think it's a myconid. Because myconids maybe have advantage on stealth. I don't think they do. But they definitely are weird poison things. And they definitely have sunlight sensitivity. But also, what fucking monster has 2 separate attacks that do basically the same thing? One piercing, one slashing. And these might not be the original damage types, but that's what this is, right? Both of these attacks do literally the same thing. The only difference is the damage type. Hey, Gina, what's up? Gina, we're playing a game where people are sending monsters that already exist, but changing all the flavor text, and we're trying to figure out what monster they are. How are you doing today, buddy? You don't think it's a Myconid? It's CR 1/4. It's not a Darkling. It's not a Myconid. I don't think there's any, like, CR 1/4 drow stat blocks. This is important. It's got a stinky aura, which is like the Ghast has a stench aura. The ghoul, I think, does. Is there like an insect? Is there like a giant beetle? Is there like a giant stink bug? Because that could work here too. Troglodyte. Oh shit. I think you're right. I think ML Luktal is right. I think it's a troglodyte. Your deadline, when do you have to, okay, Gina, what time do you have to finish it by? Because you should not be watching my show. You should be getting your fucking work done. Gina, when I have a deadline like that, do you know what I do? I'm going to be really honest. I usually drink something that is really intense very quickly, like high caffeine or high sugar. And maybe give myself, I'll take an extreme, like 5 to 10 minutes of genuine, I don't do any work. And I consume something amazing. Usually it's like root beer. And then when I'm done, I'm like, now all of that has to just be transformed into work. And I throw everything else away. You have tummy trouble? Fuck, that sucks. Okay, let's check Troglodyte. I think it is... So Troglodyte's a weird monster because it is a D&D monster, but it is also has sort of become a word that people use as sort of like hate speechy, I feel like. Like, I feel like that's the thing that it's evolved into. But this is a Troglodyte in D&D terms. Yes! It is a Troglodyte! Yo, who guessed Troglodyte? Who was that? That was M. Kluker? Who was that? You were right, dude! Troglodyte. It's mostly done. I'm just going to the editing part now, but that's the worst because I'm going back and forth. Yeah, man, the editing fucking sucks. Editing is not fun. Editing your own work is also so hard to do in a rush. I wish you all the luck. Also, Gina, I'm so glad that we got to like have a proper check-in earlier this week. That was so nice. Cool. Fuck, that was good, dude. You know what's so crazy? That's not a crazy pull. This is like a basic... It's a monster manual monster. Marco, that was a good one. That was good, bud. Also for just literally coming into the show and being like, yeah, sure, I want to try this. Do it in 10 minutes. Not bad. And I did give you shit about your flavor text, but that's only because I want you to write better flavor text, because I think it's a fun idea. Yeah, we'll do another one soon. We're playing D&D next week, right? Or Daggerheart next Friday? Ooh, Fubadoo is here. Fubadoo, we looked at a piece from your cousin earlier. You've never seen the wheel this thin? That's because people, we didn't get a lot of submissions. That's okay. I don't mind it. It just means that I might be able to get to all of them. But we're getting through them really quickly. Like, we have 5 left. We're going to get through them before 10 o'clock, I think. There's only 5 people left on the list, yeah. Only make it if you actually if you think it's good. Because if it's bad, then I don't want to read it. If I'm being honest. I have 0 interest in reading something lazy that isn't good. I'll read something lazy that's good. I love lazy stuff that's good. Lazy stuff that's good is like my ideal output. Listen, I'm not anti-lazy. I am anti seeing something before I should see it. Bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket. You don't need to respect me, Devil Man. I barely respect myself. Fubadu is up next. I doubt this one will be very hard, but it's the first thing that always comes to mind when I think about this monster. Ooh. This is called a Big Baby. Is it a Tarrasque? No. Big Baby. Big Baby. It's not a Tarrasque. That would be a really big baby. Thoughts on mixing 5e with Star Wars 5e with 1D&D and Tales of the Valiant? I think you got to pay attention to how those... I think that some of those systems probably work mixed together better than others. I think some of them probably have some pretty different core balance to them. You respect Cinder more than me? That's okay. That's fine. Yeah, that would be a huge baby. This is just a regular-sized big baby. A medium aberration. Okay, it's very slow. Wow, it's really slow. What fucking monster is this slow? Roper is this slow? But it swims? Is it a plant-based monster normally? What is a 10-foot... I can think of a couple things with a 10-foot movement speed. But they all have, like, other things going on. And, like... Okay, I'm so curious what this is going to be. Treacherous ground. The ground in a 10-foot... Oh, I know exactly what it is. That's so funny. I went from having no idea what this monster was to knowing exactly what monster this is. Okay. I'm going to tell you everything that it can do. It turns the ground around it into, like, soft mush. It makes noises that make people go a little crazy. It can bite you, and it can spit acidy stuff. Does anyone know what monster it is? I know exactly what monster it is. But I do love reflavoring it as a big baby. This is a great reflavoring as a big baby. Let's all say it together, chat, all at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Gibbering Mouther! Yeah, Gibbering Mouther. And what is so funny about making this thing a baby is the little details. Is the fact that it has a movement speed of 10 feet. It's the fact that it's blabbering. It's the fact that it spits on you. Like, yeah, it's a horrible eldritch abomination, but if you actually just look at the basic things it does, it kind of makes total sense for it to be a big baby. Like, yeah, maybe the bite is a little bit hard, but everything else just kind of works. A baby that's crying, making you go crazy, and spitting in your eye. Oh, that's such a silly idea. That's great, dude. Fubadu, that's excellent. I love it. Let's give Fubadu a round of applause. That was a funny one. Dude, that's what I'm talking about, where it's like, you don't necessarily need to do a shit ton of work if you can make the idea... If you are putting... One of the reasons why I give people so much criticism about the length of their writing, and I say you're wasting words or you're wasting sentences or cut that or things like that, is the best writing doesn't waste words. And this is a good example of that. There's almost nothing here that is changed at all. But there's very little here that really needs to be changed at all. If this writer wrote a paragraph and a half about a giant baby, I don't think that would sell the fiction of this thing better than it sells it now. Yeah, you can change languages. Yeah, you can change languages. Exactly, Jeff. Why use many word when few word do trick? Exactly. Yeah. Cool. And that's I feel that way very strongly about writing in general, and I feel it in a way that I'm quite intense about it when I give feedback. But whenever you're getting feedback from me on your writing, especially when it comes to like me encouraging you to write shorter pieces or shorter sentences or cut huge parts of the words out, you should know that that is my preferred style also. So take everything I say with a grain of salt, you know? All right, let's see. Boo. All right, Boxy, let's see. Did you fix it, or do we need to send you to the Shadow Realm? Yeah, you fixed it. Nice. We have the Chitter Jaw. Don't you type anything in the document when I'm reading it. Sorry for the formatting is bad. I'm new to this. Sorry. Stop apologizing. Holy shit. If there's one thing I hate more than people giving me compliments, it's apologizing. Stop apologizing. You're fine. Just be better and know that I don't care. This chittering creature is found in the Underdark. I'm sorry for being sorry. Yeah. I just don't care. You don't need to be sorry to me. You're not offending me. You know, I'm putting on a show. I'm here to put on a show. You're fine. This chittering creature is found in the Underdark, burrowing through cavernous tunnels with ease and ambushing prey from below. The Chitterjaw is a huge insectoid monstrosity of claws and spines. Their carapace is lined with hundreds of lance-like spines. Waiting. Okay, so you're doing the same thing. This is the thing. Look at this sentence structure, and then look at this sentence structure. They're very similar. Do you notice that? And also look at this and look at this. You basically took two sentences with the exact same sentence structure and made them one sentence and pushed them together. Don't do that. This is some good description. And this is a little bit of description and then getting into it. And this is a little bit of description and then getting into it. You need to be diversifying your structures, changing up your sentence structure. The underbelly is mostly a hard outer shell. Also, this is way too many visual descriptions. We don't need this. The flavor text should not be like a biology book's description of the creature's anatomy. It should be vibes and a little bit of what the creature looks like. So realistically, I would probably just cut everything else out and figure out what else needs to be in here. That's important. But everything after this, I would cut out, and I'd probably cut out about half of this. And then if there's other cool ideas in here that aren't having to do with the way it's described visually, put them in. Okay. Stat block underneath, but no monster inspiration is there, so scroll to your content. Okay. It's a CR 11 monster, 17 hit points, 17 AC, 195. It's my favorite monster, so I know what it is. It's very easy for me to know my favorite monster. Spined Carapace, a creature that touches the chitter... It's not my favorite, but it's one of my favorites. A spined creature that touches the Chitterjaw or hits it with a melee attack takes 3d6 piercing damage. It has a big bite that deals extra acid damage, and it can swallow creatures. It is not a boulette. That is a good guess. Boulettes are CR 5, and they jump. And you do not take damage from hitting them. There is another monster that does not jump, that you take damage from hitting it. It is very high CR. It has one action, but that action hits like a truck, and it can swallow creatures. I'll give you a clue. It is a warm creature that lives in the cold. Can anybody guess what it is? It is not a devil. It is a straight-up regular monster. It's not from another plane of existence. It's not a purple worm. Purple worms do not like the cold, and they are not particularly hot. Ding, ding, ding! Derek Silverstone! It is a Remoraz. Now, reflavoring of... Now, I'm going to be honest here. There's very little reflavoring being done here. I'm going to call it like I see it. You took the mechanics of a giant worm that is very hot and eats people and swallows them, and you turned it into a giant worm that is very sharp and stabs people when they attack it. So I would encourage this, similar to that other piece that I said, I would encourage you to push harder to make something more different in the future. But I cannot be upset with somebody for picking one of my favorite monsters in D&D to try to reflavor. I love the Remoraz. But in the future, try to go harder. Try to go farther. The next time we do this, if you pick a monster and that monster normally has 4 legs, pick a new monster that doesn't have 4 legs. It's not really a worm. I'll tell you what, there isn't any... It's a fucking centipede. Box, it's a fucking worm, dude. It's a fucking worm. A centipede is just a worm. A Remoraz isn't a worm either. It's a centipede. You know the monsters from Day After Tomorrow? Is that what you wanted this to be? Okay, yeah, your flavor text needs some work, buddy. Your flavor text needs some work. I would also say This monster, I would say those guys attack really fast and like spin in circles. I probably wouldn't make them, I probably wouldn't pick a monster that has a single action attack. But regardless, yeah, in the future, I would encourage you to take, this is what I would say. This is my challenge. Whatever monster you reinterpret it as, it should not have the same amount of limbs. So if you start with a worm, it shouldn't be a worm. It should be be a creature with wheels, with limbs, with something. If you start with something that normally has 2 arms and 2 legs, nope, not your version. Maybe something like that. That could be a fun thing to try to challenge yourself. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Boxy, for the chitter jaw. Let's give a round of applause. Boxy, holy shit. If you apologize again, I'm going to time you out. Stop it. But let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. You have nothing to apologize for. Dunk. 3 left, I think. Oh, maybe 4 left. I'm not sure how many more I'm going to add to the wheel after Jimbo's. We'll see. Boo! Jim! Oh, look at that. Here and gone. This probably won't stump you, but I think it's pretty good reflavor, and the wheel is looking a little thin. Wheel must be fed. This is the Royal Mage Slayer. Alrighty. Well, if you don't get done in time for me to look at it on stream, you can share it in the Discord. Many royals live with the fear that any day a mad wizard or easily offended sorceress might... why is the sorceress the one that's offended and the wizard the one that's mad? Let's get out of the 1660s and let's get into the 1670s. For this reason, many royals seek out children within their realm to show who show great magical potential to take them to be trained as Mage Slayers. Okay, cool. Those who are selected as potential Mage Slayers undergo intensive training. Cool, Mage Slayer. Into it. Love it. This is CR 13. Anti-magic attunement. The Mage Slayer can't be affected by spells of 6th level or lower. Okay, it is the, there's only one monster that does this. It's the, fucking Rakshasa. Gotta love a Rakshasa. Now, here's the question that I would have for you. I agree 100% with the Rakshasa getting the anti-magic thing. Makes total sense. And I think it's quite clever to change their damage to a greatsword because it's 2d6, which is what a greatsword normally does, and that's kind of fun. And their attack would totally make sense as a cursed greatsword. I think the problem is that I think the spells are kind of lackluster for a Mage Slayer. But I think everything else fits really well. If I were you, if I was going to lean into this harder, I'd come up with new spells. But it's an interesting idea having them be the Mage Slayer. And it is very cheeky to take the 2d6 from its basic claw attack and reflavor that as a greatsword. Cheeky indeed. Cheeky, cheeky. Cool. Yeah, definitely a Rakshasa for sure. Yeah, Counterspell. You'd want Counterspell on this list. It doesn't need it for itself because it has anti-magic attunement, and Rakshasas generally don't give a shit about anyone other than themselves. But if you're like a Mage Slayer, like you're hunting wizards, you'd want to be able to Counterspell. You missed a bunch, Bayal Zul, but welcome back. Thank you, Jim. Let's give Jim a round of applause. Isn't that crazy how you can take one of the most, like... When I think about a Rakshasa, I think about it as, like, this super magical character. Like, they're so magical. If you just tweak it a little bit so it's just a regular dude, all of those it's so magical features just translate into anti-magic, good at spellcasting, blip! Do you know what I mean? Little shift makes a big shift. Bagadi bagadu bagadu bagadi 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 bagadu bagadi bagadi bagadu 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 cello cello HCHE double HE double hockey stick. Just wanted to participate in the challenge. Hope it's fun. Hell yeah. Let's see. So far, how many have we not guessed? So far, we have not guessed 3. I think I got wrong. I could not guess, for the life of me, I could not guess I got the Hellhound wrong. I got the Prismari Apprentice wrong, and I got the Celestial, the Evil Celestial wrong. This is the Moonglade Firefly. Guardians of the Crossing. Moonglades are secluded lakes that serve as portals to the Feywild. Such lakes are usually guarded by these fireflies. Their glowing abdomen stores magic that they absorb from the moonlight. The portal can only be unlocked within this special light. Those seeking to cross can either convince it or extract its abdomen. This is a big fucking monster. 144 hit points. This is a beastie boy. CR 8. Okay, it's got a special bite attack, a claw attack. It's got 2 breath attacks, or 2 fey trickeries. It can make people go to sleep, or it can shoot them with radiant. Okay, I don't know which dragon this is, but it's a dragon. It's either a golden dragon or the solar dragon. It's a non-metallic dragon. Or it's a metallic dragon, and it probably, yeah, I don't know which metallic dragon. It's not gold dragon, but it's a metallic dragon. It's a young metallic dragon. Am I close enough? Does that count? No, it's not a gem dragon. It's not a fairy dragon. It's just an ordinary young metallic dragon. It's a silver dragon. It's a silver dragon. Silver dragon. Do they get a sleep thing? It's not a metallic dragon? No, it's not a silver dragon. Yeah, it's one of the new ones. It's a gem dragon. It's a solar dragon. It's one of those guys. I don't know which one it is. I don't want to spend the game going through all of them. I'm going to say it's a gem dragon. I don't know which one. If you want to share which one, please do. Let's give Cello a round of applause. It's not a fairy dragon because they're really little. They never get big. But it's an interesting idea to change it into a dragonfly. It's another one of those ones where it's like, is it that much of a reflavoring to take a flying creature that shoots a big projectile and turn it into another flying creature that shoots a big projectile? I don't really know. Like, I feel like a giant insect spraying stuff doesn't feel that different than a giant lizard spraying stuff. Young Moonstone Dragon. Cool. Thank you. Shri Akil. That's a cool name. Shri Akil. Is there a rolled R there that I'd have to practice? Shri Akil. And if it's a rolled R, is it the kind I can do where it's in the back of the throat or is it in the front of the throat? Because I can't do the front of the mouth one. I can do the Orion one, but I can't do the Spanish one. If anybody understood what I just said, I was making reference to an Arabic letter. If you didn't understand what I said, I was making reference to an Arabic letter. Anyway, a neat idea. Thank you for sharing, Cello. Let's give them a round of applause. There's definitely a large enough thematic difference in your opinion. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. They definitely they feel different. They feel different. They feel different. I guess if I think about this, you know what? Maybe the problem for me is the firefly element. Like, if you picked Moth, well, maybe Fireflies because it's Lunar Beam. I think what I would need to make this feel more like it made sense would be if you tied the Sleep Powder and the Lunar Beam into more of just natural processes of this creature instead of it being anything to do with magic. Like, if this creature could just, sort of lull creatures into a slumber by drifting its sleep dust on them. And it could hyper activate its natural bioluminescence to shoot a beam of energy. I actually think that would help sell the fiction of this feeling completely different a lot more than if you keep it being magical. You said you submitted it, Devilman? All right. Wait, did I do a round of applause? Sorry, I forgot to do a round of applause. Well, next up is Bildo, but first, round of applause for Cello, in case I forgot. All right, but Bildo is up next. A junkyard mimic. Okie dokie. Here it is in the Twitch. Here it is in the YouTube. 11 challenge rating, 17 AC, a large hive creature, has blind sight out to 500 feet. It's called the Bangalore or something. I know what it is. It's called I think it's called the It's called the fucking, what's it called? It has a name. It's a weird, I know what monster it is, but I think I know what monster it is. Let's just check. So it's got some tentacle, it's got some crushing attack packs, it's got a crush slam where it can grapple a creature. And then it has legendary actions, where it can become invisible and stuff amongst its horde. And then it can reshuffle the junk and move its junkyard around. What's the name of that monster? It's like a Babylon. Bargadosh. It's a cool monster. I'll find it quickly. It's I believe it is a Aberration. And I believe it is CR 11. Oh, I guess all the stats are right here. I think it's an Aberration. This is the fucking thing. It's this thing. Balanoth. The Balanoth. Oh my god. Cinder is so good at this game. The Balanoth is a cool monster. So basically the Balanoth is a monster that on paper is super boring and doesn't really do anything that interesting until you look at its layer actions and its regional actions, where you realize it has the ability to manifest physical space to mimic whatever it wants. It can just distort reality within like 500 feet of it to like build buildings, houses, castles, that sort of thing. It also creates this weird feeling where if you're within a certain range of its layer, you feel like you're going in the right direction and you feel like you are close to finishing your goal and finding what you need. And it naturally knows the thing that you are seeking. So it will change its layer to look like whatever you want it to look like. And then what it will do is when you are inside of its layer, it changes its layer around so that doors disappear from rooms and it will like teleport you to different places. So the idea is like, you think you're going to like the Temple of Bahamut to find the golden crystal, and it looks like it and it feels like it and it's very cool. And then suddenly a tentacle erupts out of the wall, grabs somebody, and they both disappear. And then that person, from that person's perspective, they're just in a bricked in room with no doors or windows. Just it's just nothing. And the monster basically can like pull people apart and fight them that way. It's a very cool monster. There's also some really cool details in here where it says it can make its space look like anything, but it doesn't get all the details right. So like, for example, if your character was really into libraries and really wanted to find a special library, it might make itself look like that library. But if you were to pull a book off the shelf, the books would be blank. Like there would be no pages in them. No, this is not my true form. I'm just familiar with these creatures. So reflavoring that as a junkyard mimic, I think is a really fun idea. I think it makes a lot of sense because junkyards are very malleable places, and especially if you're a creature that can control junk. So reflavoring sort of that eldritch ability to just warp reality into changing the physical space to, no, I am just a mimic that is good at moving junk around in a big junkyard, I think fits a lot. I think it could work really well. But you didn't stump me. I just didn't remember exactly the name of the monster, but I knew exactly what it was because I'm a champion. Anyway, thank you, Bildo. Let's give Bildo a round of applause. You know what the irony is? I haven't read any of these books in a while. And I actually feel like I need to start reading them again. Especially because there's a lot of newer books that I'm less familiar with. But I used to read them religiously. And I just remember a lot of things. But I haven't, like, cover to cover read any of the more recent books. I've skimmed them. But, like, even, like, the new Giants book with all the new giant monsters, I didn't really read that. There's a bunch of books that I haven't really read all of. Yeah, Buildo, it's a great monster, dude. Honestly, it's a really good call out because it's one of those monsters that I think flies under the radar, but is so easy to make into awesome encounters and like crazy, spooky, otherworldly. Like, it's such a good monster. It's such a good monster. Gadget, cat, we are the same. Bucket. Yeah, it worked really well with it being junkyards. Devilman. Are you related to Chainsaw Man? Oh, you're just the last person. I don't need to even touch. You want to make something that stubs me? Now, let's see. I get stumped. Let's see here. Yaz, don't worry, buddy. We'll get to you. These large sentient snails are said to be the defenders of good aligned gods. CR 12. The deific snail's weapon. Okay, so it's just one of the celestials. Which one is it? Poisoned. Is this like a celestial from a weirder campaign book or something? This is like, is this like an Eberron angel or something like that? It's not a Solar, it's not a Planetar, it's not a Deva. It's none of those. No, but it's healing. It's got a healing touch. Oh, no, it doesn't have a healing touch. Wait. Fuck that. Ignore me. I was trying. I misread a feature. I thought this was a healing touch. It's damage. That doesn't count as getting it wrong. That counts as me misreading. Okay. Let's readjust. 45-foot movement speed. CR 12. Medium. It deals a shit ton of extra damage on a hit, but that damage is not necessarily radiant damage. It makes 3 attacks. Oh, I know what it is. It's a drow. It's one of the drow helpers. It's like a drow commander or a drow. It's one of those. It's one of those guys. It's in Volo's Guide to Monsters. It's a drow captain. Is it a captain? Is that what it is? Drow captain? Something like that. Drow commander? Wrong? That's what I would have guessed. It's a fiend normally? What fiend can do the... Oh. Is it the one where the... What is it called? The picture is the person in armor, like, doing a spin. What is that called? Like an Elistrid? No, it's not a... I don't think it's a Cambion. It's a different one. I mean, I'll check Cambion, but I'm 99% sure it's not. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll take it. No, Cambion's a CR5. This thing is way higher than that. No, it has a weird name. Here, it starts with an E, I think. Like Eladrin. It's not Eladrin. It's like Erinrock. Or yeah, Erinus. I think it's an Erinus. But actually, I don't. I think it's an Erinus. I'll tell you what, I'm worried about the damage thing. Oh, they do extra damage. Oh, it is an Erinus. Yes, let's fucking go. This was the thing I wasn't sure on for them. I didn't remember if they did that extra smite damage. Okay. And you turned it into a snail? You're crazy. Shell Bump is a funny name. Gooey Bullet as poisoning makes sense. Why are they dealing radiant damage? Oh, I guess because it's deific. One thing that I would change to make it feel more like a snail is don't give it mandibles. Snails don't have mandibles. Make it hit things with its eye stalks. Doof, 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 doof. Yeah, the art's cool. You know what? That's kind of fun to take a creature that's intended to be like a devil and make it into something that's more celestial. It's a neat thing to do. And it is one of those things where once you change, if you just change a couple of the things around a little bit, they are very similar. They're different in how they're different, but they're similarly different. You just make it bludgeoning instead of slashing. Yeah, exactly. Cool. I like it. That one took me a while, dude. That you tripped me up there. You tripped me up there. I think I still got it. I'll give myself half a point for that one. All right. Let's give a big round of applause. Is the clapping not working? Big round of applause to Devil Man. I'm hoping the clapping is working. If it's not, I have no idea why it wouldn't be, but I will look at that later. It's working good. Okay, good. And then we have one more spin for the night, I think. Yes, we are done accepting new submissions. Boop. We are done. One more spin for the night. Who could it be? Bugga 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 boo! It's Yazi Khan. All right, Yazi. I see you. I'm in chat, so I can probably confirm when you guess the creature. Here's Johnny Bravo. Okay, cool. I hope you're still in the chat. Rigged. Yeah, that wheel was rigged as hell. All right, here's Johnny B. A large frame with giant muscles, perfect... Oh, it is. This is literally Johnny Bravo. Okay, let me just show people who Johnny Bravo is. Because not everybody knows. This is Johnny Bravo. He's a very funny cartoon character. He thinks he's cool, and he's kind of a dingus, and he's great. Let's see what monster he's based off of. Okay, CR3, he's got sunglasses. His sunglasses are the highest quality. They impress every creature that can see them. He's advantage on saves against spells, and any creature making a spell attack against him has disadvantage on the roll. Why is that not just damage magic resistance? If he succeeds on his save... Oh, this is why. If he succeeds on his saving throw against the spell, or the spell's attack misses, he reflects some of the energy... Wait a minute. He reflects some of the spell's energy into destructive burst. Is this the flail snail? Did we go from looking at one thing reflavored as a snail to you reflavoring a snail as Johnny Bravo? Also, you made Johnny Bravo a snail. That's the power of reflavoring. Okay. First of all, that's amazing. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Remember when I said pushing the boundaries of reflavoring? That's what I'm talking about. How do you make this? How do you make this into this? Okay. It's got a glowy magic shell. It hits you with its weird little heads. It's got a shield defense. Well, if you boil those down to their core components, all this makes sense. The shield defense is basically just a reflective surface, which works perfectly for sunglasses. Those flail head clubs work perfectly well for little punches. Also, there's some irony there because they're not the dice isn't that high, which is funny because Johnny Bravo is not that tough, and I like that. And then you have the pompadour comb to show him shining the hair gel instead of the big explosion of light, and then he flexes his muscles. And when he's flexing, he can't do anything because he's just flexing. Oh my god, that's so good. That's so fucking funny. This is a great this is a great one. Really, honestly, aside from it just being funny, it's a fantastic reflavoring. Like, you legitimately, if you took this stat block, this totally works for Johnny Bravo. And I seriously doubt, especially if you use the descriptions that are listed here, I seriously doubt anyone would be able to figure out that this was something intended to be something else. The Intelligence 3 is the best part. I didn't even think about that. That's so funny. Yeah, even the parts that normally... This is what I mean. Like, when you think about reflavoring, making something work really well, you find those weird things and you figure out where they line up. Charisma 5 is an L. Well, the thing is, Gem, does he really have charisma? I feel like he just thinks he has charisma. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm misremembering the cartoon. Yeah, the only giveaway is the movement speed. But if you could... But that's the thing. So let's take this experiment. Let's take this idea that we've just been playing around with for a couple hours of taking a monster that already exists and turning it into a brand new monster without changing anything. Now do that, but give yourself the permission to change things. Suddenly, you have a really fucking good stat block for Johnny Bravo that you have to put zero work into. You know what work you need to put in to make this stat block reasonable? Make the charisma 10, make the movement speed 30. Boom, done, Johnny Bravo. So if you take those really intense restrictions that we put in with this reflavoring, and use them to like guide you in your searching and in forcing yourself to think outside of the box, but then don't limit yourself with the actual execution, you can have so many new monsters in your D&D game that will feel so new and exciting and weird, and so many NPCs. This is also a really good example of how to reflavor a monster into an NPC. Maybe that will be a thing we do at some point in the future. But it's the easiest cheat code, the easiest shortcut to make new monsters or really evocative NPCs is to just take monster stat blocks, give them a different name, and describe them in a different way. And then whatever features you need to tweak a little bit, you just tweak those features. All right, guys, that was pretty fun. We had kind of a smaller turnout today for stream than we normally do. And my guess is it's because we started very early and because we started with stuff that was less interacting with you guys. But that's okay. I'm hoping that everybody that was here for the reflavoring had a really good time. I had a really good time. We are not having stream tomorrow. We are streaming on Saturday, though. And that should be a good time. And before we end... Before we end stream for the night, I want to show you something. 1 second. I'm working on something new. And it's not going to be that impressive right now, but I'm going to give you a little preview of what's to come. I'm working on a new video that is going to be a long-form video. And it's going to include a lot of my own drawings. And they're not good, but they're on purpose. So, for example... So, one of the things that's going to be... Here, you guys can kind of see it like this, right? Okay, so we have this stick figure, okay? But we're going to be adding layers that do different things. And start giving him crazy powers. And you can't even really see any of that happening on the screen that well. Let me see if I can show you another one that works a little bit better. Okay, here's the better one. So here's a little dude, right? But that little dude, because we're talking about reflavoring, could also kind of be that little dude. And you're like, what the hell are you talking about, Cinder? What are we looking at? You'll see it when we make when I finish making the video. But it should be a good time. It'll be a good video. All right. I didn't mean to play that song. It's AI? Dang it! It's not AI! I'm making a video about the power of reflavoring. The video is actually very similar to what we're doing on stream today. I'm just showing silly little cartoons to go along with it. But it's going to be a good old video about the power of reflavoring. And I think it'll be pretty good. It's going to be a little bit of a different setup than I've been doing lately, but I think that's fine. All right, let's see. Who should we raid? Let's see. Yeah, get on out of here if you want to. Do whatever you want. Oh, we could read. We could read Mag IRP. Let's read them. I like them. Oh, and they're just getting started. Perfect. Okay, if you want to join us on YouTube and join the raid, that's where we're going to be going. But we are going to say goodnight now. So, be good to each other. Have a good night. I'll see you guys on Saturday. And I will upload a calendar for next week on YouTube and Discord at some point over the weekend. Have a good night, everybody. You're amazing. I love you. Be good to each other. Thanks for being here. YouTube, you too. I appreciate all the support, all the hanging out. Have a good